Roll another blunt, man. These is good times. You full of shit. Full of shit. Full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit. Full of shit. Full of shit. And you need to quit. I met you at my show, yelling and screaming on the front row. Jumped on stage, knocked me down, you made me horny. I drug you around, put you in the van, took you to the tail. On the way there, you was texting on your cell. You jumped out the van before I got the room. Hopped in the car with your girl and went zoom. You danced with girls like a freak. You promised me a threesome last week. Another girl, it's hard to find. What about, what's her name? She changed her mind. So many people coming through. I can't get time alone with you. At least I had privacy, single and po. With you, I can't even jack off no more. You full of shit. Full of shit. Full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit. Full of shit. Full of shit. And you need to quit. You got a real bad temper. I got another woman that wants me to pimp her. Out of sight, out of mind, sipping wine.
And we know that the AMC YouTubers are full of shit.
My chin is something you shouldn't be holding.
We know this. We know it.
Tuck your tail. You're a woman, but you think you're an alpha male. Till you're laying on the ground, bleeding like hell, begging the cops to take me to jail.
And so
when I open your lips, I smell fish.
Here we are again. Another day.
So flirtatious, so naughty.
Another day in paradise. Another day, another non-Moas. Another day, another grifter. Another day, another grift. Another day, another lie. Another day, another charlatan. More snake oil. Always more snake oil. Endless supply of grade A snake oil. How's everybody doing? Manuel Fernandez, first. Bad back, second. You guys are both number one to me. So, oh, I don't have my trading platform. Oh well, whatever. What in the hell is this? Stock market live stream. Beer 30 weekly wind down. Beer 30. Like 5:30, 4:30. I don't know. Beer 30. It's beer o'clock, I guess. I saw some funny video titles here, and there's a lot of stuff on Reddit right now too. But I've talked about this idea of AMC apes basically being a cult. They're a cult. And looked at several different resources about cult mind control and stuff like that. And as I was chatting earlier over in Telegram, it really, you know, that idea just kept coming back in my head. It's popping back in my head, which is pretty scary. But you know, I'll just read some of these comments. You know, AMC shares are so valuable, and the company has such a promising future that damn near the whole board has sold every vested share they own. This is Bad Back 007, the back. How do these people diamond hand when the insiders can't sell quick enough? How haven't the people caught on? It's like the people are so over leveraged and have put more than just their money into this play. They put their hopes and dreams into it and just can't admit to themselves that it's complete BS. The level of conspiratorial bullshit that you have to believe for their AMC MOAS theory is just facepalm. Like, you basically have to believe that 1 + 1 = -500 million. And that's pretty much right. That's pretty much it. You know, I have to more than just suspending your disbelief. It's adopting. It is adopting delusional beliefs, right? Was AMC down really 6.66%? Oh, by the way, I noticed that AMC other ownership on Fidelity is dipped back down to 54.4. Might have been last time I looked. It was 54.4, then it was 54.5, now it's back down to 54.4. But, you know, retail is not selling. Retail is not selling. There was not one single sell order from a retail investor today. I know. I have it on authority. Don't ask where I got that information. Everybody knows. Everybody knows retail isn't selling, right? You can see that over here in Reddit. Blatant price manipulation, as usual. Blatant price manipulation. And why is it that all these people that are complaining about price manipulation, literally all of them are provide you Webull screenshots? It's like they all use Webull, so they sit there and bitch about payment for order flow, etc. And they're on like a payment for order flow brokerage. I can't talk today. Yeah, that's not ironic or anything. So, blatant price manipulation as usual. Here's a video showing the price being pinned, countering the buy pressure by constantly refilling the sell wall with more shares than buys. Okay, let's see that again. Oh, whoa, look at that manipulation. Holy shit. How was that manipulation? What you have here is apes who don't understand the order book. Don't understand the order book. What this represents. Oh, the sell wall is being constantly refilled with more shares than buys. Oh my god. Ah! Gary Kinsler, where are you? The order book. Ah, Jesus. Fucking price suppression. They want to run so bad. Look at this. Look, here's another fucking Webull. Another Webull screenshot. Do apes use anything except Webull? I don't know. But look at this price manipulation. What are you? Oh, got to show the full image. Look at that price manipulation. Holy shit. Wow. That's crazy. What am I looking at here? A chart. Price chart. Funny how it ended at the exact same bottom of this morning's dip. I guess retail knows how to trade that perfectly, right? It's so freaking obvious retail is not selling this. Just look at it. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Holy shit. Wow. This manipulation. Fuck me if I've ever seen manipulation. This is it right here. Wow, look at that. Exactly the same bottom, except it's not exactly the same at all. Doesn't matter. Exact same bottom. That's the wheelbarrow algorithm. Oh, the wheelbarrow algorithm. Right. All those shares on the way to the dark pool. Fuck them. We win. Ever leaving hedge fucks. Bullish shopping cart pattern. What? Bought 5 on each dip. Well, you are contributing, Jason. You are doing your part, my friend. Jason 1982 bought 5 on each dip. 5 shares. That's going to cause the MOAS. Wow. You should have bought 13, Jason. Didn't you know it's 13? That's what you have to buy. Oh, look. My average is 14.28. Who fucking cares? Literally, who in the fuck gives a fuck about somebody's average? Congrats, brother. We're gonna do good. We're gonna do good. Why? Oh, Ortex guy. I believe Ortex guy Jay Drukas is a shill. The Ortex guy on AMC stock subreddit is a fucking shill. So here's a tweet from Ihor Dusanivsky. Sorry, I don't pronounce Russian too good. Every short sale creates a quote synthetic long. So the traditional float number in the SI short interest percent float calculation is wrong. It should include quote synthetic longs. Therefore, there is never any stock with over 100% short interest float, which makes sense as you can't get 5 quarts of milk out of a gallon jug. Okay, I don't know when this tweet is from, but every short sale creates a synthetic long, so the traditional float number calculation is wrong. Okay, so we know this. When shares are sold short, there's a sale has a buyer on the other side. So whoever buys that, and they don't know they're buying this. They don't know they're buying it. This is all unbeknownst to the long retail holder or institution, I suppose. But let's just assume that it's a little ape, a little baby ape that comes along and says, I'm going to buy 1 share. I'm going to contribute to the price action. I'm going to contribute to the buying pressure. I'm going to buy 1 share today. I saved up my pennies. I'm going to buy, it didn't take too many of them. I'm going to buy 1 share. And wouldn't it be a disappointment to find out that the share that you bought, it came from a short seller? Well, no, it doesn't make any difference. It makes no difference. Now, synthetic long, okay, fine. Maybe a better way to think of it is a temporary or a transitory. How about that? A transitory long position that exists as a counter to that short sale. We know this. This is nothing new. And like I said, I don't know when this tweet was from because they conveniently cut off date. So whenever people cut off dates, they're trying to hide something. Probably. Okay. So the traditional float number in the short interest percentage float calculation is wrong. It should include synthetic longs. Therefore, there is never any stock with over 100% short float, which makes sense. Okay. So whatever. It doesn't really change. This doesn't change anything. It's just, he's just saying, well, if you think of it this way, then if you include those like transitory long positions that come about as a result of the short sales, then you would, if you included that in the calculation, then it would never go over 100%. Okay, good. Thanks, Ihor. That's illuminating. So here's what Ortex guy here with a weekend thought. One main reason short interest doesn't seem to increase is because synthetic longs created by naked shorts cancel themselves out in the short interest calculation. Almost all shortly in the past year has been naked shorting. I'm assuming that's supposed to mean shorting, shorting. I don't know. Almost all shortly in the past year. That's really fucking sloppy. Jay Drukas, the Ortex guy, fucking idiot. Almost all shortly in the past year, not just because of this, has been naked shorting. Have a great weekend. Okay. So, and then he puts this tweet from Ehor from S3. So, is this the synthetic shares that the apes are talking about? That Lou has gotten the apes all hard and bothered about? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think this is because this is not, they're not really synthetic shares. What you have is you have exposure to the stock. Doesn't matter how many shares there are, or if it was sold, to you by a market maker, or if it was a short sale, or if you bought it on the exchange, the point is you have exposure to the stock. That's separate from, you know, whether you own a share, whether you sold a share, whether you bought a share. It really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter in my mind, because if you buy a share, you have long exposure to that stock. So if it goes up, you can sell it for the new price, which is hopefully higher than what you bought it for, therefore making a profit. And if you're short selling, it's exactly the opposite. But, you know, this doesn't say anything about naked shorting, or text guy. It doesn't say anything about naked shorting. And synthetic long is in quotation marks. So every short sale creates a quote synthetic long. And he's just talking about the calculation numbers. I have a feeling that this came from like last year, around the time of the GameStop squeeze. That's my guess. Trying to explain how you can have that number higher than 100%, right? Makes sense. But I mean, again, with this, you can't get 5 quarts of milk out of a gallon jug. No, but you could have one jug, and then you could have 1 quart in another jug, or you could pour out the whole gallon, fill it up only to a quart, and then pour out that quart. It's different because we're talking about a physical product here. With stock, we're not really talking about a physical product. It's a financial instrument. It's not the same thing. So anyway, but I have a problem with this. You know, one main reason short interest doesn't seem to increase is because synthetic longs created by naked shorts cancel themselves out in the short interest calculation. That's not what Ehor is saying. But, you know, just thinking about this here, every short sale creates a synthetic long. That means if I'm a short seller, I borrow, you know, I'm selling shares I don't own. They're going to be borrowed on my behalf and sold to somebody. Well, those shares exist. It's not really a synthetic long. It's a synthetic long position, but the shares actually exist. They are being borrowed from one account and transferred to someone else's account. And both people have exposure to the stock on a long position basis. That's where it gets a little funky. That's where, you know, that's the synthetic part of it. However, you know, you could think about it as that synthetic long position is offset financially by the short position. So, in other words, if the stock price goes up, the person holding that quote synthetic long position makes money. Also, the person originally whose share that was lent, that person is making money. The short seller, however, is losing money. So the short seller who's losing money as the stock price goes up by the same amount that the synthetic long position holder, quote unquote, that's the second exposure, the second long exposure that was created with the short sale, that's going up. The short sellers is going down, and the original long position holder is going up, but the short and the synthetic long and the short position cancel each other out economically. So it makes sense. There's no, I mean, this means nothing. Almost all shortly in the past year has been naked shorting. How in the fuck do you know that? You're literally the Ortex guy. Why do you post this information then if all shortly in the past year has been naked shorting? Why would you even fucking bother to post Ortex updates unless you are a fucking shill who's trying to create hype in this stupid community among these uninformed investors who believe whatever the fuck somebody puts on Reddit? I mean, to be frank, fuck the Ortex guy. Fuck the Ortex guy. What an idiot. how about this weekend thought? Here's a weekend thought for you, Ortex guy. One main reason short interest doesn't seem to increase, well, it's you post the fucking updates. You should understand this. What a fucking retard. Look at this. One reason why could be, I'm just, just a hunch here. Oh, that's so fucking small. There we go. Possibly, now, this is crazy. This is crazy. But maybe the reason that this number is zero, estimated short interest change, maybe it's zero because the number of return shares fucking equals the number of borrowed shares. Those numbers are the same. Very, very fucking close to the same. 800 something thousand. 800 something thousand. That's why it's not going up and down. Not because of naked fucking shorts. So ridiculous. I have zero trust in the system. I have zero trust. Oh, I neglected the chat over here. Bad Back says if they didn't audit a Fort Knox, they wouldn't find any gold bars. They would find AMC shares. That could be where the float is. That's true. People probably failed Algebra 1 in school, now able to decipher and identify incredibly complicated algorithms. Yeah, right. I mean, like somebody like Astro, or who was that other guy I was talking about? I figured out the algorithm, guys! I figured it out! Yeah? Then why haven't you made $1 million fucking dollars yet? Why haven't you made $1 million fucking dollars? Well, I figured it out after the fact. I mean, I can't predict anything, but... Model 3 dude is here. AMC is dead. Adam Aaron told all investors that they could lose all the investment last year. I remember that. That was odd. That was an odd thing. But, I mean, it made sense, right? Diamond hands. Not one share sold. Okay. What? What are we looking at here? What is this? What the fuck is this? I don't even know what this is. It's a random chart. It's not labeled. Okay. I'm going to guess that it's volume or on balance volume, maybe? I don't know. Something that doesn't matter. Zero trust in the system. I have zero trust in the system because why? Because of this. Because of a large candle at 350. 51. 350. No trust in the system because of that. Okay. Chalk. Pen style to circle that. Zero trust. Why not? APES helped kill the short squeeze when they turned off stock lending and switched to DRS. Now they don't have enough shorts to create a squeeze. Oh, yeah, gotcha. I can take this screenshot from Webull, and I've seen numerous price spoofing screen capture videos. I've seen the high-frequency trading computers placing a single cent lower than the market price ask to suppress the price on every price increase. Your buy order always gets executed cheaper than your ask, quote, to find you the best deal. But technically, this means the stock price can be suppressed indefinitely as long as I can, quote, short sell my stock. What? I always knew it was manipulated, but nowadays these people don't even trying to hide it. Okay? What? What in the fuck? We are 2 to 4 months before entire insurance companies go bust. Transamerica is starting to close some of their ETFs in April. The market makers probably naked shorted over and over all day. Then that buying block is them covering or closing out their daily fraud. SEC doesn't care. Fuck their coffee. No. I mean, if they naked short shares like to retail investors to create long positions, they have to cover it within 60 seconds. So, as far as I know, and we already covered this. Okay, this no explanation 1982 keeps popping up because they're an idiot. Probably this. No, because remember we also said we saw this. We looked in the fucking Code of Federal Regulations, the CFR. We found it, and it says, actually, it might have been on FINRA, but it was either on FINRA or actually in the CFR. But basically, market makers naked shorted over and over all day. No problem with that. That's how it fucking works. If you don't like it, leave the market. That's how they sell fucking shit to you. So that's normal. And then secondly, that buying block is them covering or closing out their daily fraud. No, it's not, because those buy to close, quote unquote, the market makers buying the shares that they naked shorted to you, buying them back, that's not publicly reported. We know that. We know that. It's not publicly reported. So, no, that's not what it is. Another point I want to make is technically short selling relies on the idea that a stock will decrease its value in time, but their short selling of selling it cheaper than the market value serves no other purpose than manipulating the stock price itself, since the actual idea of short selling relies on you selling it at the highest possible price you can get, so you can cover it at a lower price for the maximum profit. But no one is stopping. Their short selling of selling it cheaper than the market value serves no purpose than manipulating the stock price itself. That's what they're doing now. That's the reason. Okay. I have zero trust in the system. Cinemark is still at 15. They must like them. Oh. Another hard day of buying shares on a discount because they don't expire worthless. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The Common Sense Investor latest video shows that retail owned only 30% of the float. Not sure if his math is right, but shows a distrust for AA amongst meme tubers. Really, I saw he had a video saying like something like, "Is this math right?" But I didn't watch the video. Watch it. Where is it? Videos every day. Every goddamn day. Same shit over and over. So arrogant, yeah, thinking they've won. They're going to be the new 1% after MOAS. Like, we've already won, guys. You just have to be patient. You've already won. We just haven't get paid yet. Yeah, it's like you're doing work. It's like you're, doing work for like a shitty landlord in the ghetto. Yeah, we won, guys. I still got to get paid, but we won. Like, that I have any experience doing that or anything. Where the fuck did this video go? This one? No. I thought it was recent. I don't know why it's not coming up. Maybe it got deleted. They are arrogant, and they say that they've won. And you know what? That arrogance and that elitism, it's an elitist, entitled type of attitude. It's directly out of the cult handbook. Directly out of the cult handbook. Yeah. Absolutely. Here we go. Is this math right? An AMC squeeze update. Probably manual. Yep. I found it. Same time that you sent it to me.
What's up, everybody? It's Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. Look, I put out a video this morning called the AMC Easter Egg, where Adam Aaron had said to exclude index funds. We own over 90% of the float. Now, I looked at that as saying you don't put them in the equation. People
That's
will
right.
disagree with me on that.
That's what I would say.
When I got home and I got on my computer and I started doing my research, I'm fixing to share my screen and show y'all what I found out. If I'm wrong, which I'm not, because math is always 1 + 1 = 2. But if I'm wrong, please let me know in the comments, because it's worse than what I thought. I was looking on the positive, bullish side. Watch this shit. Somebody has been lying to us.
Well, you don't say. You don't say. You don't say. You don't say. Don't say. Okay.
But here we are. Total AMC shares equals 516 million. He said to exclude index funds, but we're not going to exclude index funds. We're going to subtract what they have in shares. And that is, according to ETF.com, 38.4 million shares in ETFs. Okay. So we're going to add that to, or subtract that from the float. That leaves 477,600,000. But what about institutional holdings? According to, let's see if that's the ETF one. I've shared that one to you. Institutional holdings, institutional ownership and shareholders of AMC equals 188,408,873. So on my Excel chart, what about institutional ownership? 188,408,873 million, according to Google, on right there. If you subtract that number from what was left, you get 289,191,127 shares of AMC left outstanding. Well, what about your insider holders, like AA and the board and all them cocksuckers? They own 22,868,305 shares. Okay, this is the institutions. We're through with that. I can close that window. What about shares of AMC held by the insiders? Insiders own 22,868,305 shares, or 4.4% of the float. Okay, so there it is. Subtract 22,868,305 shares from the outstanding shares that were left, and you get 266,322,822 shares of AMC that are left outstanding.
Okay.
But what about your short interest? There's 107 million shares shorted. That leaves one.
Okay, now, why is he subtracting the short interest? Why is he subtracting the short interest from this number? That doesn't make sense. Does it? Why would you subtract the short interest? Those shares, short interest shares, are still held by whoever, retail investors, institutional investors who have long positions in margin accounts, and they're lent out. Those shares could be owned by retail. So subtracting those is not correct. I want to know what you guys think, but I don't think that that's right. So, but let's continue here.
1,159,322,822 shares, or that's 30.87% of the float. Now, how did I get that number? Right here with Google. We have 506.
Oh, anyway, I didn't mean to go back in the video. So, really, I believe it should be this 266 out of 516. Like 51.5%. But, in closer jive with this 54.4 from Fidelity here.
Tell us how many shares were left. Maybe we didn't. It's going to is what we own. 30.87% of the float. Now, you might think that, let me unshare this now. I'll leave it there so everybody can look at it. You might think that we've lost shares, according to from the last earnings report, where he said retail owns 80% of the float. Maybe we didn't. It's going to take a wrinkle brain to go back to that time frame to find out at that point, how much did index funds own? How much did institutional ownership have? What did insiders hold? What the short interest was? And that will tell us how many shares were left. Then you telling us that we only own 80% of 159 million, or in this point, we're over 159 million. Still only 30% of the float. So to be honest with you, in my opinion, I feel as if they were fudging the numbers to encourage us to continue to buy when we don't own no more than 30% of the float.
Now that part I agree with, definitely. But I think that, I don't think that it makes sense to subtract the short interest. I do not. Manuel says it's probably okay not to remove short interest. APES are probably not using margin. Shorted shares could belong to the institutions or insiders. They could. Now, but another thing he's not considering here is that on the other side of every one of those shorted shares, every one, on the other side of every short sale is a buyer. So really, now, we're not looking at positions here, but every one of those 107 million shares that were sold short, if that's the correct number, that are currently sold short, every one of those had a buyer. Some of those people could be retail, right? So that is about 1/5 of the float right there. 20%, right? It's 21% short interest. So there's 100 million shares that are, that were created into long positions as being exposure to a share that was sold short, that was borrowed from another account. And I think that personally, I think that there are plenty of apes using margin. They may not be actually using margin, but a lot of them have a margin account, I think. anybody using Robinhood by default has a margin account, because their basic account type is margin, and you don't have to have there's no minimum. So any no minimum account, unless you specifically convert it to a cash account, I think would be considered a margin account. Usually you have to convert it or specifically sign up for a cash account. Some of the brokerages like E-Trade or something like that may be different, but it's my experience. So I do have accounts at all the major brokerages but I don't use them all, so I don't remember. It's been a while since I've dealt with them, but I mean, I don't think that it makes sense to take those shares out of the float, because they're not. It's not like they're not available. Not like they're not available for anything. Yeah, I thought that you have to. When I signed up for an account with Webull a couple of years ago, I signed up. I created the account as a cash account, so I do remember doing that there. I have a few cash accounts and a few margin accounts, but so yeah, I mean this video is going in the right direction, and I certainly agree with the idea that the numbers were being misrepresented in order to create the hype and entice people to buy. And if you think about it that way, who was the one who pushed this fucking 80-90% number? Was Adam Aaron, who was the one who fucking sold out, not even at the top, but I mean he sold out and made a handsome profit. Adam Aaron. So I have a hard time believing that he would do something that could potentially, come back on him. But I mean, when you view it in this light, yeah, it looks pretty goddamn slimy. Looks pretty slimy. Looks very slimy, actually. Yeah, otherwise it's a margin account. Doesn't matter if you use margin or not, it's a margin account. Correct. That's what I meant by that. So you could it could be like a $2,000 minimum margin. So in other words, in order to use margin, you have to have $2,000 in your account. Then you can play around with $4,000. But if you only have $1,000 in the account, it's still a margin account. You would still be subject to pattern day trading rules. So so okay. Anyway,
no more than 31% of the float. So there's your numbers. And then I thought about it. I said, well, he did say excluding the index funds. But if we excluded the index funds, that's still only 38 million shares, people. I'm going to tell you now, I'm beginning to wonder if they have not seriously been fucking with us this whole time and had us believing this. I don't know. What do y'all think? Tell me in the comments.
Why wouldn't they? Because it fucking worked. You guys bought the fuck right into it. You took the bait. You took the fucking bait. And you know what? Holding the bag is a consequence of making dumb investment decisions. Everybody has to do it. Everybody has to go through it. Everybody has to learn, I guess. Some people learn. Some people don't learn. Some people think they already know everything and that they don't need, and they think they don't need to learn. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is a bad omen for the apes right here. Because this guy, I mean, he's a small potatoes guy. Yes, he has more subscribers than me. But that's because he's been bullish. He even said it. He even said that he was in the beginning of this video. He even said he was looking at it from the bullish, hopeful standpoint. Which, it's okay to have an opinion. It's okay to have an outlook. But when you have evidence, this evidence has been available, by the way, the whole fucking time. And, not to toot my own horn, because I can't really toot my own horn. I'm not that flexible. And I can't point to I cannot go back to my old videos because they do not exist anymore. But I can tell you right now, we talked about this on this channel, the other channel I had, me, the same person, last year. We talked about this. We looked at the numbers and we said, you know what? Retail does not own 80%, 85, whatever it was that he said in June. They do not own that. Here's the numbers. Doesn't make sense. Does not add up. But I mean, we can say it now. And hey, we don't even have to say it now. Here's somebody, the common sense investor, saying it now. So let's see. When adding up the numbers, they aren't going to match up. We have to realize we don't have all the correct numbers to do the math correctly. Institutional investors definitely weren't mostly in this play early on. I believe the shares they report are mostly synthetics. Here we go. I believe they're synthetics because that makes it work. Because that means that I'm not wrong. Fuck you, Tyler. Yamauchi. And not part of the legal AMC shares. From what AA can see, we own 90% or more of the, quote, legal float. That's what really matters. Also realize AA has repeated himself 3 times. They're wrong 3 times in a tweet and in the earnings call. I don't think that's by mistake. What? I don't understand what he means there. Anyway, he's hinting there's 3 times. Oh, okay. They're wrong. Oh my God, that's conspiratorial as fuck, Tyler. What in the fuck? I mean, if your mother, your grandmother knew that you were this fucking dumb, that you had this little common sense and critical thinking skills, that you're reading into tweets because he said wrong 3 times and he did that 3 times. He repeated himself 3 times. That means you're going to be rich. Oh my God. Run those numbers and see how many shares we own. You're not wrong for trying, but it's not possible to solve a math equation without all the correct variables. Can you believe the fucking balls on this motherfucker, Tyler Yamauchi? You're not wrong for trying, but it's not possible to solve a math equation without all the correct variables. Well, first of all, I mean, the balls on somebody to say, well, you can't solve a problem without all the variables. But see, there's mostly synthetic. I believe they're mostly synthetic. This guy's going to hold a fucking bag. He probably already does. Bag holder. Paper hands. Paper-handed bitch right here. This guy. You know... You're not wrong for trying. Well, Tyler, you're wrong. You are wrong for not trying. Not fucking trying. Just saying, oh, you know what, though? No, you're wrong because we don't have the right data. You don't have all the information. Even though you don't, Tyler, have all the information, mostly synthetics. Yeah, no evidence of that whatsoever. So, yeah, just another ape, another idiot ape. What is this picture? What is this avatar? On the cross? Is that a crucifix? I don't know. Weird. Now I'm curious. Like, what the fuck is that? This him? This is the guy? Wow. So that goes to show you, not all Asians are good at math. I think that is. No, it's gymnastics. It's a guy doing gymnastics stuff on those rings. Yep. But yeah, and I could have just scrolled down to look and see all this type of stuff. Stick to gymnastics, buddy. Stick to being a ninja. Even if you exclude the index funds, that's roughly 200 million of the float remaining. With 4 million investors, that would mean the average retail shareholder holds 50 shares, which is BS. Okay. Cannot subtract the number of shorted shares from the overall count. Those shares are simply borrowed and still shown as owned by their initial purchaser. you created synthetic Guatemalans when you separate them from the overall count. What? Synthetic Guatemalans? What? That sounds like a Lou versus Wall Street thing. I don't know why that, like, this part is correct. Synthetic Guatemalans, I don't know. It's retarded. What if AA's remark was based on excluding shares owned by mutual funds, index funds, and ETF funds? Based on averaging data from various reputable sources such as Fidelity, Charles Schwab, etc., AMC's institutional ownership is estimated at 32 to 34%. Well, Mark, institutional stock and mutual fund ownership is 34%. But you also have institutional mutual fund and mutual fund ownership. So that's another 18%. So double count it. No, because these are these, and these are actual institutional holdings. So higher than, it's not just, it's I mean, essentially it's going to be down there, but I think we own 90% of 513 million. The rest is nakeds. So there are probably around 700 to 800 shares right now, plus 20 billion more nakeds. Okay, not even gonna touch that one. Not even gonna touch it. Common sense investor, you are missing a key factor in your math. AA said retail owns over 90% of the float of the 516 issued shares, pretty much confirming without saying that there are naked shorts that exist. Your math on everything else is correct. He knew he couldn't speak on the other percentages because it would total over 100%. Tony is somewhere making a video saying why he is right and everyone is wrong. Yeah, fuck Tony. Not possible. Do you realize how much shit AA would be in? The numbers are all fudged anyhow. Can you join the Telegram chat? Of course. You certainly can. It is open. It is on there. And it is waiting for you. According to your math, the stock price would be much lower than it is now. Oh my God. The hedge funds are losing money daily on AMC and other plays. I mean, what the fuck?
Is it working?
Yeah. Hello? Hey.
Yeah, this is back.
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome.
No, these guys think that the whole stock market revolves around AMC shares. Well, these billions of synthetics they think exist. It's
yeah, it is. I was looking at something, was it yesterday? Last night on Reddit. It was like, they're willing to crash the whole market. They're willing to crash the whole global financial system over these two stocks because they can't just cover their shorts. And it's like, don't you realize there's more shit out there than just this? Like, it's crazy. It really is. And, you know, I don't even know, man.
I don't understand how they can believe any of that. Like,
yeah,
even if you're wrapped up in it, if you just step back for a minute and just think about it, makes no fucking sense.
It doesn't make sense. And the whole thing revolves around the fact that there's synthetic shares that you can't see, that you can't know about, that nobody has ever shown any proof of any of it. You can't even find information online anywhere about what a fucking synthetic share is because there's no such thing. You think the DTC, the people that, you know, they control all the shares, so they can just create shares. They can just do that, even though naked shorting is illegal for hedge funds and all that. I don't understand. It's literally like saying Donald Trump saying, "No, we won. You know, we had the go find the votes. We had them." Like what? No, I mean, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's crazy.
It's global conspiracy,
Yeah,
and that AMC is one stock
right.
that this all has occurred in. Like it just
Right, and
the stock squeezed from 2 to 72, but that's
right.
not a big enough jump for. That's a massive fucking squeeze.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, it is.
And these idiots put it on the backside when most of them when it started to drop down to like 50, and they're stuck at this point, believing a narrative that is just full of shit.
Right.
And they're afraid to shout out now because they're down so much. So it's like
they're stuck.
they just have to roll with the bullshit.
Right, and that's kind of what I was going for with the title of this video was because they always say that the hedge funds are trapped. They're stuck. But I say the fucking apes are the ones that are trapped. They're trapped. They can't get out now because they would lose. They would have to take an 80% loss. A lot of these people would, you know, and that's shit. That's bullshit.
Yeah, so many people put 401ks.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
ANC and me. So their whole retirement is now hanging in the balance.
Yep.
So it's and these YouTubers that just pump that bullshit narrative while they're making views. And yeah, I can buy 1,000 fucking shares at AMC if I'm getting all these views and shit in YouTube income. And I don't give a shit what the stock does. I'm gonna keep making money on my YouTube views.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
And believe in it, and they sit there and they believe. Ray, he's only been in the market since like COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's like the leading face of a nation, like what's supposed to be like a nationwide movement to discover some shit that's been going on for decades that only during COVID that people under a year have been able to figure out.
Right. Yeah.
Everybody in decades have never been able to figure this out.
Yeah. No. It's crazy. Your connection. You're kind of a little bit choppy sounding. I don't know if you are like. I don't know if you have a. Like,
probably my internet.
Okay. I didn't know if it was. I didn't know if it was mine or what. But I mean, I can understand what you're saying. I can understand you. It just sounds a little like robot-y. Sound like a robot sometimes. But
Yeah, that's my fault.
But yeah, you know, but you're right. Like, yeah, it'd be like starting a new job somewhere, doing a job you've never done before, and like on the first fucking day and the first week, you're sitting there like, you know, telling somebody who's been there for 20 years what they're doing wrong and how no, you need to do it this way, and it's like, well, you just fucking started here. What are you talking about? You don't know what you know.
Right.
Like, just sit down and let me like take it in and get some experience, and then we'll talk. And I feel like that's what this is. Like, you can't. I mean, there are people who've been in the market for way longer than they have, and way longer than I have, which is like 5 years, and like they don't know anything about this stuff because they were concentrating on learning and getting better and trying to be profitable, like not worried about, oh, well, you know, this conspiracy, that conspiracy, you know, because that's I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, one of the biggest things is they tell everybody, don't look at price. Doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah.
Price doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So
right.
it's gotten in their heads that price doesn't mean, like, the price means everything. You get paid when you cash the fucking thing out.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I said that too last year. Like, they said, don't look at the price. The price doesn't matter. Bullshit. That's the price you could buy it or sell it at right now. That's the only thing that matters. And when you look at a chart, you're looking at the price. You're looking at what the price was yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Like, that's all they ever do is look at the fucking chart and draw lines on it and say, oh, it's going to go up here. And it never does. but the price also doesn't matter. Like, how does that make sense? I mean, it doesn't make any
Right.
sense. And it's around the same time they would also say the DD is done. Don't you don't need to read. But when the Kansas 5 was out there in Kansas, when they met up and they aligned themselves together, and that's when the narrative started being really the same with all these people. They said the DD is done. Trust the DD. Just buy and hold. And it's like, no, shit changes. Don't ever fucking tell me not to do research, not to learn, not to grow. Give me a fucking break. It's ridiculous. They want you to stay dumb. That's what they're saying. Stay dumb. Listen to
They
us.
want you to
Yeah.
and look further to it and start calling them on their bullshit, because then their gravy train's over.
Yep. Exactly. 100%. I mean, that's it. that is it.
And it boggles my mind because there's so many opportunities that have been at the past few months where you can make good money
Mm-hmm.
in the market.
Oh yeah.
And they just stuck to this one stupid fucking play. I mean, whatever you say about AA, he wants to make money. So if there was an inkling that this shit was going to do half of what they said,
Mm-hmm.
why the fuck would he sell and the whole board sell
Right.
the majority of the shares that they're allowed to sell?
Yeah. No, I mean that's a valid question, I think. Like I mean yeah. No, I agree. I agree 100%.
I mean, it's crazy they defend them for doing
Yeah.
that, and it's like, but you're going to crucify a guy that checked the check for cashing out, calling it paper hands, or you don't believe. But a multi-millionaire, oh yeah, he needs a state farm. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't like it. They're taking advantage of people. This whole thing, when it blows up, man, it is gonna.
No,
Because
you're
the
right.
government ain't giving no more free money out.
No, right. And
So-
that's the stimulus is done, and they're going to raise interest rates. That's going to make the stock market go down, and the whole how much. I mean, think about this: how much of the money that was dumped into AMC and GameStop and all these shitty meme stocks? How much of that money was from stimulus checks and unemployment? Basically, funny money that was created by the government and went straight to fucking Wall Street. Went straight to Wall
Right.
Street. I mean, it's crazy
'Cause
to
I
think
know-
about, because they also got stimulus. They also got,
Yeah.
like, I mean, and God, it makes me sick to my stomach to think about
Like
how much money.
how you if you like, I took my stimulus money, I put it in there, but when it like I got it in March, when it squeezed,
Hmm.
got the fuck out.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, at a certain point, 3, 4, 5 extra money, like these
It-
people think that they're gonna get hundreds of millions of dollars. So even if it did go up to like 100, 200, even say the weirdest fucking thing happened and it went to $100.
Hmm.
These idiots are still gonna say don't cash out.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what point? You really believe AMC is gonna be the most valuable asset on the face of the earth?
Well, yeah, they're saying over in Reddit like $1.5 million per share, and it's like, that's that would never happen.
500 million shares. Like, where's
Yeah,
the liquidity to
right.
even cash that shit out?
Doesn't exist. Yeah, right. I mean, that would make it. God, yeah, and like, I know that, I don't know how many people actually believe that. I don't know if it's just like they get on Reddit and they get into like a.
I'm starting
frenzy
to
on
think
there,
more and
but-
more by some of the videos that you see. I think a lot of them really believe like this is their chance to fucking become like filthy fucking rich, and it's like
You mean
you
the
just
like the
pissed
regular
away
apes or
all
the
free money.
you mean
Yeah.
just the regular apes like the people on Reddit and the people that comment
Yeah, I
on these
think like
videos and stuff.
the commenters on the commenters
Yeah.
on the videos of Reddit.
Yeah.
I think more like the majority of that community has gotten so like brainwashed, and they're so desperate now, especially
Yeah.
just how the world is. It's all fucked up. So that
Right. Yeah.
it really is a cult, man. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I agree. Yeah,
And
for
if you
sure.
try to even like, disagree with them, or just they refuse to look at anything that contradicts, questions
Yeah.
anything. Like
Yeah,
they
and
don't even
you
want
can
to
see
hear it,
that
look
you
at
can
it.
see that on this Common Sense Investor video. Yeah, it's not perfect, but he at least tried to look at the numbers. He looked at the data. It's not perfect, but he's showing it with numbers, and everything down here in the comments is like, no, you can't do that. No, you're wrong. You're missing stuff in the math. No, there's naked shorts. No, Adam Aaron said this. You know, um,
Mm-hmm.
forgetting about
So
the
if you
billions of
follow a
synthetics.
channel,
The billions of synthetics. Like, you haven't shown one. Show me one synthetic share
right?
that actually, like, that is not like can't. That's not like, oh, like what that one tweet was talking about, so like synthetic long. Well, that's what happens when you short sell anyway. That's not what they mean. They mean like counterfeit. Why don't they say that?
Right,
Counterfeit
yeah.
shares. It's
Just
like
out of the
they
book making
think
it.
they think that somehow they're able to, create these counterfeit securities and trade them through the DTCC, and like they just go through like
They
that's
get
that's
confused.
there's no
They get
way,
confused
no way.
where they get confused with the market maker exception
Mm-hmm.
for the SSR when they can create for liquidity purposes. They don't
Right?
understand what liquidity is
No, they
and
don't.
why it needs to be done in order for the market maker to function. They think that exception means, oh, they can just force it down 10% and then they can start selling fake shit. And it's like, no,
Right, right.
that's not
That
remotely.
that's not it at
And
all. And
any
I think
channel
it even.
that like
Go ahead.
any channel that tries like how you're doing,
Mm-hmm.
trying to like come at it from a logical standpoint, won't grow. You know what I mean?
Right.
Past like a certain point. So the people with these channels are like, they want to make money. You
Right.
know what I mean? So they
Yeah.
pump it. Part of me is like, if these fucking people are dumb enough to get hustled, you know what I mean?
Yep.
A fool and his money shall soon part. But
Yeah.
then part of me
Exactly.
is like, it's a sneak fucking move, preying on people at their most vulnerable time, with shit that don't make no sense. And because you're
Right.
getting paid by pushing it out there, you don't care. Like,
I.
yeah, Coors could show 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares. It don't matter. The money he's making, he don't give a
Mm-hmm.
shit if that gets lost. You know what I mean? But the typical
Right.
investor, their shares are
That's a lot of money.
that's what
And
the people don't understand. And it's
and
crazy.
Trey saying I'm buying $100,000 with the AMC, and then going out and throwing around $10,000 tips. It's like, dude, are you fucking serious? Like, what an asshole. I mean, I think he's pretty much lost his marbles. Like Trey, I don't know what the fuck what the fuck his problem
I
is.
think it's starting to eat them. I think,
Probably,
yeah,
yeah, probably is.
when they see jump to 72, a lot of people, like even me, when it went up to, like when it started
Mm-hmm.
to go up, I was like, oh shit. Like, I didn't believe it. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I cashed out. I think they cashed out too. But then the money that they were getting from the YouTube shit
Yeah, it was too good.
is
Why
like,
would you? Why would you?
yeah,
Why would you intentionally? Why would you intentionally, knowingly turn that fucking money faucet off if you don't have to? If you see that
right.
people, if you see that most people still are like, you know, they didn't sell. Most people didn't sell. And they're still holding it, and they're even buying more. And you see, and that's already happening, and everybody's working themselves into a frenzy. I mean, it would be fool. That would be like that's the shit I was trying to say last year. It's like, hey, at least let's try to look at this from a logical perspective, like with evidence, because I noticed that this whole fucking thing was based on emotion. It's all based on
Yeah.
emotion. All this social shit, all this stuff about inequality. Oh,
Oh,
2000,
yeah.
they did this in 2008 and blah blah blah, and it has nothing to do with now. Like that. I mean, that's all emotional. That's all shit. That's the stuff that you have to put out of your head when you're trying to make money.
And it isn't that they're telling them just buy what you can afford, sit back and relax. They're telling them you have to keep the buying up.
Right.
Some of these people, out of every one of their paychecks, any free money they get, they say they're dumping in the shares. It's like,
Yeah,
It,
it's crazy. It
it
is.
it's
It's insane.
and I that trade shit just for shit. I wouldn't be surprised if when the camera went off when he was giving them tips, he had them sign something so that he could turn it in as like his charitable donation for tax
Yeah,
writing purposes. It's
that's
like
very well
Coors when he
could
did
be.
that St. Jude's shit. He had everybody donate him to go, and then he made the donation under his name
Mm-hmm.
to St. Jude, and
Jesus.
then he had to have used it as a tax write-off.
Yeah,
And it's like
probably.
you guys are getting played and fucked from every, and you're allowing it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I mean, it really. Yeah, I
and they
mean,
were told not to sell it. Look, this is what I tell them all. It's like at $30, $40, why couldn't you have just taken out your initial investment, right?
right. Yeah, right.
And
Cover
then
your costs
freehold it.
basis. Right.
And
Yeah.
then if you everybody was saying they're going to hit it, it's going to go. So you know it's going to go down. You can get back in at a lower price.
Mm-hmm.
They were all once it started coming down to like 40, that they knew it was going to drop.
Right.
So it's like, but refused to do that, saying no, you can't do that. Diamond hand, diamond. It's like, guy, what kind of investment shit is that? You're always supposed to take the
Oh,
initial
yeah, you should always
investment.
take profits, and like that, like there's something, like there's some kind of shame or something in selling your position and taking profit. Well, no, just like you said before, that the price is everything. Like when they say don't look at the price isn't real. Yeah, you should. And like taking profit, that's the name of the game. Like, and it doesn't matter if it's from a long position or a short position. I don't care. I want to make money.
Yeah.
That's why I'm in this shit. And like that clip, that CNBC clip with Melissa Lee when they say naked shorts, yeah, and all that stuff. That one to me, again, like the guy says, it's not short sellers aren't going after retail investors. They're going after companies that they feel are overvalued or the stock is going to decline.
Retail
That's it.
investors didn't have any sizable money until COVID.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most of the retail investors prior to COVID were basically just like 401k, IRA accounts, shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
COVID with all this free money, that's when this shit started happening. So
Right.
you mean to tell me all of a sudden they knew, yeah, we're going to target this? It just,
It doesn't even make sense either
it's just
because the pandemic, when the pandemic hit, shit naturally went down because stuff was closing. So that has nothing
right.
to do with retail investors. That's because that's what you should do. If you see that everything's closing, literally the economy's shutting down, why would you not fucking sell shit short? That you know that brick and mortar stores, they're gonna close down. Movie theaters are gonna close down. Like that's smart investing. Like I wish I had done that. Like,
Yeah.
um,
And the
but
company that they're investing now, it went from a short squeeze play. Now they're like trying to play like
oh,
to
fundamentals.
actual good company.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's like
yeah,
they're
right,
like at 1.8 billion in free cash because they haven't paid any fucking bills for how
right.
long? Like,
Yeah.
interest or rent. Like they don't own properties. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So they're not Sears where they actually own the properties and can make money that way. They don't own shit. They just out and bought a whole bunch of other fucking movie theaters that don't pay anything. It's like
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember
company is
seeing that. Yeah.
dog shit. And it's
Right.
been
Yeah, and
run for
like
dog like
they sell popcorn. Okay, that's great. And like and they rent their theaters
how much
out like for
popcorn can you fucking eat? Like that's
right.
not like an everyday fucking you might eat popcorn like once every couple months. Like
Mm.
you mean to tell me they put corn in it? That's not gonna do shit.
Well, and yeah, and like that's like one of the main ways that like the Boy Scouts raise money. They sell fucking popcorn. Like they sell popcorn. I forget the brand of it, whatever. But yeah, I mean, like I used to have a bunch of it from somebody that I bought it from. Like they were raising money for their Boy Scout troop or whatever, and they sell popcorn. It's like so. It's not like
Adam,
popcorn is like a fucking high like I don't know like I guarantee you the people that make popcorn and sell like the major brands are probably owned by the conglomerates like Kraft or
yeah.
Nestle. You know what I mean? Like it's not something that is it really that much of a moneymaker? It's weird. It's just,
And Adam Aaron is just based on whatever he suggests. and throwing it against the wall. Fucking,
Yeah,
what
exactly.
they call it, spaghetti advertise or
Right. Yeah, see if
um,
it sticks.
yeah, and basically just take whatever they say and just throw it like who the fuck, what utility could an AMC crypto have? Like,
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
he
I have
literally
no
is saying
idea.
anything just to play on your emotions to get him to dump more money in.
Yeah, the same thing
I
with the
go back to it.
NFTs.
It was
Same exact thing with the NFTs. Like, you notice that when the NFTs came out, like the price of AMC started going down, and then they came out with an
mm,
NFT, and everybody got happy and excited, and it distracted them from the price, which continued to go down and continued to go down, and then they came out
mm,
with another NFT, and now they just came out with a fucking another Batman NFT, and it's like these people are so unaware that they're being taken to the cleaners. They're just happy that they're getting these NFTs. Like all you got to do is give an
yeah, I
NFT,
swear
like giving a
it's
kid a
a
cookie.
yeah, I mean, it goes beyond any type of. I understand the want for like I understand people
Right,
in it want to become wealth and want their long shot to hit. Everybody does, but
right.
it just the fact that they won't stand back to look at it with it. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah, it's
get out of that fucking bubble that they're in,
yeah, definitely in a
and
bubble.
actually like. Because there's, it's
It's wild.
hilarious, yeah,
It's
in
also
one fact, but
sad.
then it's just like,
Yeah,
yeah, it
yeah. I
is
think it is sad
because it's
because
going to devastate a lot of working class people, man. I'm telling you.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. It definitely will. And you know, like I saw Reddit last year. Now I don't know who knows because it was on Reddit. It could be bullshit. But like there was a dude that was like living in his truck last year, even like last fall, and you know I saw people on comments on one of Lou's videos because I used to go on comments and like reply to, on other videos and like reply to people and like try to answer their questions and say, you know, they would ask about whatever and I would kind of answer them because nobody ever fucking answers the questions. And then I would say, you
Right.
know, by the way, this is the this is the kind of stuff I talk about in my channel. You know, kind of like trying to get promote it a little bit, get people to like come over and check out my videos. And it worked. I mean, a lot of people did. They're like, "Hey, I saw your comment on Lou or whatever." But I responded to one like it was he was like, "Yeah, I'm like 20 years old." And this is what he said in his comment on Lou's video. Like, I'm 20 years old, and like I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent, and my girlfriend lives with me, and blah blah blah. So I replied to his comment and said, hey, like if you want to talk about anything, check out my channel, or you can email me. And I like gave my email address, like I, kind of like spaced it out so it didn't get like filtered out or whatever. And I gave him my email address and one of my email, like one that I give out publicly or whatever. And he actually emailed me, and like we were emailing back and forth, and and then he stopped emailing me, and I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck happened? Like I don't even know. But it was all this stuff, like the typical stuff, and just the normal ape stuff, and they're like, do you think that blah blah blah? And I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but if you look at like that, nobody really knows what's going to happen. But I mean, if you look at what has happened already, and you see, okay, yeah, it went from, like you said, it went from $2 to $72, and now it's coming back down. Like that's kind of how things, like you see that a lot in stock, like where there's a huge spike and then it just bleeds out for the rest of the fucking whatever, rest of the day or rest of the week or rest of the month, however long. So there's no guarantee of anything. That's what I was trying to get
No.
across. There's no guarantee. Nobody really knew that this was going to happen anyway.
Yeah,
Like,
everybody like looking for like assurance.
right.
That's all they're looking for is like they want to be told by all these YouTubers. Yeah, like they just
Hmm.
want reassurance that it's going to happen. It's like no one can do anything. you look at the probability of this shit happening,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where you got to get slim to none that is going. Like you might get another $5, $10 pop here and there, but it's
Right.
eventually going to keep its downward trend. And
Mm-hmm.
where you should be playing it to is getting in, getting out, looking for those little pops, sorting it back down and push.
Right.
But
Right.
this
Yeah.
hand shit that don't even make sense. Like there's no
It
what
doesn't.
happened
Yeah.
when it jumped in June is because all that money was pumped in. Where's the money coming from
Exactly.
there?
Exactly. No, you're right. 100% right. I've said that before too. Like, because people like Wrench Capital, he's one of the worst ones that would say this. Like, he said back in the fall, like September, it's like, it's deja vu. It's like May again. I feel like, guys, I really feel like this is like May again. We're getting ready to, and you know what happened in June. So if it's like May, that's implying that it's going to pop again. And I'm like, okay, but, and you can look at the chart and whatever, you can look at the option chain, fine. But the reality is, like you said, if the apes had money to buy AMC, buy any stocks, then the volume would be much fucking higher. The volume is like, you know, I don't even know how many times lower. It was like 500, 600, 700 million shares a day. Today it was like less than 30 million shares. So clearly, and so what happened last year was a result of, it was all those things coming together, but the most important one was the fact that people had more. If you can look up the personal savings rate. It's something that the Federal Reserve keeps track of, like
Yeah,
how much money is in people's bank accounts. It shot up, way up during the pandemic because of unemployment. People were getting more than they, got with the stimulus and stuff like that. A lot of people made more money, and they didn't have to
they're
commute, so
giving
they didn't have to pay for gas and all this
money,
stuff. They actually had more money than they did before, and so they had more
and they
money in the
made it
bank.
so that you can invest. To invest has never been easier than it is
Yes, right.
right now. That started
Yep. That's
with
another part of it. Hmm.
back in like COVID. It's so easy to where they were giving free money and were told this app is easy, get in the market.
Right.
It just went hand in hand, and
And
it's not there anymore.
right. And after March of 2020, starting in like April, May, June, the market rebounded and kept going up. And it was a crazy bull
Mm-hmm.
market. So you could literally buy any stock and make money, and
Yeah,
or you could buy like the S&P 500 and make money and stuff like that. But like, because the Fed was printing all that money, they were pumping it full of cocaine, and now we're feeling the effects of that. They probably should have not. They probably should have tightened it up last year, but whatever. Now we're feeling the effects of it. Now there's this conflict in Ukraine. Now there's all
mm-hmm.
this shit happening, and now we're really in a pickle. And the people still think like that because the DD is done. That's what they were told. The DD is done. Nothing matters. The shorts haven't covered. Like, well, you look at Ortex every fucking day, and it shows you that shorts are covering. I'm sorry. Like, that's what it says. That's what it shows. They never talk about the shares return.
Yeah, they never talk about that. They always misconstrue how dark pool works. They come up with these theories about hiding volume and hiding shares and suppressing price action. It's like you don't understand. It's like they read one sentence and they just run with it. They don't read the full description of how it works. It's just they look for one sentence that they can construe and fit their narrative. Like they think dark pools, every fucking thing that's closed, every order that's closed gets reported to the lit exchange. Dark pools, you just don't see the order book. It basically keeps from front running the order book with the orders. They think it goes in a dark pool, it doesn't get reported to the exchange. It's not entirely true.
Oh shit. Nope, that was my I was muted. Fuck. Fuck. Sorry guys, I was muted. Whoops. I don't know how that happened. But yeah, we're looking at this. We're looking at the order book here. This on Fidelity. Should be able to hear me now. Hopefully. Somebody tell me. Show me a sign that you hear. Okay, good. You can hear me. All right. So I was just talking about the dark pool and how on Fidelity here, where it says last. This is last exchange. This is telling you where this trade was executed. Shorts got me. Yeah. That DF Delta Foxtrot is that's ADF, which is off exchange. So these are off exchange trades that are being reported here, where it says DF, 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 right? And so what Back was saying was that the dark pool or the off exchange / dark pool trades, they don't show up. They're not shown in the order book, but they are reported to the tape, which is what we're looking at here. So, and these DF these are the off exchange. That's the Fidelity's code for off exchange. ADF, alternate display facility. So, what we're looking at here is the directed trade window, and so on the right, it's showing these are just like the running display of orders that are executed, and then on the left side is the order book. So you see on the left bids, and on the right asks or offers, and you've got market, shares, and bid or ask. So market, these are all the exchanges. So XNMS, ARC, Edge, etc. Now what you don't see on here is DF. You don't know off exchange, because why? Because those orders aren't shown in the order book. They're matched internally. So you submit an order to Robinhood or Webull or what have you, and they turn around and send it to their and I'm oversimplifying it, but that gets sent to like Citadel, and Citadel's like, oh, you want to buy this stock? All right, we can sell you that. And so they sell it to you, and then maybe they have it, maybe they don't. If they don't have it, then congratulations, you just got naked shorted. You just received shares as a result of naked shorting. But you do receive the shares because they turn around within 60 seconds and buy the security and close that short position. It's not really a short position, but that whole thing does not show up in the order book. Like say, if you've requested to buy 100 shares on Robinhood, it's not going to show up in this order book on the left. But if you submit that request to buy 100 shares on Robinhood and it's executed and you get your 100 shares, that will show up on the right side here. That will show up on the tape. So yeah, it's a good point that he made there. And I already said all that once and I was muted, so fuck me. All right. So I was asked, I don't know if Scott Lacoste is still Junior is still here, but he was wondering about the is that right? MULN? Do I have it right? MULN option chain. Can I explain the option chain? I'm not quite sure what you mean by explain it. So I was just looking at this stock. I'm not familiar with it, so I was looking at like the maximum here, and like this is it looks like it may have IPO'd in 12 maybe, but at like over $1,000, and now it's literally 117. Closed it, so that's anyway. So yeah, 143. So we're looking at the option chain here. So we see that there was a total of 98,000 contracts traded today. and the call to put ratio is 7-to-1 calls. So you can see here, 86,000 were calls, 12,000 were puts. So that's an extremely bullish bias on the option chain there, right? You can see that indicated on this little indicator up here, this little bullish bearish indicator, all the way over bullish. So 90-day average volume, 601 contracts. Today's trading volume was on contracts was almost 100,000. So that's 20 times the average volume. Crazy. Interest, average open interest, 6,900. Open interest is currently 192,000. So a lot. So now I was trying to figure out what is going on here. Why? That's why I went to the news window, but it really didn't have anything. May have to go out to. It just said there was unusual activity. Yeah, unusual activity. Things form this. That's this ownership filings. Financial website insider Monkey names Molina Automotive a top penny stock to buy in March. It is a NASDAQ listed stock, so. Emerging electric vehicle manufacturer. Top penny stock, founded in 2010. Oh no, that's Insider Monkey. Jesus. Solid state EV battery development. Interesting. Solid state EV battery, 600 miles of range. They have 120 technology patents in 24 countries. Recently announced a string of key partnerships with Hoffler Powertrain, Comau, RKKKKK, Dur, and DSA Systems for EV powertrain engineering manufacturing. ARRK, I'm sorry, it's not ARC. Vehicle production systems and over the air, blah, blah, blah. Mullen 5 was named top zero emission SUV as part of the Ziva Awards at the Los Angeles Auto Show in November 2021, where it made its debut. The 5 is built on an EV crossover skateboard platform that offers multiple powertrain configurations. Mullen is a Southern California-based automotive company. And let's go back over to the browser. Got anything here? Not familiar with Baja? It's a good one to check out. It's free. They also have a mobile app, which is very good. Kind of like a poor man's Bloomberg, a bit. And they do have a paid, like, Bloomberg-like service. I forget where they're based out of. Netherlands. There's the same thing we saw on Fidelity. Manufacturer announces progress in solid state. That was on February 28th. Arts, news. So, Scott, if you're still here, can you ask? Can you go? Can you get more specific about what you want to know, or like about the option chain? I mean, it's got an incredibly bullish bias on it, And it looks like, there's a lot of positive sentiment about the stock, but beyond that, I don't know. How about Finviz? I've never heard of this one, so I've never heard of this particular stock, so, or maybe I've seen it mentioned, but I never really looked into it. 17 million shares outstanding. Target price $23. This is from a couple days ago. Investor Place says the hype around Mullen Automotive could be overplayed. Hasn't accomplished much yet commercially. B company, rising interest. On February 28th, the firm announced it has made progress in the realm of solid-state battery technology. That we saw that before. That would be a very cool thing if they were able to do that. Ion concept is not really sustainable or scalable, in my opinion. Yeah, it's advanced chemistry at this point, but it's essentially batteries are not, those resources are not necessarily renewable. Something else for sure. Other more established firms have been making progress in solid state batteries. Okay. Weak company, rapidly growing losses. Risky. Okay. Comments on there. Trading volume today was 237 million. So anyway, going back to the option chain real quick here. Put it in, got it by volume. Only 6 strikes on the option chain. And obviously the bulls had it today because the stock went up 26%. So, but we're talking about $1 stock here, so it's, lowest strike, these $1 strikes, well, they're currently in the money. They're only trading for 45 cents. Well, not monthly. That February. It must be this. Power of options. Power of options. Yeah, I'm assuming that Scott's not here anymore because he didn't ask a question. But I mean, it's a penny stock, so it's not something that I would normally mess around with. But you know, if you have specific questions about it, you can you know, send those my way. I probably would not get involved with this personally. Looks like the hype's dying down. First of all, let me get back to chart or something. Looks like, well, I guess not. I don't know. Whatever happened today, who the hell knows? I don't know. I do not know. Because those announcements about the solid state battery came back here, and that was what this was for right here. That was this. I don't know. And this was a lot of pre-market. So it pumped up in pre-markets. This is just like it started let me make sure that this I don't know which way. Is it that way? Is it there? Is it there? Like every time I move it, it moves the fucking thing. Like, come on, Fidelity. What the fuck? Seriously. I don't know which one is right. I'm just going to go with that. I'm just going to go with this. So, the shit started pumping in pre-market. And probably retail investors saw that and they looked at the news. I'm just speculating here. They saw that and looked at the news. They saw that it was going up, or they saw the news or whatever. They saw it on their stock screeners or whatever the fuck. And then once the market opened, and then they fucking bought the shit out of it. And, you know, bought the shit out of it all day on the 28th. Then the same thing happened on the next day, first, and then, but then the pumpers, the institutions, whoever, the whales, I don't know, whoever, instead of continuing to buy it, they started dumping it, and then that caused, you know, panic selling, and it dumped, which is classic. So what's probably going to happen tomorrow or Monday? I don't know. We'll find out. But yes, here it didn't do that. Here it went up and it stayed up and blah, blah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. I'd say this is probably going to dump back down. But I don't know. I have no idea. And without any further like pointed questions, I'm not going to continue to talk about it because I don't know shit about that stock. Attempt not to look like an idiot in front of the world. I'll just move on. So, but yeah. Oh yeah, I want to look at that video that Manuel sent. Slowing me down. It's an efficient old style application. It's just terrible. Why no squeeze? Lottery stocks. Lottery stocks. Oh boy, this is going to be good. I don't know. Is Martin still here? Martin, did you ever talk to that guy, the We Are the Apes guy? Like, is he going to come on here and actually debate us tomorrow or what? We're trying to set that up. I haven't heard anything, but I mean, my afternoon is clear, so no.
Sad, really is. It really is sad. For anyone new to the channel, right? I've never put this out. I don't want to be the negative guy, but if you take
Why not?
a look,
It's fun. Why not? It's fun.
at everything going on, this is what we have. Okay, the price is continuing to drop. Retail apparently owns 90% of the float.
Wrong.
There's algorithms trading the stock. The algorithms won't break unless it starts getting too high, and even then they will adjust.
That's speculation. You don't know that. Where's your source for that? How do you know that? How do you know that? I don't know.
If we own IOUs and not actual stock, and anytime we want to sell the stock,
And thank Lou for all this fucking retardation. IOUs? IOUs? Where is this fucking shit? I mean, come on. IOUs. I have an IOU. You have an IOU. The DTCC gave me an IOU. Go fuck your mother. Jesus Christ.
they have to say, okay, that's going to cause us to use some money, use some cash, right? We gave you the IOUs, this, that, and the third. If you guys think about it, right? Until something is put into play by the SEC, until something major is blocking these loopholes, it's so annoying to even talk about. I know, it's so absolutely annoying to even talk about. Until some of these loopholes are blocked off by the SEC, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do, honestly. There's several amounts of puts for $7 for like March 21st expiration. Okay, will we get there? I don't know. I don't know. Will we get there? Who knows where we're going to go? Because
March 21st is a Monday. So, no, they're probably not for March 21st. Maybe March 25th? Maybe March 18th. That's March 18th is the monthly expiration. That would make more sense. But no, they're not for the March 21st expiration because there is no expiration for AMC. There is for like S&P 500 SPY or like the QQQ probably, but no.
You and me, we don't control the price anymore. And it's sad, it's upsetting because...
Well, why is that? Because the volume is fucking bullshit. Because you're not buying the stock. Clearly, you're not buying the stock. Because if you were, that would be reflected in the fucking volume. But you're not buying the stock. You can't buy the stock. Why? Because you don't have money. If you could buy the stock, you probably would be buying the stock. In massive numbers, like it happened over the summer. But you don't control the price because you're not grabbing the fucking thing by the balls and buying the stock. Like, it's nobody's fault but y'all's, essentially is what I'm saying.
They can drop the price to whatever price they want. There's absolutely there's no consequence to it. Even if they covered now, I'd be mad.
Even if they covered now, I'd be mad. What the fuck? This guy is retarded. This guy is... I mean, I like his plant. I like his plants. But... And I like his curtain back here. But I mean... They keep dropping the price. And they don't care. Well...
If firms started covering, even one firm, two firms, right? The algo is going to fix itself, okay? It's not going to get the full run unless there's margin calls. Why would there be margin calls when anytime they need to...
Wait a minute. Why would there be margin calls? I thought he was going to say, why would there be margin calls when the price keeps going down? Ever notice that whenever the price keeps going down and everybody starts getting desperate, that's when they say there's going to be margin calls, which makes no logical sense. None. Makes no sense. None. It makes no sense. But maybe he'll get there. But he's going to say they're going to do some other manipulation probably.
Create that spread between close to getting margin called and not close at all in their account. They just lower the price. They just lower the price of AMC stock.
They just lower the price. Wow, this guy's got bringing the facts
In their account. They just lower the price. They just lower the price of AMC stock. Okay? Haven't you noticed that this positive beta we've been having is absolute bullshit? They're bringing it down with the
bullshit,
market
guys.
because they can, and it's going to bring them farther and farther away from margin calls. They don't want to be close to that. That's
Wait a minute. I want to go back just a little bit.
Shit. They're bringing it down with the market because they can,
okay.
And it's going to bring them farther and farther away from margin calls. They don't want to be close to that. That's the only way we'll go anywhere. So it's really sad. It's really upsetting that this shit continues to go on. And honestly, I have no idea. I really have no clue, right? I'm buying.
Come to the dark side. Come to the dark side, my child. That's what you should do. Stop being a charlatan. Start telling the truth. And, come over here and make fun of Tony DiNaro with me.
I'm holding, but really, what are you buying and holding? Your buying isn't doing anything. Your holding isn't doing anything because you're not holding anything. If we own IO...
You're holding, well, he's going to say you're holding IOUs. You're holding synthetic shares, but let me correct him. Let me preemptively correct him. You're holding a worthless stock. You're holding a worthless stock. Period, point blank.
IOUs, you got a receipt. There's no actual... I don't see the buying pressure there. I don't see it.
Because you don't see the volume, because you don't understand, because you... My God. How can somebody be so oblivious? Like, look at the volume today and yesterday and the last few weeks. Then you tell me why there's no buying pressure. And we looked at the other day, we looked at that indicator on Thinkorswim that shows buying versus selling. And yeah, on days when the price goes up, there's more buying. Who knew? And on days when the price goes down, there's more selling. Who knew? But I mean, this is nonsense. What happened was exactly what Manuel said here. The apes fought the market won, and they picked the wrong side, and then now they want to blame somebody else. That's it. That's it right there, man. That is it. Pick the wrong side, and they want to blame somebody else. When, if you're a seasoned investor, trader, you pick the wrong side, you close your fucking position, you take the loss, you learn from it. Maybe you sit out from the market. Maybe you're like, you know what? I fucked that up. I don't even know anymore. Let me just chill out. Because most likely when you close that position that you're losing on and jump on the other side, you're going to lose there too. The market knows how to fuck you. The market knows. The market was all this shit is such classic uninformed retail investor stuff. This guy, it's like, he's like, oh, this is so bad and blah blah blah. They keep blah blah blah, and then he's probably like off camera. You know what? I'm just gonna start shorting it. I'm gonna short it now, and then tomorrow or next trading day, it'll shoot up because that's what the market does. It knows. They know when you get fucking sick of everything. When you sell and then it goes up, or it just somehow, because psychology, because it is price is psychology, because it is psychology. Anyway,
I don't know, guys. I know it's a Friday. Now, I hope you all enjoy your weekend. I want to bring some positivity out as best as I can in
Positive
probably
beta?
the next video or two. I'm gonna think about some things. I'm gonna sit back and think about some things. And until then, jeez, man. Until then, this is so fucked up. Absolutely fucked up. every single day something's posted. I post something, right? And it shows like VWAP for AMC dropping to $7. GameStop huge red candle dropping with two volume, not 200, not 200,000, not 2 million, 2 volume, huge red candle.
Oh,
Glitches.
I mean, oh, so what? So you made a bad choice. You made a bad investment. Quit whining about it like a little bitch. Quit being a little bitch. You're being a little bitch. No, you're being a little bitch. Don't be like Dave Portnoy. Kind of like Dave. I kind of like Dave. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like Dave. But don't be, don't sit there and whine about it and make excuses as to why it's not your fault. And oh, the VWAP and oh, the blah blah blah. It's just, not a good look.
Glitches with short interest. Absolutely disgusting. I really can't believe the fucking stock market right now.
Leave it.
How corrupt the cycle is beyond me. I can't believe it's not fixed.
A lot of things are beyond the apes. A lot of things are. That's not anything remarkable. But, I mean, even this guy, the arrogance, the entitlement, this is so fucked. The stock market is so fucked. It's so rigged. I can't believe it. There's glitches. I can't believe it, guys. Oh my God. Like, really? You can't believe that? Can't believe that. Okay. If you find some data that seems like it's spurious, or you're not sure if it's right, what do? Well, anything else, you look for another source, and you see what that source says, and then you look for another source, and you get a few sources, and you see what they say, and then you make a decision. What's the truth here? Well, we have this one shitty brokerage called Webull. This one terrible brokerage called Webull on one side, and they're saying this. And then we have all these other brokerages over here that are saying pretty much the same thing. They're all saying the same thing, which is different than what Webull said. Which one are you going to go with? I would go with the group of brokerages that are, close in what they're saying, and I would just move on and wouldn't make a big fucking deal about it. But no, you have to make a big deal out of it. And go on and make a post on Reddit, and then Finance News, either Clay or Matt Stoner, will make a video about it. My most fun I ever have still in this AMC, charlatan expose life that I've done here is Finance News Roulette. Is it going to be Matt Stoner or is it going to be Clay? That's the most fun. That's the most exciting thing. Who's it going to be? Finance News. But, yeah, he's down because AMC is down. He'll be thinking all weekend on a new catalyst for the MOAS. Yeah, and then Monday he'll be like, guys, I got it. I figured it out. And then Manuel will see the video and send it to me, and I'll be like, I'll take one look at it and say, look at this. And be like, look at how dumb this guy is. He thinks he figured it out, but here's the I don't know. I'm stupid.
Blatant. All of us are out here suffering with our money.
Why?
I mean, this is the time that no matter what, it's worth something. No matter what.
Okay.
What I mean by that is you're waiting. It's been over a year. You're waiting.
Most people haven't been waiting
something that should have already happened.
Something that's never going to happen.
for whatever it's worth, your time is wasted. Your time is important. Your time.
The opportunity cost that you have spent on waiting for something to happen that is not going to happen is infinite. Because as Bax said when he was on here earlier, it's crazy how many opportunities there are to make money every fucking day. And when you sit there and put all of your eggs into one basket and nothing happens, you've lost more than just you have lost something. Even if the price would stayed the same, even if the price didn't go up or down, but you held it for a year, you still lost. You lost the opportunity cost. You squandered opportunities to do something else with that. So that's opportunity cost.
Time is wasted. Anytime you've typed in AMC stock, anytime you've looked at AMC stock, man, I don't know.
Everybody's wrong from time to time.
Well, to leave it off on a good note, I do think AMC will squeeze. And
Okay.
I'm gonna think about how. I'm gonna think about how, and I'm gonna upload a video.
Cool.
I don't know if it's gonna be tonight, tomorrow, the next day.
However long it takes.
I don't know, but I'm gonna really brainstorm on this. But
see, and that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. You're starting off with a conclusion, and you're trying to find a justification. This is classic fucking shit. It's classic. This is classic uninformed retail investor. It's classic non-critical thinking. It's classic start with a conclusion, try to figure out how to justify it. This is not what smart people do. This is not what smart people do. This is not what critical thinkers do. This is not what, and I don't mean educated in terms of having a degree or finishing high school or whatever, but this is not what educated people do. They don't come up with a conclusion. I believe this is going to happen, and then I'm going to, I'm going to think and brainstorm and figure out how it's going to happen. I mean, you can say that you know what, I think there's a good chance that this would happen, and I'm going to go and test my theory, and I'm going to go look at the data, and then you know what, I'm going to come back and say and see what the data says. No, they don't do that. They don't do that. They misinterpret the data. They cherry pick data. They find stuff that supports their conclusion that they started with, not letting the evidence go where it may and changing the conclusion to support the evidence. That's science. That's science. That's the best form of critical thinking that we have. That's the most advanced. That's possibly, quite possibly, in my opinion, not just my opinion, but for right now, I'm relating it, quite possibly the most important contribution that humans have made, the most advanced, the most important thing that we have done as a species is come up with a scientific method. Because that has allowed us to do so much. So much. Not only in discovering the natural world, but also in creating all of the man-made technological, revolutions and things like that we have. Scientific method works. It's one of the only things the only things that really works, that is worth, respecting. So it really is a shame that these guys don't know that. They don't realize that they are abdicating their responsibility to do due diligence, to critically think about this, question the assumptions, question the conclusion. The conclusion is a foregone conclusion. It's going to squeeze. No, it's not. That's not a foregone conclusion. Not a foregone conclusion. Now, I would say, based on the evidence, it's a foregone conclusion that it's not going to squeeze, that you already had a chance. You had multiple chances, and if you didn't take them, then that's too bad. Go learn from this, go forth, and make money somewhere else. But to continue to harp on this, to continue to just force the assertion that it's going to squeeze, and I'm going to figure out how and why, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. That's my tangent spiel on scientific method. But it's in direct opposition to this like emotionally charged, emotionally driven, non-scientific view of things. That's what leads to things like the Flat Earth Society, or religious cults, or dictators. Things that they're not based on scientific fact or evidence. They're based on emotional manipulation and prejudice and xenophobia and all these things. That's how we get that stuff. I agree with this guy. It is fucked up. That I'll agree with. It is fucked up. But it's not that hard. It's not that it's not that crazy of a thing. What we're saying here on this channel is not that revolutionary. But to a lot of people it is, because they've been brainwashed. They've been indoctrinated into this cult, and they can't see outside of it. They can't see past the smokescreen that they've been led into.
With all that out of the way, feel free to press off of the video. I opened up members for the channel, members only. One of them is $2.99 a month. One of them is $4.99 a month.
Here we go.
I don't charge
Pay me
anybody
money
for anything.
This is known as the offering in church. This is when you give them money because you appreciate what they do, and you want to go to heaven. You want to go to MOAS. You want to get into the MOAS. So we have to be getting close. So is this just one big ad here at the end?
Comments as I can, but some people I don't get doing when more members accumulate video. I'm gonna put it up as members only and
members only.
AMC petition. I went over it in yesterday's video.
Oh God.
The video is 10 minutes before anyone else, so it's pretty cool. And even if you don't like any of these perks, if you do want to just show some support, feel free. The link will be under this video. Also, guys, I started an AMC petition. I went over it in yesterday's video. If you haven't signed it, please just go sign it, because it's calling for an AMC share recall. For what it's worth, whatever this will do, we'll see what happens. But we did have one before that big run up to $70-something. It's pretty much...
Wasn't a share recall. There was no share recall.
All the shares lent out have to be brought back in, and you're going to see a move.
That's not what happened. No. And the company cannot force that. Like, go learn. Go learn about what you're talking about. Only people who can force a recall of shares are the original shareholders. So the people whose shares were lent out from their accounts, they can recall them because they are the owners. The company cannot do they can't recall shares. It's not how it works. And there wasn't a recall before. So, no. What would you expect from somebody who's playing the lottery every day?
With a share recall.
Stock market.
Yeah, if you guys want to look over what I wrote in there.
Where is it? He didn't put a link.
That's pretty much all I got for you guys.
Here it is. Sorry. Here it is.
If you want free Neo stock or free stocks, hit the link in the description. Deposit 50 cents.
Where?
To $1
Payment for order flow.
Sign up and you'll get those free stocks. So it's a guaranteed free $20. There's really no point not to do it.
Guaranteed free $20 at the expense of
stocks out.
Your soul. I don't care. I don't care about payment for order flow. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if people use it or not. It doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter. Discord. Oh, well, so I have to be a member? What? I guess that was taking me to his Discord, which I'm not going to join. So, speaking of Discord, I have a Discord, and I'm going to be pushing it, promoting it, starting soon. I actually started it. I actually created it months ago, last fall or last winter. I guess it still is winter. Last year, late 2021, but I never did anything with it because I've already had Telegram. But maybe if we move, kind of not transition totally to Discord, I'll always have the Telegram chat because I do like Telegram. I like the platform much better than I like Discord. But anyway, Discord is what everybody uses. So maybe if we get that going, we can get some more people engaged that way. Don't know. Everybody already has a Discord account. Most, especially the apes. So, yeah, I mean, we can connect, the voice channels on both of them and have a big old discussion. But maybe we'll get more engagement that way. That was my plan. Also, the Apish Bambino was supposed to be the one who was helping me with Discord, and he did help me understand a lot of things. But then he defected to the other side. Anyway, missed that dude. Hi, Lynn. How are you? We're kind of winding down here. Seems like, but who knows? I might jump back on later. Tonight because I do enjoy being on here and shooting the shit. It's cool when there's people in the chat. The back was in here earlier. Buybacks. I'm sorry. Bad Back of 007 was in voice chat with me here earlier. You can scroll back and listen to that. And he had some connection problems a little bit. So it was a little bit robot-y. And then he dropped out, had connection problems. And then I muted myself. So it was just kind of, one thing after another there, which is on par for today for me. It was kind of that kind of day from the top to the bottom. But that happens sometimes. Woke up late, got to work late, lost money in the market, had to go to the grocery store. It was snowing earlier. It was raining, and then it was snowing. I just wanted to go home, and I'm just, now I'm just bitching. But Model 3 dude is still here. Awesome. So, yeah, we'll go a little longer and see what happens. It looks like Lynn is in the voice channel now. Will she speak? Will she speak? That's the question. We have a particle and we have a wave there in the chat. Model 3 dude, you're more than welcome to come in the Telegram chat too. We'd like to hear from you. I'd like to hear from you and see what you have to say. See what you're all about. If you wanted to.
Hey, Scotty.
Lynn, hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. I had to close YouTube so I didn't get stuck in my own feedback loop.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to be in there.
Which is a perfect metaphor for this whole month, actually.
It's a perfect metaphor for the whole AMC thing. Well,
Isn't it, though?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of like an echo chamber, like a feedback loop. But a feedback loop...
It's a $14 a share echo chamber.
Yes, right. Yeah. Feedback loop...
So just over 2 gallons of gas.
Yeah. Yeah, oh God. Feedback loop has the ability to get out of hand really quickly. And that's... It can go parabolic, which is like the opposite of AMC stock. So, anyway... Gas is how much out there? In Golden
the last
State?
I saw for high octane, 609. The cheapest low octane I found was 569.
569. My God. So let's see.
Yeah, so like $30 doesn't even move the needle if you're on empty.
Right. Yeah.
Unless you have like a Ford Pinto.
Right, and since you drive that Mercedes-Benz, you have to put premium in it, right?
In my last lifetime, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It looks like it's. I have not seen 375, 389. I think near me, it's like, yeah, it's closer to four. I saw 409 today, which that's pretty high. I mean, that's pretty high for around here. Like, we normally don't have that. $4 is like, I feel like in California, $4 is kind of like, goes with the territory. But
No, I can't find $4 gas. It's
I mean,
5.69, not
okay, let me
4.69.
rephrase. Higher than $4. At least $4.
Yeah, well, considering
Yeah.
it was like 3.20 something at the beginning of the year, in
Mm-hmm.
January, it was $3 and change. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
basically doubled.
Right. So, yeah, wow. So, yeah, I
well,
mean,
it was already creeping up before
yeah, right.
everything else blew up. No pun intended.
Yeah. Well, we have, yeah. Well, that's what Bad Back and I were talking about a little earlier. And he said the same thing, which we've talked about before, that the apes don't have money to buy stocks with because the volume has been in the shitter lately. I think it was like 28 million today. It was 25 million yesterday. It was 24 million the day before that. And it's pathetic when you think about it. Hundreds of millions of shares traded over the summer when during the run up and all that. And why not? Well, because even before this Ukraine Russia crisis, we had inflation that was running out of whack, out of control. And then we had we had this happening, this global conflict. And I mean, who has the money to buy stocks, especially in something as risky as this? Most people are spending, I went to the grocery store. I feel like I only got about 6 or 7 items, and it was $80 fucking dollars. And it's like, what the fuck? How can that be? It's ridiculous. So that's the real squeeze, really. That's the squeeze. You wanted the squeeze? We got the squeeze.
That's the squeeze, and it's going to be a long squeeze, not a short squeeze.
Right, exactly. It is going to be a long squeeze that is going to, it's going to make you short on everything. But yeah, I mean,
Well, just like with COVID, by the time we see the hospital admittances rise and the level of, people who were critically ill rise, the virus had already spread. The hospital rates are kind of like the after effect. That's the numbers catching up with the situation.
They're lagging.
And this is the same. What
indicator.
We're seeing now is just the beginning of the avalanche that's going to hit every man.
Right. Yeah.
They say when there's no bread, then that's always a potential trigger for unrest and crisis in any empire, any nation.
Mm-hmm.
So hang on to your hats, folks, and if you can, start growing your own veggies.
Right. Yeah, because I know that at least in Europe gets a lot of its wheat from Ukraine. It looks like the wheat prices, at least on this particular that I'm looking at here, have come down a little bit. But, I mean, still, let's see. Still even, yeah, like, wow. Just from, December of 2021 to now, on this particular wheat ETF, it's up 57% in less than, in about 2 months. Less than 3 months. About 3 months. Okay, about 3 months. 4 months. Whatever. Since December. 60%. Crazy. If you're thinking about buying an EV, an electric vehicle, which I'm not, for many reasons, but, the prices of all of the things that it takes to make electric vehicle batteries, metals, nickel. Yes. prepare to see those prices shoot up. Um, I guess what I'm getting at is both ends of the spectrum. Staples, stuff that everybody needs, bread, food, gas, some stuff that literally everybody consumes, from that stuff all the way up to luxury items, electric vehicles, which I consider a luxury item, at least here in Ohio, they're luxury items. Not everybody, it's not every day that you see a Tesla on the road, although you do see them, but that's the other side. It completely um, discretionary things, electronics, computer stuff, anything that uses chips. You know, yeah, it's probably about to just go further out of whack.
It's so interesting to me because here, in California, we had the mandatory minimum wage increase. It had to work up to $15 an hour at this point. So workers' wages went up and everybody said, hooray, we're going to not have to be completely paycheck to paycheck.
And
then all these, uncontrollable factors. Yeah. And so there went that increase that took, a decade to pass and to get implemented. And, one step forward, two steps back is what it feels like.
Right.
It's just it's a study in frustration, and it's hard to stay optimistic now, I think, for a lot of us, but
I agree.
Have to,
And there's another lagging thing is those minimum wages. So, we want to be at a $15 minimum wage by 2025. Well, great. By 2025, $15 will be like $5. So,
right.
Great. We're planning for the future. You're writing, poverty, basically codifying poverty into law. We're going to pay you this little by this date, and it's crazy. I saw something that said that average rent is up 30% out your way.
At least, because landlords tried to compensate for losses during the pandemic when they couldn't do their 10% a year, annual rent increase.
Right.
And not only that, but right now the biggest buyers of single family homes in the United States are institutions. So
yes.
Folks, I'll tell you this, if you own a single family home or you have a mortgage on a single family home, do whatever is in your power to keep it, because they're going to become increasingly more difficult for individuals to own in the coming, probably not years, but definitely a decade or so.
Right.
So if you got a single family home, hang on to that for dear life, because that's going to be like gold.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And, bad backs talking about the free money the government gave out, kicking our ass now, and that nothing in life is free. You end up paying for it one way or another. And it's like, that's like payment for order flow with free trading, where they talk about,
it really is,
trading.
Isn't it?
You don't have to pay anything. You don't have to pay per transaction. There's no commissions. That's true, but you are paying for it. You're getting a worse price. You're not getting the best price. It's like anything else.
That's a perfect correlation.
So,
actually, it's like we're living in a gigantic options trading simulation.
Yeah, it's true. And to a certain extent, I think that when taken in reason, when it's reasonable, for some people there are benefits. So in other words, like, payment for order flow doesn't really bother me that much, because there are alternatives. You can go to another brokerage where you can send your orders to the lit market or wherever you want. So that option exists. And also, it has allowed more people to get in. And as long as you're, aware of the trade-offs, I think, you understand what it means and all this, or you don't care, you're just happy to be in the market, that's fine. But, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just kind of hidden, and it's not really known. Now, with the government stimulus stuff, it's kind of the same thing. to where like it's not. Is it really fair that businesses, institutions, you know, the fat cats, they get stimulus, they get corporate welfare all the time. They get bailed out all the time, and we pay for that too, supposedly. I mean, never be paid for.
Well, you know,
but
there's a golden triangle in business. You know, the old saying, you can have it quick, fast, or cheap. Two of the three.
Right. Yeah, two of the three.
You don't get all three.
Can't have all three.
Right, and it's kind of like that. That applies, you know, probably in certain different terms, but it applies to the situation that the whole planet seems to be in right now. We're not all going to get everything that we want as easily as we're used to, and it's certainly not going to happen in the stock market right now.
Right.
But I guess if you can afford to buy the dip, go for it, you know.
I guess, yeah. I mean, and with that,
don't cry later though. Don't smile now, cry later.
Right. Well, and that's the problem we're in. That's the quandary that we're in now, because the Fed had loosened, you know, everything. They stimulated the economy, which probably needed to be done initially, but then it continued all through last year, and there's kind of a growing sense that that was a mistake. They should have tightened it. They should have pulled out the cocaine last year. They should have tapered it off. Should have weaned us off of it. Not even as individuals, but you know, on a larger scale, you know, with the repurchase, reverse repos, and all that stuff, all the things, all the trickery, all of the you know, fuckery that is pumping this economy up. That should have been tapered off. We should be tapered off from that now, because now we're in a situation where now we have fundamental things happening, like Ukraine, you know, and we had and whatever else is on the horizon that we don't know about that will happen this year. Things will happen, you know, that could affect things. You know, it's just the institutions, the influencers, not AMC influencers, but like the Wall Street, the lobbyists, the business community, politicians, all of that stuff, they sold us out. They're the ones to blame for this, you know, in my eyes, because I don't know if you had a chance to see that Jon Stewart's interview with where he talks to Gary Gensler, and he talks to like some former SEC commissioner, and they talk about a lot of these problems with the stock market. They talk about regulation. They talk about the transparency and all this stuff. And the problem is, it's not, you know, nobody wants to be the person who was in power when they started cracking down on Wall Street and the stock market crashed, for example. Because if the stock market usually goes up. So if they start cracking down on things and the stock market goes down, that's going to be very bad politically for them and their party, which, you know, don't have term limits, since people can stay in office for years and decades, like your wonderful senator out there, Dianne Feinstein.
She who shall not be named.
Yeah. I mean, she was the mayor of San Francisco in like the late 70s, and she looked old then. Like, I don't know. But and the second issue is that Wall Street has the most powerful lawyers and lobbyists in the world. Like that, like more so than the mafia. They're, you know, in terms of power, like whatever they want, they can get. Yeah, they can quash any. They can, you know, it's just that's a problem beyond just the stock market. Just how how corrupt and influenceable by money, you know, our politicians and all lawmakers are. Then you have the fact that you have quote unquote lawmakers like Marjorie Taylor Greene and all these yahoos who are, you know, who don't even try. They don't even try to appear to be not sleazy. They don't care. They're just, you know, They're just total populist, shills, and it's just it really is it's kind of amazing how fucked everything is, and like what is, I don't know what there is to look forward to. So that's why I say, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, workers in this country and in this society, and this might get me shut down, workers in this society need to stand up, and I think we need massive general strikes across the board. I don't care who you are, what you do, whether you're blue collar, white collar, if you're unemployed, it doesn't matter. The working class, working people need to fucking stand up and say, enough is enough. We're the ones who create all this wealth. We're the ones who create this value for you. We are not going to do it anymore. We're used to living shitty lives. We're used to being poor, not being able to provide. It doesn't matter to us. We will put ourselves in that situation to fuck you, to make a statement. Kind of like the apes are trying to do. That's what they should have done. Unfortunately, their idea of protesting is just buying and holding a stock, which is like kind of like the most brain dead thing ever. Like what does that do? It does nothing. Because when you run out of money,
it's the anti-protest.
It's the anti-protest, right? Because it literally costs you money to do it. Yeah, striking end up costing you money, but I mean, strikes have a history of actually achieving things. Like, things have gotten better throughout our society because people were willing to stand up and say no. And we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. But people just go along with it because they have 500 cable channels that they can come home and watch, and they have everything on demand, and they have they have this simulated comfortable life, and they can forget about the larger things. And it's like, I can't forget about the larger, this shit, it's no good. No good. And it's not getting better. And despite having, more technology available to us, the ability to get information across the globe in an instant, like, we have all of this technology, all of this capability, we're squandering it, just like the apes have, they've literally been, for a year, had all of this knowledge available, all of this opportunity to make money available, and they just squander it, But I think that, I don't know. We got to break out of this. We got to break out of this corporate, consumerist society somehow. And I don't know. That's the only thing I can say. That's the only thing I can think of. That the only power that we have, because this is not something that you can vote out of office. Like, this is bigger than that. This voting doesn't do shit for this. Like, I don't know. I would like to see that. I would like to see people. I would like to see an uprising.
Great video.
And I'm not saying violence. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying violence. No. Nothing like that. I'm saying
no, of course,
civil disobedience. I'm saying resistance to. But better way to think about it is not resistance, but advocating for the things the changes that we know that need to take place in the society. I think that putting your energy in that is more effective than just resisting. It's better to, kind of try to work toward and bring about that change that you want to see, rather than just, resisting something or saying no. We want to say yes to something better, And there's, it doesn't have to be like this. European countries look at our country and they think, they say, what the fuck is going on over there? Like, it's really amazing. Like, how like, we know that this country is fucked, and a lot of people look at European countries and say they're fucked, but like, it, like, they don't get it. And I don't get it either, but man, I don't know how we got.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello?
Oh, okay.
All right.
Try this again. See if my connection's a little better.
Okay, so that's the Bad Back 007 in there.
Yes, sir.
This is Lynn's on here, or how do you say it? Railvin? Railvin?
Rail,
Railvin?
rail, you got it.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, bringing together the more rational people out here. Where are you from, Bad Back?
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Okay, cool. I'm in Cleveland, so not too far away. Kind of similar type of city, like kind of a Rust Belt type vibe. Well, I dig Baltimore.
You had our football team once a time ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. And one of my favorite, probably my favorite TV show ever is The Wire, which is set in Baltimore. So, you ever seen that?
Yeah, the show was awesome.
That was that was a great one. So yeah, and it seeing that show, like it really looks like it does here. It looks very similar in a lot of ways, you know. But yeah, that's cool.
If the apes would have just taken advantage of, I mean, literally, we had like one of the best bull runs in this last year. Like so many opportunities, you couldn't lose money in the market.
Right.
And instead of taking advantage of it, they just got stuck.
Yep.
That one stock, and not even just that stock. And it's crazy too, because the same narrative that AMC has, GameStop has a little community that has
Right.
that. Then you have like little other ones too, like Sundial,
Yep.
a bunch of other like
Neo
meme stocks. It's like every one of those has the same like talking points. It's gonna squeeze. It's gonna be the mother of all squeezes. We're gonna get thousands per share. It's like there's no way possible.
Right, and it kind of like now. And I remember like when you had like the GameStop people like started like criticizing the AMC people, and the AMC people were criticizing the GameStop people, and honestly, like it almost is like makes me think that, you know, well, I mean, I know there's got to be a lot of shills in here, like that have put a lot of this stuff out, but if you were trying to kill a movement, I mean, this is exactly everything you would do. Is everything that happened like you would put out a narrative that, like, you know, is false. You would try to divide the group and get them to fight among themselves, you know, like to turn on each other, and you would have people. It all is like it's. I mean, maybe that's just how humans are, and you know, at large. But like, you know, because it was so like broken up like that, it kind of prevented like we know that everybody's not going to get together now, and like all those people from all those stocks are not going to get together and buy one stock because they're all in their little community.
No one's going to dump theirs.
It's divide and conquer
to get into the other one.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And then you had all
the crypto shit.
You had all the crypto and NFT shit happen last year too. That all exploded. People put money into that stuff. And not to mention the options for AMC. I mean, specifically the options for AMC. I mean, I don't even know. I wish I could somehow know how much money was lost by retail investors on AMC options. It's got to be in the hundreds of millions. At least. Probably a couple $1 billion.
Yeah. The derivatives killed any type of momentum they had.
Yep. And I trace that right back to a lot of these influencers who started talking about options. Trey, Wrench Capital, Matt Kors, all these guys. Right. Yeah. And they that killed that sucked out so much capital from this. Like if those people had all just bought shares or, you know, bought smart call options, not the fucking most out of the money, highest strike price because they're cheap lottery tickets that ended up losing. You know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have been any different, but you know, yeah, that's like,
They would have had a better chance.
yeah, it's just
That
terrible.
was
It's just the worst thing
achieved.
you can do. Buy the highest strike price every fucking time, and they didn't buy it when it was like they bought it when it was like expensive still though. Like so, you
All
know,
the premiums were just
yeah,
highway robbery.
and they bought it when the implied volatility was through the roof, so the premiums were sky high, and then they just
Yeah,
got crushed out. Just got totally
yeah, they
crushed.
didn't learn about IV. They were getting IV crushed and
Yeah,
still not wondering why their options were coming getting in the money, but they still weren't making anything. They still were losing premium. It's like IV
yeah,
crush. No one
yep,
taught them about that. None of these influencers that were pumping it gave any type of warnings or any type of education. It was just like a free for all.
yeah,
And
right.
then they started looking at the option chain and looking for the highest open interest and using that as a
Hmm.
marker saying, oh, that's where the price is going to go. Like, no, that's not
Right.
how
That's not
it
that's
works.
not
Just
how it
because a
works.
bunch of morons bought $140 call options doesn't mean in 2 days you're gonna get a squeeze from 140. That's
Right.
not
Yeah.
how it works.
Yeah, we were saying that last year around here too. And, you know, yeah. Or the classic one, gamma squeeze. We're going to see a gamma squeeze. Like, how are you going to see a gamma squeeze when, you know, there's no volume and all of the call options are at the bottom of the option chain. It doesn't make any sense. Why would the market maker hedge $140 calls when the price of the stock is
Right.
$20? I mean, it makes no
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
Like, and they're
It's
just
$20.
right. It's literally like 7 times higher. The price is seven. It's 7 times
Mm-hmm.
from those strike prices. So, what? Why? What the fuck? But you know, they're just preying on uninformed investors. You know, and
And I really think in the beginning, like Coors and Trey and all them, I really think they weren't out to like be scummy. As it grew and
mm-hmm,
they learned, I think they saw that it was just too big to switch up and they just had to continue to lie.
and
You know what I mean?
they
It's like
already
in the
made their
beginning they
money
didn't
too.
know it was a lie.
Both of those guys cashed the fuck out. Oh,
Not
they
only
both.
that, but they're looking to see, all right, I've cashed out. How can I still keep this gravy train running? And that's
Right.
through the views and the donations and the super chats and
Yeah.
all like it got so insane when people started calling Coors out for his super chats. People, as almost like as a protest, were saying, "Don't tell me what to do with my money," and sending him more super chats.
Yeah.
It was so fucking bizarre.
That is bizarre. Like, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like,
I
and
mean,
it's like you like you would see him get like a $500 super chat. It's like you could have bought if you could have at least bought stock with
mm-hmm.
that. You're getting nothing for that money. You're not tipping him five. I mean, he was getting like 100, 500, 200, like I mean, it was sick.
Yeah.
And these idiots were just like, because you're telling me not to do it, I'm going to do it. It was like
Yeah, it was
the
like they're
biggest,
kids, like a bunch of little kids. Like, you know, you said I can't do that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Like,
right? Just
you
because
know,
you told me not to.
yeah,
And that's why half of me says, if they're going to get hustled, they're allowing themselves to get hustled. At this point, there's so much information out there that if they're being closed-minded to it, their own fault if they're going to get scammed. But then
yeah,
just to take advantage of that, they're a piece of shit. But they're letting themselves get played.
mm, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Monetizing YouTube was just dumb. It was just a dumb idea.
well, monetizing,
I mean,
allowing these type of channels to be monetized, you know, it's questionable to me. But at the same time, like, yeah, you can go out, you can buy a subscription to Bloomberg, or you can buy, you can buy the Wall Street Journal. But at least, you would trust that that the people writing that and the people, putting that information out would be educated, would be, they would have done their due diligence. They're still not responsible
Right,
for
just
if
because
you lost money. They're still not responsible, but at least you know that, okay, it's regulated. These people are getting paid a salary to do this. They're not, probably they're not on the take. They're not getting bribed. They're not. You're not making. They have to disclose their positions.
there's when all this is said and done, and the bottom falls out, there's going to be people suing these YouTubers because I don't care what you say. Just because you say I'm not a financial advisor, this is only entertainment, and then proceed to give financial advice to followers that are going to follow what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you put that little disclaimer is not going to, I'm telling you, this shit is going to get ugly.
It'd be like me. It's like I said this before. It'd be like me going to a medical office building or whatever, leasing an office and getting a chair and a drill and putting a sign out that says not a dentist. I'm not a dentist. I'm not responsible for any problems with your teeth, and then proceeding to drill people's teeth out, cavities out, without being a dentist. And because I have that sign that says I'm not a dentist, that makes it okay. No, it doesn't make it okay. You can't do that. Just like you can't do this. I mean, you can. People are doing it, but yeah, it's just for entertainment purposes only. Okay.
I believe it's not a waiver unless both parties agree to it, and just watching is not enough to be implied agreement or applied understanding, consent.
I don't know. I tried to look into that one time, and the Investment Advisors Act was literally written in 1944, and it's weird, and there's a lot of gray area. But I think the conclusion I came to was, I don't know what the law. I can't remember exactly what the law said or whatever. But if you wanted to, I mean, you could sue anybody. You could sue anybody. I mean, if you have the money to pay for a lawyer, I mean, it's how you're gonna have to do it. You might the case might get dismissed, but you can bring a case. You can bring an action against whoever you want. So, yeah, I have no doubt that some people would try to. Whether it goes anywhere, I don't know. But yeah. The only thing I can say is I would think that, and I talked about this once before, a long time ago too, was that I would hope that anybody who has the money to actually sue these guys would be smart enough not to take advice from them. Like if you have a lawyer, if you already have a lawyer, hopefully you're not that stupid to take advice from a fucking 22-year-old on YouTube about where to invest your money. And then beyond that, I don't know how in the hell people are going to have enough money left after they lose it all to sue them, So that might be the thing that
you'll get some attorneys.
Yeah.
Will just want to go after, whether it be the influencer if they have money, or even go after YouTube as a corporation itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that. I don't know if I would see that going anywhere because,
it might not have to go anywhere. They could just get a nuisance, try to bring it to see if the company will just
pay
instead of taking it to court and spending all that money. Yeah, just 10 grand, 5 grand.
That could be. That could be. That could be. I mean, especially because they're going to be holding so many bags from this fucking AMC thing and all these meme stocks, So, yeah, I mean, it could be. It very well could be. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting though to see what the fallout of this is. You
can look and see like the one AMC guy. What's the guy? The real goofy one, Ape Father.
Oh yeah.
He has said he just took from listening to that guy Lou on YouTube, got him so pumped that he threw like $100,000-$200,000 his like money he got, all his savings into AMC without doing any type of research. I'm telling you, like hysteria, man. People like,
Oh yeah,
I mean,
and that's somebody who's like, like a baby boomer, like middle age, whatever, in his 50s,
mhm.
that should know better. So if it's got people like that to do that and make that irrational decisions. I mean, just imagine like, and we see it all the time. All these people, all these like younger people in their 20s, 30s, 20s and 30s, who are just like, like maybe they have a job, maybe they don't have a job, but they've literally sunk all their money into this, and they're younger, I guess, and less experienced, and whatever. But I mean,
If you got in early, like I said, it went from like $2 to 72. Even if
mm-hmm,
you got in at like in March, it was hovering around like $10, $12, right?
right?
So that's still 7x your money.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't cash out at some point, some type of portion of that, then you have no one to blame but yourself. And I think the majority of people that got in that early did cash out,
I think
and now the
probably a lot
majority
of
of
them.
people in it now were people
Yeah,
on the back end when it started coming down, and that's why they're not selling because they're stuck.
right. No,
If you
I
saw
think
this
you're
get to
right.
like $50, the amount of sell orders that would come for people just getting even,
Mm-hmm.
I think would even cripple it. There's no way I could see it even attempting it all the time. Even if they had the amount of money that they had in June pumped into it, I just there's no feasible way.
Right.
And
I
it's a
mean,
half
and
a billion shares.
right, and I think what you said there is like I'd play that out even more. Say if it did go up to 50 because of what's happening now, like because of all the price inflation of everything and
Mhm.
gas and all that stuff, I think you'd have even more people selling out because, you know, even if they were selling at a loss at 50 or 40 or $50, they would still do it because things are so much tighter now. Like maybe if it was last year, they wouldn't have done it, but now I think it would be different because yeah, we don't have that stimulus. Things are tighter. We don't have that money, that savings in the bank anymore. Um, so yeah, I mean, and yeah, I mean, I have to look at a chart and try to figure that out. But because I know there was a point where it got up into the what 40s or 50s, like back in the fall. It went back up. There was a like a
Yeah, it
rally
did.
back up.
It bounced down to like the upper 20s, and then it went back up to like the low mid 50s.
Right, and that was
I
like
think.
October, September,
Yeah.
somewhere around there. I'm gonna look
Maybe.
at it here.
Yeah.
Pulling up Thinkorswim right now, but yeah, I mean, Lynn has been with me for a while here, from the old channel and now, and we've talked about this shit so much, and it's just I just see it like doubling. The people are doubling down, left and right. They're
It's
getting
the
more
casino
desperate.
mentality.
Yeah, I mean, we call it
If you're at
QAMC.
the
It's like
casino,
QAnon or casino. Yeah, casino. Right. Yep.
you're at the blackjack table and you're stuck, and you have you bought him 500, you're down to 200. Smart thing would just be take the 200, cash it out, just call it a day. But the gambler is just thinking, I'm only down 300. I got to try to get this back. There's always a chance. And I'm telling you, that's the mentality these people have.
Right. That's why they're
And they've
averaging
built so
down
much.
on their price. Like
Mhm.
it makes my fucking head hurt every time I see somebody say I averaged down today. It's like, well, good. Like just because something is cheaper does not mean it's a good thing to buy. Like just because
Yeah, fuck
something's
averaging down. Why didn't you sell a couple months ago and just wait and get back in cheaper?
right.
But they
You know,
refuse
no
to do
gambler,
it.
no gambler will ever tell you how much it costs them for that win.
Oh yeah, they always
Right.
lie and say whatever. I'm up this much, not in a disc.
Even if you get a $1 million or $1,000 or $500 or $10 lottery scratcher, no one's going to tell you how much it costs them, how many tickets they lost
Right.
before they got
Yeah,
that.
no one thinks of the losses, just see
Nope.
the win. Yeah, you're exactly right. I just think this whole thing, since I was in it early, and I got let's face it, I got lucky, but I cashed out. I can't believe people didn't cash out. Like my thought was when it was going up, like, all right, I think I cashed out the majority of my stuff in between 50 and 60. I get mad when I seen it go to 70. I was happy that I got what I got. You know what I mean? I think it's amazing that people didn't cash out. And to think a $2 stock to 72, jumping to 72, isn't a like big squeeze. Like, that's insane. That's like a 35x your money. It never happens in that short a time span. It never.
Yeah, it never does.
Nope.
You're right.
Greed takes over, and then the brain stops. Logic goes out the window.
Yeah, it's just like, I guess, a dopamine rush just
Yep.
fucked them up.
That
Yeah,
dopamine
sure
will
did.
get you every time.
Yeah.
I mean, they have these, and it goes back to the people just pumping it. And you see more and more channels popping up. I'm starting to think that's because everybody's catching on. That's how you can make money off of it. You know what I mean? How I can make some of my money back type shit.
Could be. Yeah.
And because you just see so many channels popping up now.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And it's like the community just keeps passing money back and forth, and none of them are up anything.
Let me see.
I just think it's fascinating.
It is fascinating from
It's
like a
absolutely
psychology,
fascinating.
and like human behavior standpoint. Like, this is all the shit that like, if you read any books about investing or investment psychology or anything like that, this is literally all the shit that they tell you not to do. Like, like not being objective, not being biased, and open to looking at the evidence, and following the herd, like following what other people. I don't give a fuck what anybody else is doing. Like, I'm not going to make my decision based on the promise that everybody else is going to hold. No, that's ridiculous. Because if you know anything, that the motherfuckers on Reddit, especially, they're lying motherfuckers. They will say shit that they are not going to ever do. So, like, that for that reason alone, like, that was a huge red flag to me. People on there are saying, "Oh, I'm never going to sell. I'm not selling." Bullshit. Then why is the price going down?
Right.
Why is there red candles?
Right.
Oh, it must be naked shorting. Go fuck your, like, naked short. Everything's naked shorting. And what was it? Somebody, was it, I don't know if it was on here or in Telegram, but somebody was saying, I saw somebody say that every time the price goes up, it must be a squeeze, and every time it goes down, it's naked shorting. And it's like, that explains
the ladder attacking.
That explains. That's the ape philosophy right there. If it goes up, the only time things go up is they shoot up and it's a squeeze, or when they go down, it's either a short ladder attack or it's naked shorting. It's not. It could not never be that people are just, some people are buying, some people are selling. When shit jumps up way high like this, you're gonna have some people who fucking sell, because that's what you're supposed to do. Like, you bought.
Not only that, you got to believe the majority of people are going to follow one thing. Like, people can't get on the same page for the simplest shit.
About that the world is not flat.
Involved?
People argue and still fucking disagree whether the world is flat. But you can't even have people agree that the world is a fucking spherical, or that we went to the moon, or that whatever basic shit. You're gonna have people that, like, for whatever reason, they will not, they have to fight everything,
It's so, and if this were to start moving up, self-preservation kicks in, and in the mind, the one saying that's gonna come true is, "What you eat don't make me shit."
Right.
So
Yeah.
why am I going to do what you want me to do? It's not going to, you know what I mean? Your best interest isn't mine.
Right. Yeah. And
Investing is not a team sport.
that's exactly, I mean, yeah, we've talked about that here too before. Like, you know, it really is amazing, like how, you know, the market doesn't really care. I heard this a long time ago. Like, the market doesn't give a fuck about you either way. Like, it's gonna go
Yeah.
on. It doesn't care. You could go in and you could lose your whole life savings, and you know, see ya. Better luck next time. Just like a casino. Or you could go in.
Yep.
You could go in and get lucky, get really lucky, and you could make $1 million. You know, or you make several, you know, $100,000 or whatever. And you close that position, you take the profit, and the market goes on, and it doesn't care, and that's how it is, and so, and nothing that anybody else, any individual is doing, will affect that.
Not
Like,
only that, but you're not allowed to fucking get in a group and collude to do a certain thing.
right,
That's rigging the market.
right, and
Don't you think there's a reason why Gensler and none of the people in charge have put a stop to like the Reddit and YouTube shit? Because you're not doing anything that's hurting them. It's not worth, you know what I mean? If you were manipulating it in your favor and you were making money, they would have put a stop to that shit a long time ago. So
Right.
obviously you're not
Yeah.
doing the thing.
right, yeah, exactly. Like, they're hurt. Like, the hedge funds are hurting. Well, I just saw something last night. I pasted it in the Telegram group chat that the top 10 richest hedge fund managers, and the Apes boy Ken Griffin is number 3 at $2.5 billion. So clearly, Citadel did not hurt. They're not hurting Citadel. I mean, we knew that before, but here it is in actual numbers. You know, but yeah, like, how in the hell? I mean, I saw that earlier on Reddit. The hedgies are trapped. They're trapped. They need our shares. Well,
How have they been saying margin calls are going to happen? And even if a
God.
margin call does happen, that doesn't mean force you to liquidate. You
Right,
just got to come up with enough capital to cover what they want you to cover.
right.
So even
Right.
if mass margin calls did go out, it don't mean shit.
No, it doesn't.
Like they don't
And-
understand the simple way that shit works.
Right, and you know, beyond that, like, yeah, you don't understand the simple reality that if you're short a stock and the price goes down, that doesn't hurt you. That's not trapping you. Like, how in the hell? You know, it's like they don't even understand.
Do they really
those
think
basic
people that
things.
shorted it back when it was like $2, $10 didn't get out? Like that wasn't
I think they do.
least bit of cause on the run?
I hear people say that. I hear people. I mean, you used to hear Trey and those guys say, like, they could have covered at 10. They could have covered at 15. It's like, yeah, they probably did. If we go back and look at the data, they probably did cover. Like, there's always short positions being covered and open and closed. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like, and I've said this before, it's not. There's never going to be a time when there's no short interest. There's always going to be somebody short selling a stock. So what are you waiting for? Like, literally, what are you waiting to happen? You're waiting, especially when the volume is so fucking pathetic. Like, for a short squeeze to happen, the price has to go up so that the shorts do actually get trapped, like, surprised about it, like,
Right.
somehow. But you have this whole thing that's out in the open where everybody's talking about it on public websites where everybody knows what they're trying to do.
You're
So do you
telegraphing your
think,
move.
yes, exactly. And I wanted to do this experiment before, we never did it, but you know, it's like if you're playing poker and you got 4 people playing poker and everybody shows everybody else their cards. Is that game going to play out the same way as it would if you
Right.
didn't show your fucking cards? No. Yeah. I mean, yes, it's going to be different because you're going to change
Or
the
if
way
you know
you
what's
play.
going to come out next.
Or if you
If
knew
you know what's going to
what
be
was
on the
next to
flop,
the deck.
you know what's
Right.
going to.
Yeah. Exactly. And so
It's like
that's what you have here. You have the apes showing their cards, you know, and Wall Street is just like, oh, okay, that's what they're trying to do. Sweet, we'll just do the opposite, or we'll just whatever. I don't know. I don't claim to know what happens, but but I do know that that shit is monitored. They scrape that shit. They get data out of it, and I'm convinced they put data into it too. They put shit out that like a lot
one
of
of
these
their
catalysts.
theories is with this low volume, they say since volume is lower, the stock is easier to manipulate, and that's how they're driving the price down. And it's like,
Is that what they're
what do you
saying?
mean how they're driving the price down? Like, the fuck
Right.
are you talking about?
Right.
And
Yeah,
then if that's the case, how do you get it? How do you reverse that? If that's your logic,
right.
how are you going to go up against that? Because you don't have enough money in retail to go up against that. So
Not anymore.
it just
Yeah.
it amazes me. Like the way they'll look at the numbers
Mm-hmm.
and totally misunderstand how that statistic or whatever works or tells you. Like they'll manipulate it to fit a certain narrative.
Every time.
Like you were saying before, the short exempt volume, they don't understand that shit.
They don't
understand liquidity.
that. FTDs.
Dark pool, yeah. They don't
pool.
understand ETFs. They think they can take ETFs and single-handedly pick out the each portion of the fucking stock they want from the ETF and take that out. Sure, it's like, what are you talking about? That's not how ETFs work.
Right. Yeah.
They think you can hide price action and volume in the ETF.
Hide the shorts in the option chain. Hide it in the dark pool.
It's like
hide it in the FTDs. Like, could you just consider the fact that maybe you're wrong? Actually, like, maybe it's not a grand conspiracy. Maybe like you think. Yeah, exactly. I mean, now I'm not saying that Wall Street is not a bunch of corrupt, slimy fucking motherfuckers. Like they are. It is the most corrupt shit on the planet, no doubt. But I mean, even Wall Street, I really would struggle to accept that all of this illegal shit would be happening and nothing would be done about it.
Right.
Like, and
it's a
maybe
total
I'm wrong.
media blackout. There's no millionaires or rich people have jumped on the train and been like, fuck it. They found it. Let's get it. You know what I mean? Like, the only ones that have found it and that are able to get in play are almost the worst off economically. It's like, that don't make no sense. You mean to tell me?
Yeah.
People like.
Right, and that right there is a good point. And that's like that's they say that when everybody thinks that they can get rich, when like these things like these get rich quick schemes and shit take hold and people buy and a lot of people buy into them, that is a sign of like a bubble and of a crash is coming, and that's what happened in the 1920s when there was so much speculation in the stock market in the 1920s, and buying stocks on margin, like 90% margin. So you put $100 down, you could buy $1,000 worth of stock, and so everybody was in the stock market. Like everybody was making money, and ultimately, that type of shit's not sustainable. And
not only that,
point, yeah, go ahead.
And everybody can't win.
Right.
How the fuck they think all of the apes? How can everybody win?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me only the hedge funds will lose? There's going to be no retail investor that gets fucked if what they say is going to happen happens. It don't make no sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And but that's the grift though. That's the the con is you got to make people feel that emotional feeling. Like, you got to make them believe, hey, your life can be different, and it's the people. It's the people that are at the bottom economically and like emotionally who are vulnerable to that.
Yeah, once emotion takes over, logic is out the window.
It's out the window. It's just like when people get sucked into cults, like like Scientology, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, like any of those cults, or they get into one of those fucking, like, what is it called, like MLM things, like Mary Kay, or any of those things like that.
Oh yeah.
They get sucked
Pyramid
into
scheme,
it, and they
yeah.
end up spending their own money to buy the shit, and they end up losing money.
Yeah.
And it's the same exact thing, because they make them feel like they're part of this group. You're part of the group, and we're all gonna make money, and all that shit. And it's ultimately a scam. But
And what also makes me, like, just my mind hurt is when the GME people are like, DRS your shares.
oh god, yeah.
Well, if the shit did pop off like it did in January and for GME,
Mm-hmm.
how the hell are you going to take advantage of it when it's a T+2 and you got to call the fucking place or hope that their website doesn't get over
Jammed up.
traffic
Right.
and just shut down? Like, can you imagine? You're not going to have access to your shit.
Yeah, I don't understand that whole. I mean, I understand why they think it, whatever, but I mean, I don't think has it really changed anything? I don't think it's changed a goddamn thing with
The only
it.
thing
Like,
it's done is like turn the volume to even, like, sometimes they have under 1 million volume per day. It's like nothing's going to happen with that little interest.
right. And they used to say that, like, oh, look at GameStop's short exempt volume. It's down since everybody's DRS their shares. The short exempt is down. It's down. And I don't know that the ultimate. Then eventually it started going back up again or whatever, And it's like it doesn't really mean anything. It's not really. It's not. It doesn't change anything to have they think everything's a conspiracy. So short exempt. It must be. It must be bad for us. And really, it's just a technical. It's just like an administrative thing, really. Like. It's
Yeah,
just an
they think that
administrative
it
thing.
means that the short volume or any short volume exempt means it's not figured into the number. It's like
Right.
they
Well,
exclude it. That's
right.
where it's all missing.
They
And it's
think
like,
that,
that's
and they-
not. I mean,
they-
that's what the word is, exempt. That's not what it means.
That's not the exemption, right? And they think that short volume, because one of the things I video I did not too long ago on here is, I think it was Matthew Perry was talking about, 60% of the volume today was short, guys. Oh my God, the sky's falling. And it's like, well, if you read into that, if you look into that, you find that, no, that's not what that means. How could literally be like 20, 30 fucking million shares sold short in one day? Like, that's not how it works. So I tried to expose that and say, hey, let's actually look at the shit instead of hyping it first. Let's actually learn about it and see what the fuck it means, and to see whether we should be outraged or not. And most of the time, no, you shouldn't be outraged. You should be outraged at the influencers that are fucking misrepresenting this shit, not even doing their basic homework.
didn't that
Like
guy-
Rico can
he
go.
made his own, like,
Rico is one of the fucking
point.
worst these days. Like, as far as the new influencers go, that popped up in the last couple months, Rico.
Oh, that
takes
was the
the
guy
cake.
that came up with the idea for a share offering, right?
I don't know if he came
For
up
them
with the
to do
idea,
another
but
share offering,
yeah,
I
but
don't
he
think
said,
it-
I looked at it the other day on Wednesday. We looked at his video here, and he was talking about it, and it's like so much of the shit that he was saying was just totally wrong, and he was wrong about the FTDs. He talked about FTDs, failed to delivers, and he was wrong about that. And it's like, I mean, but they all are, though. Like, everybody. Shart the Vix, he's wrong about fucking everything. He's literally wrong all the time, every time. Every day he talks about shit that doesn't matter. He hypes shit up that is irrelevant. Trey does it. Trey's done
And
it.
they get such a big audience.
No. Yeah. And I struggle
the
to get
audience
fucking...
that they get.
I struggle to
it's
get
insane.
5 fucking viewers. But, it doesn't matter. It's not about that, because I know... And I wish my old content was still on there, but because, I keep saying, oh, yeah, I talked about this last year. But I did. I talked about all this shit, and now it's basically come true. And it's not even that, like, it's not that amazing, because it's common fucking sense. That's all it is. It's just, like,
Right.
not buying into the fucking hype and the bias and trying to be more objective at least and say, all right, well, maybe it will go up, but what if it fucking doesn't? What that's a possibility. So we should at least
Right? No one
look
ever
into
even
it.
entertains that.
No, they don't. And if you do, then you're a shill. And now they literally block you. Like I got banned from the AMC stock subreddit because I called out one of the Ortex posts with the Ortex guy, and I said, look, you're saying it said in the fucking post title that Ortex data is self-reported. So it said like hedgies are self-reporting their data lower than it should be. And I said, look, man, it's not self-reported by the fucking hedge funds. That's the most ignorant shit ever. We know that they don't have to report their short positions, number one. Number two, on Ortex itself, it says we get our data from the fucking securities lenders, the people that lend the shares out. They're the ones that report it, not the people that borrow it. It's the dumbest thing ever. And I said, you know, please stop spreading misinformation. And I got fucking banned from the subreddit for saying that. And it's like, that tells me everything I need to know. You all don't even want to hear it. They
gotta know that they're pumping bullshit. He has to know that.
He has to know, but yes, they keep pumping it. And it's like, he knows it. Some of the people have to know it, but the rank and file, the people that bought into this shit like in June and July and August and after, they are the dumb money, the really dumb money. And, you know, like, and I apologize to anybody that might hear this and say, but you are, because you bought in at the top, you know, and you bought in at the height of where it's never going to go back. So you're guaranteed a loss at this point, pretty much. Like, unless some crazy shit happens, like, I don't even know.
Right, yeah,
like, I can't even think of a situation that would, like, we would have to have another fucking COVID pandemic, and it would have to literally shut the economy down again, or Russia would have to.
They couldn't even do that.
But yeah, they wouldn't. They wouldn't do that again.
They can't give no more money out. It's like, unless you want the dollar to be worth 10 cents.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they devalued the fucking dollar as much as they can. Like, that was one shot. You know what I mean? And they actually got two shots.
They did.
They got GameStop, and then they got AMC and a bunch of other little ones here.
And even AMC popped here in January of 2021, like right here.
Yeah, it jumped like 20 something.
You could have bought it. You could have bought it for $2.07. You could have bought it for less than $2, less than $2 fucking dollars on January 8th, 2021. Bought it for $1.91. That you could have bought it for $1.91 on January 5th. That's the low. That was the low, and you could have sold it for even. Let's say you didn't even catch the top. You could have sold it for $19.98. You could have sold it for $19. You could have basically 20 extra money there, you know. And then you take that, and you could have bought shares, you know, for $5 a piece in February, and then you could have sold those for fucking $12 in March, and then you could have bought again at $10 in April and sold at $13 in May. You could have bought at $12. Then you could have bought at $12 in May, and you could have sold at fucking $70 in June. So yeah, there were multiple opportunities, and a lot of people did swing trade it. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
There are always going to be people who swing and day trade a stock, and that's how it is. You want that. You want the volume. You want engagement.
Just think of this. They explained this and sold retail as this being a short squeeze. A short squeeze is a short-term flip, right?
Yeah.
But they told you to play it like a fucking long-term investment, buy and hold. You know what I mean? So even in the beginning, they got their shit backwards.
Yeah.
They're telling you a short squeeze, which is a short play, a quick play, with the mentality of buy and hold, which is a long-term mindset.
That's like long-term investing. Hey, I believe in this stock. I'm going to buy it. I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to hold on to it because I think it's going to go up. Who knows in the future, you know? It's
and no matter what they say now, in the beginning they were saying this ain't fundamental. We don't give a shit about the company. It's a shit company. We know this, but it's going to squeeze. It has nothing to do with fundamentals. So in the beginning, it had nothing to do with, they think, like how they're trying to play it now, like, oh, the companies
and they
going to
always
make a comeback or get into all this.
They always kind of went back and forth between those two last year because they would talk about, oh, AMC earnings is coming up, and then and then it was all about the fucking movies, like, oh, we have Spider-Man and Batman and all this shit, and it's like, okay, but like that tide is going to lift all boats. Like, there are more theaters out there than just AMC, so that is not a specific catalyst to AMC at all. Like, that's that's not even the industry they're in. They don't make movies. They lease space so they show you a movie. And that's, it depends on having movies come out, but the majority of that money does not go to AMC. The majority of that money comes in the box office. They don't get all the ticket sales. They don't get all of it. They get, it varies and it changes as a movie's schedule, like, as the run plays out. They get a percentage, and it depends on the movie itself and how long it's out and all that stuff and where and the market and whatever. But
you mean to tell me
they make more money on their fucking concessions. gas prices? Right.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you mean to tell me with $6 gas prices on the horizon, that people living paycheck to paycheck, I don't care how enthusiastic they are about the fucking stock, are going to continue to go into movies and spending all that money?
Yeah, no, I don't see it.
Shit is just getting too expensive. Even if you believed it a couple months ago, there's no way.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally right. I mean, it's
so maddening when you try to tell people or just come at them with even just like, well, a counterpoint.
Right.
They shut down.
They totally shut down. And that's the cult thing. That's the cult thing.
Yeah, and it isn't being put by the fucking board. Like, he fucking gets on Twitter and encourage these idiots. You know what I mean? And fucking, just think last year he told everybody, you can lose your money in this shit. Like, this ain't trading on no type of anything we know. This is just retarded right now, basically, he said.
Right.
And just be careful because you can lose all your money in this shit. People just don't live.
It looks like Lynn slipped out of the chat, the voice chat, but she's got experience. Is she there? Are you there? No, she's not. But she's got experience working with CEOs I forget exactly, but she worked directly with CEOs of major corporations, and so she can, like, we've talked about it before, and she's.
I came back.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're back because I didn't want to put words in your mouth. But explain what you know and that stuff, and your perspective on Adam
I missed
Aaron.
a couple seconds. So
explain your
you mean
your perspective on having worked in the corporate world and with CEOs, and your take on Adam Aaron and his actions.
Oh, how CEOs think? Yeah.
Yeah, and all that stuff. Yeah.
CEOs have one directive, and that's to keep the business well, they have two. It's to keep the business profitable and to keep the shareholders happy. And that's their only directive. Their directive is not to try to manipulate the stock of the company that they are overseeing. It's not to foment a MOATS or a short squeeze or anything. And it's very typically not to engage with minority shareholders. Okay, the stockholders are usually the big stockholders either vote by proxy or they're on the board of directors, right? They're not people who hold 100 or even 500 shares. They're people who hold several thousand shares. And CEOs typically do not engage with minority shareholders except maybe through like a web conference that you can't participate in, but you can view. So I was really surprised the first time that Adam Aaron kind of opened up to the APES and tried to look at them like they were rational individuals. I think he just didn't know, and he may have been warned. The corporate lawyers probably just had an absolute meltdown and said, no, don't. But he did for some reason. And I think he immediately regretted it because all of a sudden he was barraged with, where's our money? And why don't you get us our money? We are not going to allow you to add any shares until we get our money. And that's probably, made no sense to him at first. And now I think he's backed off a little bit because he just says things like Batman's coming to the theaters and it's going to be great. Or, hey, how about
but
that
he
football
says,
game? How about that Super Bowl?
He says things like, I hope the short sellers are wrong and we're going to prove them wrong.
Yeah, that was weird.
Like that. Knowing
I was really shocked when he said that because that is completely not in alignment with anything that a CEO would normally say. Again, without the corporate lawyers.
I mean, maybe it sounds more like something that Elon Musk would tweet, honestly. Like, and he's said some questionable things too, and he's been sanctioned by the SEC.
Yeah.
So he has to have some of his tweets have to be approved before he can do it. So, but yeah, that was like
he's got so much money he doesn't care.
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a cost of doing business. But yeah, but I was surprised that Adam Aaron did that too. That was so odd.
He had to have known like that was going to go right to the APES.
That they were going to take
it
the wrong way.
Interpret that, and just cause a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I think he saw this. The business was going to die. He got lucky with this, and I think his mindset right now is we'd be dead without it. So let's run it as long as we can. I already made $40 million doing this shit.
It's not going to matter to him if it goes bankrupt or not.
He's
had several successful businesses that he's managed. He's had his career. I'm sure he'd rather not see it die. But if he feels like, there's 51% chance that could happen, then he doesn't really stand to lose anything. But I think, honestly, at the get-go, I think he was not anticipating the kind of reaction that he was going to get. And now that he's kind of, put his foot in it, so to say, he's trying to figure out how can I either turn it around or use it to advantage, or just not maybe get like death threats or something. I mean, who knows? They're so crazy. They made death threats against, Citadel. Why? Yeah, it's just really out of control behavior. But Adam Aaron he's very unlike any CEO that I've worked for, and I've worked for several. Most of them stay very far away from that. They've got a team of public relations people that make the tweets, that handle the social media, and it's all run through the corporate lawyers. And, they just don't say much because they know that it's really dangerous territory to wade into, especially when you're talking about people's money, and not the money that they think they're owed, the money that they've already invested. So it's very strange. I think that he kind of regrets it, and now he can't really just go dark now. He's already opened that door. He
made so much money by doing it. I mean,
of course he did. Our CEO worship is over the top. I mean, the disparity between CEO pay and other executive level pay is just, it's just really,
I don't even know how many times it is. It's several hundred times, but
several hundred. Yeah. It used to be 5 times, and now it's like, 250 times.
Right.
I mean, it's not normal for, correct me if I'm wrong, since you've worked with a bunch of corporate CEOs in that area, it's not normal for basically all the insiders to get rid and sell all their vested shares that they're allowed to, right? I mean, that doesn't show confidence at all. You would think, and the only shares they really have left are the ones that aren't vested. that they can't get rid of.
Well, I think he had to sell some. It was probably part of his, his vesting plan in the company, and possibly could affect his retirement. So
yeah, but what about
I
all
think
the
that he
other,
was.
like the CFO and all those other people? Because they literally, like
Yeah, the
all
whole
of them,
board.
it was a whole. I mean, I could pull it up, but I don't know.
The only
Yeah,
bro,
they
he
saw the
barely has
writing on the
anything.
wall.
That's
Yeah.
because it wasn't even at the top. Like it was I don't know. It'll say here.
No, it wasn't. But that's because they have to put in
Sale.
like 90 days in advance before they can sell or something
Right.
like that. So it's not like they can immediately sell when they want. They got to start the paperwork a couple months ahead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So
typically it's done in waves. Like you don't sell off all your shares at once. You sell off, a chunk and then another chunk, and you kind of you stagger it. You don't just dump it all at once because
so there was
obviously
a
influence the price.
filing today. There was a filing today by two the executive vice president, chief operating and development officer, and executive vice president, chief marketing officer of a sale of shares. So that would it was filed today. I guess it says the transaction date was the 9th, so Wednesday. So they even most recent as this week, and we're talking about just under $2 million. So about 100,000 shares, a little over 100,000 shares between the two of them. Sold at a cost of $15.58, roughly $15.59. So $15.50. Yeah, that was this, and then there was another filing on Thursday for 500,000, and then there was Sean Goodman, the CFO.
God, does he even have any left?
Sold almost just under $2 million worth of shares. It was filed on March 3rd. So no, he has sold.
Shares could be a alternate form of compensation too. So it may not be shares that they actually bought.
Right,
A stock sharing plan or something.
Option exercise.
A bonus. It could,
because they get stock options.
Bonus.
But those are listed separately here. I mean, sale would mean that they actually like cashed them out. I mean, yeah, it could be that they were, but anyway, he's sold. Let's see, this would be this year and
The majority of his shit.
Yeah, 2 million. Let's see, 3.2, 7. We're already up over 7, 9, 10. I mean, he's cashed out over $10 million in shares last year.
Yeah, that's those guys, they forecast.
CFO.
That's what they do. So
the CFO,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, he knows.
But they got all these working class apes check to check, buying and holding and diming in. But these multi-millionaire board members are fucking dumping it like they can't dump it quick enough. And none of the apes are like catching on and being like, the fuck, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And you want me to hold the shit and have faith.
So you even had a few sales last June. So there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, over 10 filings from June of last year, 2021, at anywhere from $58, $62 per share, $55, $60, $35 per share that were sold. That is the top.
Mm-hmm.
I bet that was a nice surprise for them. But even like, and Sean Goodman sold 45,000 shares at $35, and he also sold 5,000 shares at $9.49, which is $430,000. I mean, who wouldn't take that? Shit, I don't need. That's lower than the price is now, and it's $500,000 practically.
Yeah, if it was legal to do so, who wouldn't? you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, they're not
Exactly.
going to sit and wait. They're going to take it. They're going to take it when it's there.
Well,
Right.
I'm not saying if I was them, I wouldn't do the same. I'm just
exactly.
saying
Right.
how the
But as an
people
indicator,
that are worse off, yeah, like that, they should be able. The people that check that are holding shares don't look at the people that are able to live without selling the shares, dumping them as fast as they can, and being like, "Hold on, this shit don't make sense." That's where it confuses me how the community doesn't look at it as a
Well, you know,
negative
and they
thing.
may feel like, well, I'm stuck, so now my only option is to wait to see if it goes back up, even if that takes, you know, the
Yeah,
rest
we were
of my
saying that
life.
earlier. Yeah, that's
right.
And there's no guarantee of that, of course.
That's
you
the
know,
and that's
just
the
because
gambler's fallacy. Like, oh, it went up
that's
before.
it.
I
It
won
could
before,
happen.
you know, so I better double down and, you know, average down. But I'm looking at Adam Aarons here, and like, you know, I couldn't remember, but he sold 625,000 shares at $40.53 a share in November for $25.3 million.
How about when it was squeezing in June? He sold all them shares to Mudrick
Well, he didn't
and
sell
didn't even
personally.
sell them on the market. He made a back deal room with them, and that killed fucking momentum.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, this is yeah. I'm just looking at the insider trading here.
Yeah, the personal
But
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying some other
But-
fucked up shit he did.
Right. So that was 25 million, and then on December 9th, another 312,000 shares at $30. So that's another 9.6 million. So we'll just call that 10. So we're at 35 million right now, just in the span of a month, and then in
That gave
January,
his son a bunch of shares.
1 month later, he sold another 312,000 at 22.85 for another 7.1 million. So, you know, we're up over $40 million now in 3 months' time.
And remember, didn't he gave like a bunch of shares to his kids?
Did he? I don't remember.
The beginning?
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
the
sure
very
he did.
beginning.
probably.
He gifted his sons. I don't remember how many shares each, but I think it was about 5 million each worth of shares.
Okay.
But you know,
Yeah.
because these are public filings, it's all legal. You know, it's all got to be run through
Right.
the machine and approved. So it's, you know, it's legit for them to do this. They're not doing. I mean,
No, it's not
insider
illegal
trading.
inside. Yeah. Right. But it just from a standpoint of, okay, if you're a retail investor and you've got your life savings sunk into this thing, then you see this happening.
Yeah, you see the boss.
Does that instill confidence in you to think, oh, well, but why did Sean Goodman sell all those shares? Well, he's a paper hand because he could just wait until the price goes up to $1.5 million per share, and he could be a billionaire. And that's what they're thinking. It's
but
like,
he doesn't need to because he's got so many shares.
He doesn't need to.
He can sell when it's low.
He can sell when it's low, but he doesn't need to. But at the same time, this stock is, even at $15, is 3 times what it was 1 year ago. So
I think when I bought in, it was 12.
And they know this. You know, they know that you know, this stock is, that's what I think the point that is being harped on here, right, is that is this stock going to continue to go up or down? And it's probably going to continue to go down. So, you know, let me dump, you know, as many shares as I can while it's in the double digits, because
they would be the best to know if it had a chance to go back up. And if they thought it had a chance to go back up, wouldn't they hold instead of selling all that they've sold?
That's
where I'm coming from. Like, as an indicator,
is a
like,
red flag. I don't think there's any. I mean, I don't know, Lynn, your take is, but it seems like a red flag to me, at least on the surface, you know. But like, you know that I'm looking at Amazon here. They have so many goddamn employees, it's hard to tell. But like Jeff Bezos. Now November was the top of the market, so the market was at the top then. So you had a lot of people selling out a lot of things then, just because the market was top. But like Bezos sold, I mean, I can't even add all these numbers together. There's a billion right there. There's another billion. There's another billion. 3 billion, at least 3 billion. And let's just call that 500 million. Another, 3.5 billion in Amazon shares in November. In like 3 or 4
Look,
days.
Amazon's down like 20-some%.
And it's
since
down.
It's high.
I mean, it is down. Yeah, it is down because it
So maybe
popped up.
they knew the bubble was going to pop.
Because they it's down. Yeah, it's down from that peak in November.
Yeah,
and the whole market is too.
right. But I'm saying they knew it was coming.
Somebody knew
They
it
had
was the top
to,
because
in a volatile market, people with the most to lose are going to take the greatest preemptive action.
I would,
to
you're
cut
right
their
about that.
losses, right? So since the market is so volatile, the people who have millions of dollars stand to lose millions of dollars, and they're going to start moving things around as soon as they see that there's trouble coming.
But the question is, how did they know that the November was the peak? I guess just I don't know. That's the same reason we could ask Nancy Pelosi. We could ask Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, because they all sold shit then too. They all did.
Yeah.
So I mean, and if anybody knows, Jay Powell probably knows. Yeah, we're gonna have to start tightening shit down in January. So shit's probably gonna start melting down a little bit. So let me dump my Amazon shares. Let me dump my Apple shares and whatever, and all these companies, all the Nasdaq shit
and
that
none
was so
of these
pumped up.
people should be able to trade. Congress, not the SEC, not the Fed. Anybody who's got any access to any kind of advanced information should not be able to participate in the market, or there should be caps on it.
There should be caps on it, or they should only be able to invest in ETFs or funds or something. Yeah, no, individual stocks.
Right.
Is
they can
ridiculous.
only sell once a year. There should be some kind of regulation on it.
Some kind of regulation. I mean,
people.
There's more
people
regulation
are
on
advantage where they can.
There's more regulation on when you can buy fucking insurance. I mean, than this shit. I mean, it's crazy.
Right.
Oh, we're in enrollment period now. I mean. But these motherfuckers can buy and sell shit when they know that it's going to go up or down. Like that's crazy. I mean, how in the hell can you even pretend that we have any type of fair market if that's the case? And Jay Powell and the Fed president,
went to jail.
those guys should go to jail for that. I mean, seriously, that's ridiculous. Like literally the people who control the money supply. Are you kidding me? The reason that the stock market is so fucking overinflated in the first place? Oh my God, that is outrageous. It's outrageous.
Yeah, but the Fed's a private entity. They're not federal. You know what I mean? They're a private entity.
It is, but
Very
I mean,
true.
but they're appointed. He's appointed by the president.
Yeah.
And that also is like, okay, yeah, if you need another confirmation that Joe Biden or the Democrats are the same fucking thing as the Republicans, look no further than the fact that Biden retained Jerome Powell, one of the worst Fed chairmen, that we've had in recent, who totally fucking blew this thing, and we'll keep him because he's doing such a great fucking job because the stock market is so overinflated. Like, and who benefits from that? It's the same fucking 1%. All these assholes that we're talking about here. It's outrageous.
Yeah, politicians and politics is like the WWF.
Yeah.
I mean, in front of the camera, they're against each other talking shit. But as soon as the camera goes off, behind the scenes, they're all friends.
Yeah,
it's
the
all
illusion
about
of having a choice, of having two sides, of having like a left and a right, and that shit. At the end of the day, money talk. It's the financial interests. It's the corporations. That's the stuff that they can be quote unquote bipartisan about. And that when they go in front of the camera or they go in their rallies or whatever, then they talk about the shit that's like, well, Joe Biden and the left and blah blah blah, or the and the whatever, either side. But at the end of the day, they will come together to support the 1%, no problem. Like that's a given, and that's why I say, again, like I think workers need to fucking stand up against this shit, like somehow, at some point, because this is unsustainable to me. Like what we're heading into, $6 a gallon gas. You can't spend less than $100 at the grocery store. You know, meanwhile, all these people, all the rich motherfuckers, all of the elite, you know, they've made more money during the pandemic. Some of these people, they made insane amounts of money during the COVID.
Yeah, but that's what they do. Every time the market's at high, what happens to drop it down to a mini recession. And then what happens is it sucks the money from the lower class,
Yep.
tightens the belt, and then the market, after a while, the market starts to go back up again. They make a bunch of money, and then once it gets to a certain point, bottom falls out. It keeps saying shit. So it's going to go. Remember, not too long ago, they were paying. Gas was negative. I mean, oil was negative. They were paying motherfuckers to hold the barrels.
Yeah.
You know, because the supply was so big.
But see,
so it's like.
But then they loosened the dollar. They put the stimulus. They started printing the money, and then that it made it, you know.
Well, that's because they wanted to kick they had
any incentive.
They got caught off guard with the COVID shit.
Right.
Well, it's a terrible feeling when you lose money going to work. You know,
right? Exactly.
The cost of the gas is higher than your wages.
Yeah, right. And that's the the stagflation phenomenon that we're probably going to have. Like prices are going up, and workers are making less. So you know, we're just spinning our wheels in the mud here.
Yeah, prices going up, workers making less, and the dollar's worth less. So you're losing.
Here's the thing: once consumers are agree to pay a price for something, the entity selling that thing has very little incentive to lower the price back down, whether it's justified or not.
Whatever.
So when you accept $6 a gallon gas, guess what? You got $6 a gallon gas. It might go back down a little bit, but we may never see $3 a gallon again, let alone $2, even if the price drops. So, you know, if the production costs drop and the crude drops and they could, you know, reasonably lower the price, it's probably not going to happen because we've already said, okay, we'll do it. And we've said that, you know, Putin's
just like
are the justification for it. But when that resolves itself, which it will at some point, it will have to, the price is not going to go back down. There'll be some other.
I mean, it'll go down, but it ain't going to go below a certain point. Like it make
no. And
if it gets
bread,
$6 gas,
diapers, the same with dog food, the same with shampoo and toothpaste and everything else.
Yeah.
Cabbage, crackers, cereal. It does it. You know, you name it, and the price.
It's like they take money from you, and then over time they'll give you a little bit back, and then you thank them for giving you a little bit back. So you'll have $6-7 gas, and then after a little bit of time it'll go down to $5, $4.50, and then you'll be like, yeah, thank you, finally gas is down, but it was just $3 and some before.
Throw a big party. Hey, gas is down to $4 a gallon again.
Yeah, it's like, and then you're thanking them for that.
And the problem there too is, you know, as prices are going up for things, wages are not going up to make up for that, you know, and that takes longer to catch up, and that's where people are really out. That's where employers are out of touch. That's where, because they don't know what it's like.
Look, what you got some places are like $15 an hour minimum wage. I mean, pretty soon, what's it going to be, like $60,000 a year is minimum wage? You know what I mean? Because the dollar is going to be so deflated.
Well, yeah.
So it's all fucked up out of whack.
It is. It really is. It really is. You know, and I don't know what the answer is to that stuff. You know, I mean, I think you have a system that is you know, fundamentally set up to get inequalities baked into this. It's like a feature of this, you know, of this system that we have. It's not a bug; it's a feature.
You got to have poor
somebody
people
who
to have rich people.
Right, exactly, and money talks, and the golden rule is in effect. He who has the gold makes the rule, you know, and
in every decade, you get a small opportunity to make a little next decade, and it seems like with each passing decade, those chances are getting, the time frames are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So pretty soon, it's just going to reach a a ceiling where if you don't have a nest egg or some type of money saved or anything, you're just not going to, because shit is just going to be so bad that
I think we're probably either at or very close to that point right now.
That's why I'm so mad with this, how this AMC shit went. There's like that was the shot. In the GameStop shit, like you didn't have to work. They gave you free money. The market was all-time high. They told you what was going to happen. You had your shot. And
we all got rug pulled.
They got rug pulled, and they refused to accept it, or even if you wanted to keep some shit in there, you could have, like I was saying before, you always take the initial investment out when it shoots up. Always
cover your costs, right? Now you're just
you're playing with house money,
right, exactly.
But the whole
that way,
narrative of
if you lose the rest of what you had, it sucks, but you haven't lost any money actually. You just didn't make the profit, and that's way better than losing your money.
They burnt into these people's heads that's not tolerated. You have to keep everything in and keep not only that, but keep investing in this shit. Keep throwing money into the fire. And it's like that was the chance for everybody. If everybody did what they did it right, everybody should be sitting on a little nest egg now. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? To where now prices are all fucked up. Yeah, you still would have had a little nest egg.
And I think on some level, and I don't like to say they, but on some level, it was known that that retail probably would do this if they had all these influencers saying this, and that they would continue to make money on it, because they know that's how Citadel programs their algorithms and stuff like that. It's to model it's to model like psychological
they got behavior scientists,
right? Because they understand that that's what price is. It's what is somebody willing to pay. It's not based on fundamental value. It is what is the market price, and how they know how to manipulate that, not in any other way. I'm saying other than psychologically, like those candles. When you see when retail investors see those boom candles shooting up, that causes people to buy. They know that, and
quantitative analysis.
And when they see the red candles coming down, and they know exactly their levels, exactly the levels to do it at, based on all of the previous price action. They know how many shares were traded, and where they were traded, and who bought them. Like was it a retail brokerage? Was it an institution? They know that stuff, and it's all being used against retail. But retail just refuses to learn and grow, and they just keep doing it. They still
and
keep
even
doing
now,
it. Yeah.
If you play AMC right, you could still make money getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. But they refuse to change. You know what I mean? Like it's like,
it's insane that people could do anything for this long and not really learn and get better at it. That's crazy. That's the crazy part. Like you could never have ever juggled balls before, and you could do it. You could practice it. You could not know how to juggle at all. And you could, if you did it or do card tricks. I learned how to do some card tricks during the pandemic because I was bored, and I always wanted to learn how to do like sleight of hand card tricks, and I suck at it. Like you can see what I'm doing. You can see I'm not very good, but it was fun and it was a challenge. And like if you practice anything, you can get better at it, or learn how to play the guitar, or learn how to, I don't know, learn how to rap, or learn how to write anything. This is really no different, but you have to practice. You have to get better. These people have been looking at this fucking stock for a year. Some of these people, and they have gotten dumber. They know less. They are less willing to admit when they're wrong. They're less.
That's the influencers. That's the influencers dumbing down the population.
Exactly.
They convinced a whole segment of investors to, one, disregard price that you see, and two, 10x, 100x their money isn't good enough. You know what I mean? Like they're telling, like they get mad $1,000 a share. That ain't. I can't believe you think it's so low. What the fuck? That's 100 times the fuck money damn near right now. 100x on my money. That's not good enough. Like you know what I mean? Like you 2-3x your money. Shit, you 50% your money. You're fucking good.
You don't deserve.
I think the worst ones are like Trey, who pumps the emotion. You know, he gets everybody so like emotional. He's so emotional.
They took away the buy button. And they stole from you.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow. That's
exactly. It's very easy to incite people emotionally to the negative. You know, it's much harder to get people excited about positive things than it is about negative things. It's just human nature.
Who said it here? I forget who said it up here earlier, but you know. Manuel said it is easier to fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled, and you know,
absolutely,
that's so true, and especially like when you see it happening in real time, like, man, it's frustrating
because they don't want to take self accountability for the fact that they've been fooled, even if accepting that can save you money. You can still turn it around right now and make money. But it's just that accepting blame and just having to take the fact that you were scammed, not even scammed, but like fooled.
You were led to believe something and you were led to make bad decisions. You know, and that's fine. Everybody fucking does, whether it's in the stock market or something else, or in a casino, or you know, however you've wasted money, lost money, made dumb mistakes with your money, or whether you fucking literally put your money into a paper shredder and destroyed it. It doesn't matter. Everybody does. And what separates people is, what did you do? How did you deal with it afterwards? Did you take responsibility for it and learn from it and do something different next time? Or did you dig your heels in and say, no, it wasn't my fault. It was their fault. They did it. It was my money, yeah, but they did it. It was their fault I lost money. If only the coach had put me in, we would have taken state. If only coach had put me in third quarter. Like Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. If only he put me in, we would have taken state. If only this, if only that, I wouldn't have lost it all. Well, I mean, okay, whatever. But, you know, at the end of the day, nobody forced you to click the buy button or the sell button. Nobody can do that except for you. And, you know, and I say that to these people that panic sold during the GameStop squeeze. Like, I wasn't involved then. This shit was not on my radar at all. Early 2021, that's when I found out about it, after it happened. But if I had been in it, would I have sold my shit when they restricted people from buying? Common sense says, no. If they're saying you can't buy it right now, you can only sell it, are you going to sell it? No. Fuck no, I'm not going to sell it. Because what's going to happen when they allow you to buy it again? I don't know. I want to find out. You know, I want to see what the fuck's happening. But of course, when shit shoots up, like we've been talking about, you know, and you can't buy. So normally it would cause people to buy, you know, FOMO buy, but that's not what happened, you know. So in light of that, it's like, no, I wouldn't have fucking sold it. Why would you sell it? It's delaying something that's probably going to happen, and it did. But, you know, but if you had sold, if you did sell during that thing and you made money, you know, great, that's awesome. If you sold and you had a loss, that's it's less awesome. But, you know, hopefully it was, you know, something that you learned from or whatever, and next time you wouldn't. But the point of all this is that, like, only you can make that decision, and ultimately you're responsible for that decision, you know. So if you realize
what's an opportunity and what's normal, you know.
Right. Yeah. And if you had
AMC was an opportunity. It wasn't a given. It was
not the new normal. And yeah, based on the number of times that shit has happened since that happened, like, and every day, at least right after the June run up, and AMC, like everybody expected that to happen again. Everybody expected it just to shoot up, like randomly, just to fucking explode like it did in early June, and it never did. Never did. I mean, there were some, little bit here and there, but
Just look
nothing
how
like
many
that.
times and how many things they've said since June that they've said, oh, this date, this is happening, this rule's getting put in place. That's when we're really gonna see it pump again. How many times can they be let down and shit not come to fruition to finally be like, hold on, something ain't right. This shit ain't never gonna happen, and it just keeps going down. But they think that it's almost not even about the money. It's gotten to a point where it's like, they're so self-righteous now, and they've almost made it to like a fucking movie in their head, like a fantasy character.
It is.
You know what I mean? Like,
it is very much. It's like good versus, and that leads to, it's exactly what this cult. So this cult shit, which is from a book, book called "Combating Cult Mind Control." That's one of the
book before. It's amazing.
Yeah, this is the document from that last video, which was on the old channel, by the way. So, because this document was from, or maybe not, because it's from December 1st, so maybe not. But yeah, the doctrine becomes the reality. So, and it says the most effective cult doctrines are those which are unverifiable and unevaluable, unable to be evaluated. So, hey, synthetic shares, you can't verify that. You cannot verify that. There is nothing that you can find that will tell you, yes, there are quote unquote synthetic shares. No, there are no synthetic shares. Like, there's nothing, because it doesn't exist. It's not a thing. But because you can't verify it or prove it wrong, then it's something that's why it's an effective cult, because you can't disprove it. Just like you can't prove it, you can't disprove it, which that's big.
It's the Bigfoot thing.
And right, yeah, exactly.
It's just like Bigfoot.
And you're supposed to just accept that Bigfoot exists. You're not supposed to understand, you're not supposed to, like, well, what species is Bigfoot? No, don't ask questions. You just have to believe. So that doctrine is to be accepted and not understood. And it's vague and global, and it encompasses everything. And that's exactly, shit. It's vague and it's global. It encompasses everything. Every fucking stock, everything that happens on the market is because AMC is being overshorted. And
shit, they even say the goddamn war.
Yes.
That's
crazy.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they even try to say that shit. It's like...
That's just...
Pretty soon, the bottom is going to fall out of this.
It has to at some point, yeah.
I can't see it going next year and fucking nothing has happened, and them still being like, oh, it's coming, it's still coming. You're just testing our patience. Just like, if by the summer, like by June, this shit ain't go. I can't see people not starting to wake up. Like, they're already starting to you can kind of tell they're already starting to ask questions, kind of, but not really go against the narrative. You know what I mean? Like, there's a question, little shit here and there.
I'll tell you,
pretty soon it's gonna get to the point, like, where the fuck is my money, man? Like, fuck all this. It's gonna get to a point when they ain't got their job. Like y'all were saying, gas, food gets so expensive. And they got 100 shares sitting in the broker, and it just steadily, that was fucking $2,000, $3,000, but now it's down to fucking 500. Shit's gonna get bad, and people are gonna fucking, like,
probably
they're gonna be pissed. They're gonna be pissed, and they really ain't got shit to blame but themselves.
No, they don't. And when I started doing this last July, August, certainly I was doing it in August. I'm looking back at some of my old thumbnail images that I made, and they're all from started in August. I think I started in late July And I actually started on TikTok. I got TikTok and we just started talking about AMC on there, and then eventually came over to YouTube because it's hard to talk about shit in like less than 3 minutes or whatever it was. But
Yeah.
but you know, there were really not that many. There were a couple other people that were talking about AMC, like not in terms of the narrative, but just like, hey, what is going on here? Can we look at this thing objectively? Can we not, you know, listen to what these guys? We know what they're saying, but let's actually look at it. And it was really there was no, I mean, and you couldn't leave a comment on anything that was like not that asked questions. You got blasted. There was hardly anything on Twitter even. There was hardly anything on, I mean, certainly not on Reddit, but I mean, so, but then so I was doing that, and then I went back to work in October. So once that happened, I didn't have time really to do much on YouTube, so I was kind of away for a couple months. And then I was planning on coming back because I went back to work and just trying to get back into the groove of things. And then finally I did, and like around Thanksgiving, I had some time off, and I was going to start getting back into making videos and whatever. That's when my channel got deleted. so then it was like, well, fuck now. So then I restarted, started doing it again. But when I came back and started doing it again, like in December, I noticed that there was a lot that, because I hadn't looked at it. I hadn't looked at AMC or anything like since October. Like, I mean, there was like a good month I didn't even look at the AMC chart at all. Like, I didn't do anything in the market. I didn't do shit because I was just getting back into work and all that. But when I came back in December and started looking around and, looking at Reddit and Twitter and whatever, and even on YouTube, like, but particularly on Twitter, I noticed that there's a lot more people talking about, and I'm not saying exactly the same things, but we were talking about that GME meltdown subreddit.
Yeah.
There's way more of that now than there was before, over the summer. I mean, it really surprised me because I hadn't kept up with anything for a couple months, and I came back and started looking. I don't even know how I found, but yeah, I found some guys on Twitter that were saying the same, like exactly the same shit. They were talking about like objective things. They were correcting people on like indicators and stuff, and like all the stuff that they misinterpret. And I'm like, wow, this is exactly what we need. This is amazing, because before there was hardly any of that. So I knew that like at some point people were going to start coming out of the woodwork and saying like, and these are probably people that maybe were involved in it, maybe they weren't, and they just got fed up with all this bullshit, like just constant like doubting of everything, like thinking that everything's a conspiracy against them. But like, it's not that hard to disprove a lot of this stuff if you know anything about it, the market, like, or you know how to look shit up. You don't even need to know. I learned a lot. I learned a ton of shit this last year in the last half of when I was doing the channel, because I wanted to make sure that I was presenting stuff accurately. So I did a lot of research, and I always provided links to the sources I use, because where I come from, anybody can say anything, but if you don't have a source for it, like especially with this shit, like where'd you read that? Oh, I don't know. I saw it on Twitter. No, give me a source, or I'm not even going to talk about it, because it's not. Oh, somebody told you that? Okay, so that sounds like Donald Trump. People are saying, like you guys were saying in Telegram chat. Oh, I'm hearing that people are saying that. Yeah. Like
the trust me, bro.
Right, trust me, bro. Like, no, but yeah, I mean, so all that is just to say, like, I've noticed that more people definitely are questioning things, and even got people like that common sense investor who's talking about is this math right? All the share count stuff. Like, he's not right. He's not 100% right, but he's getting closer to realizing that this is a scam,
Right.
that this is a grift, that
See-
they've been misleading. And the problem is he's been misleading people too. So
Yeah.
when do you like? Are you gonna call yourself out? Or are you just
Right.
gonna maybe he'll just never talk about this again and we'll just go on, selling snake oil. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Who knows?
I got to your channel because there is no other side or no anything questioning the narrative, the narrative out there. There's no objective. It's all rah rah rah. Follow this, follow that.
And I,
you know what I mean. So
I haven't looked on YouTube honestly lately. All I
yours
do.
One of the only few. There may be a couple other ones that talk about it here and there. But
Strongman Personal Finance is one. Do you know him? His name's Chris.
Yes, yeah, and there's another one or two.
Yep.
But they're very few and far between. You know what I mean? And in a couple months, like I said, this shit gotta come ahead, and people are gonna start like you said, starting to ask questions.
Right.
Your type of channel is gonna blow because people are finally gonna look for the other. Hold on, let me get out of this bubble and get a different opinion, and let me see if I agree with this different opinion. But let me at least listen to it.
And I don't care if people agree or not, obviously, because I'm used to most people leaving comment. I've had every comment in the book. You're hedgy, you're a shill, go fuck, whatever. And I just laugh at it, but I don't care. But I will say that shit. I'm working on. Fuck. What was I? Oh yeah. So what I do is I have a bookmark here. It's AMC search on YouTube, and it's put in order of date. So I got it filtered by upload date. So I see the newest stuff at the top. And so I just search for AMC. That's my go-to search here when I look at anything on the channel or whatever, where I'm trying to look for videos about it. And there's nothing that ever comes up. Nothing ever comes up in these search results besides these charlatans. Besides these pumpers, there's literally nothing. My videos don't come up in this either. They don't show up. They don't show up when I type AMC. It's all this stuff with thousands of views, and John Wick sniping, calling the brokerages and whatever else, and fucking Adam Lewis, that fucking bald headed guy, and all these people, and they're so if you, I don't even know how you would search for it to find it,
To be honest,
it should come up when you search. There should be more than just one side that comes up.
Yeah.
That to me is fucked up. That reflects poorly on a lot of things, but the fact that nobody's putting out this shit, because you can't make, I understand why. Because it's not popular.
You can't make money.
And
you're not
most people are doing this because they're lazy and they want to be clout chasers. They want to try to make some money off of it, and they're just going to go along with and come up with a creative way of saying you're going to be rich. You're going to be rich if you do this, because that's a classic. How many people have done that over the years? It's get rich quick schemes. So, but I never wanted to do that. I wanted to look at it and say, wait a minute. And I had over 300 subscribers before, which it took me a few months to get, but it was growing. And I talked about a couple other things. I talked about the DWAC, the Trump, the Trump SPAC thing. I figured out that was getting options, and I broke that story. Nobody else was talking about the fact. I knew the options were going to be traded starting, I think I did it. I think it was the Friday before, and I figured it out. And
because there weren't options available.
There were no options, and I figured it out, and I put out a video, and then that got me 100 or so subscribers, and so it was stuff like that. But But and I saw the momentum starting, and then they shut me down, and it's been tough.
What'd you get shut down for?
Let's see. I've got the email, but it was like spam, scam. They said I violated the policy on spam, scam, or commercial content. I'm gonna get the actual. I have a copy of the email here that I got, but yeah, here we go. Yeah, I mean, I like it.
So yours is a scam. Yours is
Mine's a scam
because you're telling people not to get into something,
right?
Or at least
exactly
what you're being told what it is. But the people that are pumping it,
I don't understand. I don't get it. Hi, Scotty. We've reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our community guidelines. Because of this, we have removed your channel from YouTube. We know this is probably very upsetting news, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for all. Blah, 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 blah. What our policy says, spam, scams, or commercially deceptive content are not allowed on YouTube. And that's it. That's literally it. They don't say what specific.
You probably rubbed one of them fucking AMC pumpers the wrong way, and they mass reported you.
Probably
had their little community.
I mean, yeah, they probably did. They probably did. That wouldn't be the first time that shit would happen to somebody. But yeah, that's what happened. That was right around Thanksgiving when that happened. So, it was like
commercially deceptive. That's hilarious.
I had over 200 videos. So
wow.
I was running out of hard drive space. So I didn't really think about it. I deleted my copies of them. So I don't have my old content, which really sucks because it was like a lot of time put into that stuff, and it was more videos, like produced, like edited videos, because I wasn't doing live streams. I didn't think I could, because I have my internet's through like 4G, so I use a hotspot on my phone for all my internet. And so I just assumed, I was like, I can't do live streaming. Like I don't have. And then there was this dude that used to hang out around the channel, and he was like, well, why don't you just try it? Why don't you try live streaming it, and see what happens, and we'll see if it works. And it actually worked. So like then I started doing more live streams, and then I'm just like, I would rather do a live stream because editing a video takes forever. Like I like it. Yeah. I love, it's really fun. I like doing it, but it just takes so fucking long to make a video that's like 20 minutes. It takes like 4 hours to do, like by the time you record it and edit it and like all the shit, and render it, it just takes so fucking long. And I don't have that much time. I don't have the time anymore. Before I did, because I wasn't working, but fortunately this streaming shit works out. But it's like, I like engaging with people. That's what I always wanted more of, was like, like you coming in here, or people that, actual apes. Shit, I don't care. I'll talk to anybody, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it like adults, I mean, because I don't see any place where there's any engagement like that. Like,
well, what I do see is like during the week for the like literally there's this channel that I'll watch. I'll go into time to time, and it's an AMC channel, and Monday through Friday, literally from like an hour before market opens to market close, dude just streams the AMC chart, and it probably gets like 100 viewers.
That's
live
crazy.
Streaming, and he breaks down the numbers and reads the chart and goes up, but he misrepresents and misunderstands like the short volume, the short exempt volume. But he's telling his audience, this is what it is. This is da 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 da. This is what the hedgies are doing. And I watch it because it's so fascinating to me. Like, and you'll see the comments through the live stream. The people are like, hey, this and such supposed to happen. $1,000 a share is way too low. And if you get any free time during the week, jump on that channel and just like,
what's it called
for market open? Um, yeah, let me get it. And the dude, like I've interacted with him before, and I've told him like, you're completely wrong. I don't, you're misunderstanding shit. But he's a cool dude, and I don't think he's not monetized.
Is it an older guy
yeah,
or
yeah, with a beard. Yeah, it's like an older guy with a beard. But,
Canadian guy?
No, I think he's like from Texas or something.
Oh, are you talking about Tony DeNaro?
No.
Okay.
It's Casey Shaw.
Okay,
I've
seen his name. I've seen his name around, but I've never actually watched any of his videos.
He don't get money or nothing, so he's doing it all for free, basically. Like it's just not monetized, but he's just wrong. You know what I mean? He's a nice dude, and you can tell like he believes the shit. But just sitting on, if you have some free time during the week, like before market open, like I say, it starts like an hour before market. Like watch it like right around market open. He'll break down even before market opens in the pre-market, he'll be like analyzing the volume, the pre-market volume, and it goes over the updated numbers, and you can see how their mind works with the way they break down the information, and you can see like how they misunderstand what this means, what that means. You know what I mean? And I've tried to like interject and be like, it's wrong, but they don't listen. But at least it's fascinating from my point of view. I see how why they think what they think, because they're just not understanding the numbers that they're seeing.
Right, and everything's interpreted. Everything they like I always say, they start out with the assumption that it's going to squeeze, and then everything comes after that. It's like, okay, yeah, now we see this here, and this is another reason why, and all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, well, there's a lot of stocks out there actually that have higher short interest than AMC. Like
right.
You can find those. There's like highshortinterest.com or whatever. And like you can find that's only that
have a much lower float.
The short interest is like one thing. It's only one part of it. So having a high short interest does not mean there's going to be a short squeeze. Like it just doesn't.
The newest thing they talk about, like I think it's like a 20-some day 100% utilization, and how that correlates to getting low.
I don't understand this 100% utilization, because Ortex says it's 100%, but that S3 I saw on Twitter, because that guy Ehor, he tweets like once in a while. He'll tweet like a bunch of different like short interest data and stuff from
short squeeze signals and shit like that.
Right, and so I went on there. I was like, I'm curious to see if he's talked about it recently. And sure enough, he did. Had AMC, short interest in that. And I was reading a thread on a tweet thread, and somebody asked him, said, "Hey, what's the utilization?" Because Ortex is showing 100%, and he said that their data showed 82%. And it's like, yeah, that's what it was before. It was around 80%. It was around 80 to 85%. It kept going up and down. And then it shot up to 100, and it stayed at 100. Now, how in the fuck is it going to stay at 100, especially when there are shares being returned and borrowed every day? So how is the utilization at 100? It makes no sense. Like,
right.
So it's just, I think Ortex has been playing the apes the whole fucking time. Because how many short squeeze signals they put out? They put out one like a couple weeks ago around March 3rd. Literally around March 3rd, which is the fucking date that Lou was hyping, has been hyping for weeks. And they put out another one, and nothing fucking happened. I mean, how many times are people gonna believe that shit? Like, and how in the fuck can Ortex? And I'm not defending anybody. I'm not saying that I'm backing the apes up, but I'm saying how in the fuck can they put out this fucking shit information day after day after day, and charge like fucking $1,000 a year, however much it is? It's ridiculous. And why would anybody?
It's so funny that
I don't think that the influencers like Shart the Vix and TMI and all those assholes, I don't think they pay for it. I don't think they pay for Ortex.
No, they get sponsored.
Ortex gives it to them. They get sponsored. They get a code. And so they have to basically they have to show it. Like, why short the VIX? Every fucking video, he's like, we're gonna look at what's going on, guys. In this video, we're gonna look at Ortex data. Like, great, we're gonna look at the same fucking thing. It literally hasn't changed in weeks. Like, I started doing this.
Isn't this the community that says don't trust the numbers? It's a manipulated stock, but I'm supposed to trust the numbers you tell me. I only pay attention to these numbers because it fits what you want it to fit. But the other numbers aren't right because they're synthetic and all this. You know what I mean? Like certain numbers.
Right.
Like their whole thing for a long time was it's manipulation. You can't trust the numbers. The numbers lie. You can't trust the numbers.
Right.
But yet they cite numbers to fit whatever they want it to fit. And I'm telling you, whenever you have free time, go into that dude's channel, just watch in the morning. Just watch how he breaks it down, and you can see why they think what they think. And then you'd be like, but that's not, you're putting two things together that don't go together. It doesn't mean because this and that or that doesn't mean this. You know what I mean? But you'll see how it's fascinating. And that is one of the few that doesn't have his shit monetized and doesn't pump the community for money. He won't accept no type of money. You know what I mean? So I kind of think and it's supposedly he's like a engineer or some type of, he's educated. And he believes it. I think he really fell into this shit and believes it. So you can see how someone who isn't a dumbass actually believes this shit. You know what I mean?
They can even those people can get, sucked into
and they
it.
Spend hours researching and doing all this type of shit. And
like that dude, the other video we watched where he was about the guy who was about to cry, and he's like, yeah, I still believe it's gonna squeeze. Now I'm gonna do a lot of research this weekend, and I'll figure out how. And it's like, okay, no, but you're starting with a conclusion. So why don't you just why don't you see where the evidence goes, and then bring your conclusion from that. But that's what looking at this this cult shit here, it's the same there's the reality being black and white and good versus evil, and that's a given right there. Everything's black and white, and no. Sorry, JD in the comments was asking about. No, we're not talking about Lou here. We were talking about KC Shaw, but I mentioned Lou because he mentioned the March 3rd date. He was hyping that March 3rd date, so that's where Lou came into this. That's how Lou came into this discussion. Since you, I think, came into the chat, JD, but. We were talking about the channel. We were talking about that was KC Shaw, and the other gentleman in the chat here was talking about his live streaming. But yeah, I believe Lou is monetized. Lou said he was monetized, but he said that somebody else or that YouTube monetized him or something. And then that's not how it works. You have to opt in to monetizing. And,
that guy's milking his thing. The guy KC,
KC is not monetized. Yes, KC,
a dirty, spineless, motherfucker, trying to get money from people. I really think he believes it, and he doesn't try to get money from people. I just think it's fascinating on his channel how he breaks it down, and you can see how they think what they think. You know what I mean? How they correlate certain numbers to mean what they think it means, and it's that's why I was saying
it is fascinating. And
I think some of those like him, he's a wife, kids. You know what I mean? It's almost like for him to go against it now. He's probably convinced his wife, this is the play. You know what I mean? We put our money in this. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. He even says, his mom is involved in it too. So, to go against it now and flip would mean that he would not only have to himself but the people he probably convinced that he knew what he was talking about. Right.
And that's why,
You know what
that's
I mean?
why
So
it's always better to
I
go
can see
with.
how a person like that could get involved and not really be able, and that's smart, might not be able to turn around because
they've convinced other people, and those other people
right.
listen to what this person says because they know that they know what they're talking about usually, and it would go get to to go back on that. But the thing is though, the problem with that is the flaw in that. I mean, and I agree. I think what you're saying is probably true. But the flaw in that way of thinking for him is what an intelligent person would do would be to change. They would be to get new information, and if that says something else, to fucking change what you think. Don't dig your heels in even more. Like, if you were really an intelligent person that understood, if you're some scientist, engineer, or something, then yeah, you should fucking be looking at the evidence, man. Not, I don't want to let my family down. I don't want my family to think less of me. I mean, come on. Right. I mean, that's how fucking. Yeah, that's weak as fuck.
I've asked him before, like, and he has said, like, if I look at, I would switch my opinion if I looked at the numbers and the numbers told me otherwise. But until then, the numbers are telling me that it's going to happen. So, and I'm like, looking at the numbers wrong.
I don't know what numbers retail.
That's why I'm saying, like offhand, you just gotta watch. You know what I mean? You just one of these times, just gotta.
Yeah, I will.
Watch it, see how he breaks it down. And you can see. You know what I mean? Or he even like his live streams, like he saves. You can go on his channel and like it's for like 6-7 hour live streams. And so the front part.
Yeah. I mean,
but I mean, like,
I know what you mean. I mean, I've seen a lot of these guys' stuff. I haven't seen his specifically, but a lot of them are monetized though, so that's different. And
he's not, like I said, he's not monetized, and he doesn't strike you as a slimy fucking salesman type shit. But he's just one of them people that you can see that it believes it. You know what I mean? And it's like you wouldn't think like that educated type person would be that.
Oh yeah.
I guess gullible.
Right. Well, I mean, when this elitist mentality, and this other next thing on this cult list here, it's this elitist mentality, like the members are part of a special group, of mankind, that they're gonna save the world. They're participating in this important act, which that's
what they talk about too. They'll talk about like when you get your money, when this happens, remember, like, you gotta do this, you know what I mean? Like, you'll hear them talk about that shit. It's crazy.
And it says, it says members will have a special place in history. I've heard them say that specifically, like, people remember the apes. The apes, and they consider themselves better, more knowledgeable, and more powerful than anyone else in the world. So we're more knowledgeable, powerful than Wall Street. We know what we're talking about. And then group will over individual will. This is huge too. So you must submit to the group, and you don't think for yourself. You think for the group, and it ends up in people being extremely, extremely dependent on what everybody else is doing. And that's like the whole buy and hold thing. It's like apes aren't selling. It's like we all are doing the same thing, and that when you lose your individual identity like that, that's bad. That's bad news bears.
The one thing he does do, he tells all the people all the time, like, don't get in over your head. Don't invest more than you understand to lose. And that way you don't have to worry, because the money I invested, if I lose this, I'm okay losing it. You know what I mean? But you tell people that this is going to ungodly numbers. You know what I mean?
Right.
But don't put too much into it. Fuck, you just told me it's going to $1,000, $10,000 a share. I'm fucking putting everything. That's the problem with
saying that. Right. You don't have to say. You don't have to tell people to invest in it, because they will. If you say it's going to fucking shoot to the moon, they will anyway. So that's why, I don't talk about stuff like
just
that.
Like,
I don't make recommendations.
It's not financial advice. but then
Right.
proceed
But
to
then
give financial
give
advice.
financial advice. Right. JD is asking about the SPY S&P 500. How low will the SPY go? Clearly being in a recession. I don't know.
Well,
Um,
a
I
year ago it was at a year ago. I think it was at like 390 something, if I'm not mistaken.
let's see.
So we're
So let's see. We're at March 10th. March. Where were you? March. Zoom in. Charted here. Okay. This is. It just looked like it was way low, like way lower than that. Yeah, March 21.
March
of 21.
22nd. March 22nd of last year, it says it was 392.59. So it's still another like
Yeah, 390 closed at 392.59.
5% away from giving away all this year's gains.
So yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Like, so that's where we were at March 22nd, and then to now, 7.87% or $30. I mean, 30 points away, $30 away.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's and I mean,
Think of that whole year's gain damn near is wiped out
I got,
within this last what month and a half.
yeah, yeah. So let's see. Um, you could go from different points, but you could go all the way back to the COVID crash. Maybe that might be a little too far back to go, but I mean, let's do like a Fibonacci retracement here. Just a quick one to see, what's indicated here. You know, or like 424, and yeah, it's been like kind of vibrating around it a little bit, and then where's that? Got rid of it. So it's close to the. Well, no, not really. Right here. Oh no. That's right. Yeah, so it is close to this line. It's close to that line. That's the 0.1. Yeah, that's the golden. That's the 1.1618 line. So we are entering what they would call the golden pocket, I guess, between the 0.618 and 0.78. Like, so that could be something. I don't know. I've heard 390, 390-ish, which would make sense based on what we were saying from back to this level. But I mean, it's so hard because I mean, what's been happening lately is like at the end of like oil will, let's see, which way does it go? Oil will shoot up overnight, and the equities will crash or will go down, and it's almost like somebody's taking liquidity out of oil and out of stocks and putting it in oil, and then in the pre-market, oil goes down and equities pump up, and then the market opens and whatever happens, like usually it seems like, but
There for a while, you were able, if it closed low, you could buy a call. In the morning, it was gonna.
Oh yeah, I made a lot of money that way.
And then if it ended up
that way,
yeah, if it closed green,
closed
you
up,
buy a put for the next day, and it was,
yeah.
You know how much times?
Yeah, I did that kind of stuff a lot, but yeah, now it seems like lately, last week or so, it's been less predictable. Like last week, I did not do too well at all. So,
yeah.
And because I think what happens a lot of the time is that there are more retail investors engaged in the market, and it feels like the more certainty that retail investors think they have, the more likely they are going to be deceived, and like it's going to do the fucking exact opposite. Like they're going to figure out a way to take money out of oil and put it in fucking stocks or something like that. I don't know, but I know that like and we've seen everything. We've seen oil go up and stocks go down, which is typical. That's what would normally happen. And we've seen stocks go down and oil go down. We've seen oil and stocks go up. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? It makes no goddamn sense. So I'm just like, I don't even fucking know anymore. I don't think I'm even going to trade a fucking thing next week. Unless something clearly breaks out.
Bottom.
Well, I mean, I've been bearish on the market. Like I've been waiting for this fucking correction for a while, since last summer, fall. Like I lost money last year, basically trying, thinking that this shit's gotta fucking pop down, and they just kept fucking pumping it. So I've been waiting for this, and I did okay. But it's like anything else. They're gonna they take the longest fucking way, the most least volatile way to do it. Like today, like fucking today. The shit in the morning, was down, and then it pumped up. Let me get on a daily chart here, and then at the end of literally at the fucking end of the day, it got under 420, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, that is not. I don't want to sound like an ape here with like bitching about the price action and shit, but and we're talking about an ETF, an index. So this isn't just one stock, and that's different. But like this shit, like it's almost like literally sometimes it's like trying to see how fucking much it'll just push up, and then it'll fucking shoot down. It's so infuriating right now, honestly. But yeah, like gap up. This fucking gap up. This motherfucker gapped up like $5 Like it gapped up Why did it gap up $5? We had nothing but shit news today.
Yeah.
We had fucking inflation through the roof. We had consumer confidence in the fucking shitter. We had
shit, and next week you got the Fed coming out with the interest report, right? About the interest hike.
Yeah, we got the Fed meeting
next
next week.
On the 16th?
The FOMC meeting next week. So
so you gotta assume it's gonna tank a little bit more.
That's what I would assume, and that's what I would assume would be that it would go into a low around that meeting. And then they're probably not going to raise. They're probably, it's probably going to be mild because of what's going on in Russia and all that shit. So then it's gonna fucking rally again. I would say, there'll be, and I don't know. I mean, I don't think that would be the end of the bear market or the correction.
No,
I don't think.
It's going to have little sporadic bounces.
It's going to be a counter trend.
Where they can grab money from it.
Right.
Taking advantage of it.
Like what we had basically, what day is it? I got to get off 1 minute candles here. Like what we had, we had a couple times this year already. Like what we had at the end of February, this thing here, and some of these things. But like, yeah, so it makes it risky to kind of play the short-term stuff. But I do anyway sometimes because it's fun. But and you can make a lot of money. It's fun, but you can lose money too. So whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, I don't understand. This like this, the gapping up $5, and then the other day, what was this? Tuesday or Wednesday, I guess. Yeah, Wednesday the 9th. Yeah, it gapped up. Again, like another $5 or whatever, and then gapped down, and then gapped up. Yeah, and the VIX right.
Jumping all over the place.
It's been jumping all over the place. We've had the market go up, we've had the VIX go up, we've had the market go down, we've had the VIX go down. We've had every combination of everything, and the same with oil. Actually, what I like to do is I put I do a comparison. I put the VIX on a comparison usually. That kind of cool, like on a new price with a line like this, so then you can see the correlations and stuff. And I also like to put on I'll put on a comparison line and do the actual tick the cumulative tick of the New York Stock Exchange. So then you can see like how many stocks are going up, how many stocks are going down, kind of thing. And it's like for day trading, it can kind of be helpful for trends and stuff like that. But I mean, even that, it can get infuriating because it's just like a flip flop all the time, which that's how way it is. But it's just like, it'll go from being like, it'll go from like positive 1,000 to like negative 1,000, like, over like the course of a minute and a half. And it's like, how?
What about,
like,
what was it?
What the fuck?
A couple weeks ago, the shit was like 800 points down the fucking SPY at S&P. And fucking, by the end of the day, the shit was positive like 100 or two. This was like a couple of weeks ago. I gotta remember the fucking day, but it was negative 800 in the morning. And then by the close, the shit was green 100 to 200 points. It was insane.
Yeah, that was I think that was the 24th. Let me go on daily candles. Yeah, that shit. Like, I mean, I didn't lose my ass, but I mean, I was, who the fuck was expecting that? Yeah, this fucking green candle right here. This green candle right here, and see, like, that's it. It was opened at 411. The high was 428.76. Low 410. So yeah, I mean, it basically it gained a 1.5% or six, and this is on the SPY. So it was $6.35. But yeah, like, and the fact that, like, I mean, I remember because I watched the ES, the S&P 500 mini futures, like, overnight, and in the aftermarket in the morning, I switched to watching that, and I'll watch the VX futures, and some of the other ones, but and maybe the NQ Nasdaq future, but usually I'll watch the ES while the Asian markets and the European markets are open and stuff, because that'll correlate off that. But so I saw that bottom, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, this is gonna be good. And I mean, I got out of some positions, but I didn't have but the problem was I didn't have calls on. I didn't have any call options, like positions.
I had put from the previous day.
I did too.
When they opened up, I was huge, and I just started seeing it, and I got out of them still profitable.
Yeah,
but like you said, I didn't have no calls, so and I just waited because I'm like, it's got to stop. But it just kept going, and I'm like, if I got out and I did, and it jumped into an immediate call, I would fucking kill. Right. But there's no way you could see that coming down that much. But like nothing.
Right, and then recovering.
Nothing.
Then more than recovering. Over the next 2 days, more than recovering, and then we got this sideways shit for a few days, and it's like, okay, more or less sideways, or like this shit up, where it pumps up and right at the open, and then it fucking falls down, and so you think it's gonna, like, it's okay, it's pushing down, and then it fucking recovers again at the end of the day. It's like, god damn it, what the fuck? This is some fucking algorithm shit, like, it's like, well, we know where, this price. I mean, I'm just talking off my ass, but like, it's just, yeah, it can be infuriating, and that, but yeah, well, I'm trying to find this day. There was a day that I want to say was it Monday? What was Monday? Monday was 7th. Might have been Monday. I had a position. I normally don't keep a position on over the weekend, but I had trouble getting out because this day was so sideways on last week ago Friday. I think that's what happened. I couldn't get fucking my order filled, so I was like, well, fine, I guess I'm keeping it over the weekend. And I think it expired on Monday. Been there before. I think it expired on Monday or Wednesday, I forget, but yeah, so and I was worried because, I saw that it was, shit gap down, open lower, futures open lower and shit, or the futures like slid down. And then, and then I saw in the pre-market it was going up, like basically to where it closed the previous week. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna get fucked. And then, yeah, so then it started dropping when the market opened, and I'm like, oh, this is great, and like, But then I want to say it was this day that I got fucking IV crushed to fuck in hell. Like it was
Yeah.
bad. It was really, really fucking bad. I mean, I went like pretty deep in the money. I mean, I closed the position. I closed one, I think, and at a decent profit. But then, yeah, I got IV crushed, and it was bad. I mean, I was in the money, and it was bad. So I've lost every fucking way there is to lose, and in the last couple weeks, it seems like I've had every fucking thing happen. Just like I've seen every fucking combination of oil, VIX, and the SPY being up and down, and it's like, god damn, but I understand that it's really things are volatile right now because of what's going on. But it's an exciting time to be trading, like that.
Here's
love
where
this
you can
shit.
you can lose your ass, but this is where you can make a fucking score.
You can, yeah. I mean, imagine
the key thing is you just can't be greedy,
right?
And you need to get out when you got the opportunity to get out, and don't think I'm going to hold it.
Don't worry about what could be. Yeah.
Right.
What could happen, or if only I had done that, drive yourself crazy. But I mean, like, imagine this one. Like, if you had the foresight to, to buy calls on one of these dips here on Thursday. Well, no, Tuesday. Tuesday. One of these dips here when it touched down to like 415. Or something like that, or at the end of the day when it was like 416. I mean, and
417 or something.
It gapped up, and the market opened at like 425. I mean,
yeah, that's
Jesus Christ. I mean, you could have bought close to at the money, for a couple $100 probably, or less, because it was way down, and then and shit gapped up $10. I mean, from that point, that would have been.
It
really
never
nice.
happens.
And it continued to go up. So you could, I mean, typically what I like to do at least is buy a couple contracts at least, so I can close one right away. If it's going, if I'm sitting pretty, close one and let one run, or or whatever. I need to close both of them, but at least I have, because I like, I want to get as much delta as I can. So. I want that. I had 60 delta on something last week, and no, I had 120 delta. I ended up with 120 delta on a put that I had that I just kept doubling down on. I'm like, no, I fucking know this is. So I bought another. It dipped down or it rallied up. So I bought and I averaged, quote unquote, I averaged down, and ended up with 3 of these positions that were like 40 delta each. So, I mean, that by the end of and I was down at one point so much, like it was so nerve-wracking. So, but then like at the end, I wish I could remember what day it was. It might have been, no, it wasn't Tuesday. I think it was last week sometime. It was one of these days last week. Might have been this day. But, yeah, but by the end of the day, like, I mean, I didn't make a ton of money, but like, with that much delta, it was swinging around like crazy. I mean, that shit was jumping up and down by like $80 in either direction, like on a split second. I'm like, oh my god, this is crazy, and I ended up making a little money. But it was like by the end, so I was like, I know if I hold this, I know I'm right here. Like I know I'm right. I just don't know when it's gonna be right. Hopefully, it's right in time. But maybe not, and fortunately it was. I'm like, oh my god, thank you. And then of course after that, I've pretty much sucked.
See, the thing that kills it, what makes it so fucking hard, is if you don't have the account money in there, like, so you don't, and you have to contend with that day trader fucking rule.
Yep.
That's the fucking worst. Like, luckily, knock on wood, I have gotten to a point that I really don't need to. I have enough in the account, so I can get in and get out and do as many options as I want. Like, but if you don't have that,
which I don't. I'm trading on a small account.
It's fucking hard because you get stuck.
Yep.
literally stuck in positions
And
where
you
it's
can't do
like
shit.
you
You
can't
can't
do
do
anything.
shit.
You just
You
have to
can't
ride
do
the fucking
shit.
thing out.
Right. And
Yeah,
then here's I was thinking about this today actually. You know, if the apes wanted to change shit in the market, like you know, if
that's
you
the
actually
one
wanted
rule.
to make it fair, yeah, go after the pattern day trading rule. That shit needs to
Is the
fucking go.
dumbest
That
fucking
is,
thing. That's
it
meant
is.
to keep the little guy down.
It really is.
That's
I mean,
almost like if you're not going to play with enough money, we're not going to let you
it's
have full
blatantly, yeah,
access.
it's blatantly that. If you don't have enough money in the account, you can't. It's like those fucking fees that banks charge. Because I've been down on my luck before. The bank I was with, if you had less than $1,000 in your account, they would charge you a fucking $11 monthly service fee.
Yeah. That's
So
yeah.
I don't have enough money, so you're gonna charge me money. Okay, great. That's a great fucking business plan. Just fucking
Like
scam.
not
But
only
like,
you're lending the money that I have in there out 10 times over and making buku money off of it,
right,
and
and
only
that's
giving me
probably
a
why.
small
Yeah,
percentage every
right.
year, but you're going to charge me.
You're gonna
Yeah,
charge
it's
me.
the whole.
And the settlement, 2 day settlement. There's no reason why that
Mm,
shit has to be like that. It's all electronic anyway. There's no paperwork.
yeah,
There are no certificates. It's literally all just electronic. There's no reason whatsoever that they can't do instant fucking settlement. They should be able to
that's
do
why with these apes,
instantaneous settlement.
when they say these cash accounts, it's like, yeah, you don't want margin or whatever, having a margin account. I understand what they're saying. It's supposed to help, but if you're a cash account, you got that T+2 settlement.
Yeah, you have to wait 2 days
You don't
anyway.
get it right away. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
you could be hamstrung on some shit where if you're planning on a short squeeze where it's going to be crazy and wild and you want to get in and out quick, you
hmm
might not be able to like that.
you still have to have, yeah, you have to have enough in an account to cover it without using the funds that you just, if you sell, you're not going to be able to use those funds for 2 days. And
Right.
so it really is not any better than the margin account, in that sense. But I mean, I have several. I have different margin accounts. I have different cash accounts, but none of them are over, pattern day trade. So I just got a bunch of accounts in different places, so I can do, more day trades, but that limits the amount I can play with each trade, which is probably a good thing though, honestly, because it's real easy
It
to get
is, but
over leveraged on positions, over
yeah, and it's
over
real
allocating.
easy to lose sight of the value of what you're doing because $1,000 might not feel like $1,000 in cash when you're same thing with like the casino. They give you chips so it doesn't feel like actual money, and you're more prone
Right.
to fucking
Yeah.
lose it without counting it and being worried. You know what I mean? Same thing with you got to still have respect for the money, or else yeah, the shit can get really crazy really fast.
Yeah, it
And there is
can.
no sympathy for I fucked up.
No, there isn't. That's probably the way it should be, but that pattern day trading, the PDT,
That's the worst.
it's hard for me to justify that as being anything positive for retail, like, because hey, they don't give a fuck anywhere else if you lose all your money. Like, they say it's for your protect. Day trading is risky. Well, no fucking shit. No fucking shit. That's why most people do it and they fucking lose their ass. Now I
Right.
can be profitable day trading, but like, yeah, I can't do too much of it because then, like, I get trapped and it happens. But I mean, if you could get in and out of positions, hell yeah. I mean, like, it's not really that fucking hard. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a trading genius or anything. I don't want anybody to think
But
that.
your
But
risk
like,
factor goes
but I
down.
understand. I've spent a lot of fucking time studying this shit, like studying options, studying, all, not really technical analysis, but I can read a chart, enough to like
Mhm.
identify trends and shit. It's not really that hard, but
No.
trading specifically, like, I like trading. That's what I do. I prefer trading.
Yeah.
I'm not really much of an investor. I'm not much of a buy and hold type of person, I'm looking for that quick shit. I want to get in and out, ideally in a couple fucking minutes, like,
Yeah.
or, maybe, a little time during the day, a couple hours or something. But I don't want to be in positions overnight, really. I just
But
want to
without that day trading
But
thing.
without day trading, it's hard as hell. I mean, you
Yeah,
because,
but what I'm saying, without that rule, you
oh
can
yeah, without the rule,
lower your
yes,
risk because you can get out at any time you want and not have to worry about,
right.
oh, this is my third one.
It
I can't.
actually
I
would
I might as well ride it out.
It would be safer, right? Because you could
Yeah.
exit a position.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, like, why. I mean, I'm sure it's just to make sure that retail investors don't actually start making money, because, like, especially on options, probably because day trading options, because, yeah, it's easy to lose a lot of money, but I mean, shit, it's not that hard to actually make money if you can get in and out. Like, if you can get in and out,
Yeah.
yeah. But if they can trap you, and that's what it is, they can trap you in, and that's gotta.
That's what it is.
That's the reason. There's no other reason. It makes no sense. But if you have 25
I mean,
grand, then they can make enough. Then it's worth their while to, like, allow you to fucking not trap you. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if the apes wanted to actually create a change that was meaningful to them, that actually had some
the only thing I can
actual
think of,
practical purpose, go after PDT. That should have been the first.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about it, and nobody anywhere is talking about that. And Gary Gensler and all
because
these
think
people
about
are
it.
talking about, oh, we're going to bring transparency to the market. Oh, we have to
Mhm.
change how this is. I don't give a fuck about transparency, really. At the end of the day, I don't care what Wall Street does. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to
Right.
know what they're shorting. It'd be nice to know positions more than 45 fucking days after the fact. But at the end of the day, I don't really care. I want to be able to trade. I want to know that I can, like, put my money in and take my money out whenever I want to. That's the way it should be.
See, I think when they put that rule in, they thought if you have 25 grand or more, you're more apt to leave your money in and play regularly, trade regularly, invest regularly. Whereas if you're putting a little bit of money in, you're more apt to hit and quit, and then they don't get a chance to get any of that money back.
That could be.
Type thing. That's what I think.
Could be.
That
Well, and
rule's there
also
for.
the settlement period was not always 2 days. I mean, it used to be 3. I know they changed it from 3 to 2. Before that, it was probably longer. Might have been 4. But yeah, I forget when it went down to 2T plus 2 days. But yeah, it used to be longer. Everything used to be on paper. Like, so there are reasons why, like, but there's probably legitimate reasons why, shit took longer. You had to process paperwork, and there were actual shares, physical shares that were traded or whatever.
That had to be taken from one place to another place.
Right, but I mean,
like you said, all this shit is electronic now, and at keystroke, it's there.
Right, yeah. The Joker's saying all you have to do is save up 10K and swing, turn that to 25 easy with options. Right. I mean,
Sounds easy.
I'm sure. Yeah. I honestly, I agree. I think if I had 10 grand, I probably could, after a little bit, but
here's the thing:
saving up $10,000 is not that fucking easy, though. That's the fucking hard part. Let me tell you right there. Saving up $10,000 with gas being $6 a fucking gallon. You're joking. You are literally joking there, right? The Joker is joking.
And when you get it to 25 grand, you got to be able to keep it at 25 grand and
right.
not dip below, because once you go 1 penny below 25 grand, you're in that dumbass rule again.
ET, right? And that sucked. That would suck, being, getting right under that and stay, yeah. And then you got.
That's how I was for a while, because like I said, I got extremely lucky when I first got into this shit, and the AMC thing just blew up, and I made a ton. But I was at that, like, line, you know what I mean? Like 26, 25, and I would lose some, be under, and have day trading rule again. You know what I mean? Have to.
And that sucks
watch
too, because
out
you can't take if you want to liquidate and then, like, buy something, like take the money out and, like, buy I don't know, whatever, you buy a TV or some shit, it's a couple grand. Well, now you're under. That sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you had, like,
so you really need to build it up way above 25. You
you
know.
really need to get it to like 40, 35, something like that. Yeah. And then now it's like once you get to that level, then you can start having a little bit, but still,
yeah,
30 grand, 40 grand, you're still only a bad week away from dipping back.
Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, I don't.
That's why, yeah, it is really, they need to get rid of that fucking rule. That's the worst fucking rule there is.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then cause I was thinking about that today. It's like, yeah, all this other shit like market plumbing and fucking, trade reporting and dark pools and all this stuff. Like that shit. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it doesn't affect anything, but it's not anywhere close to the impact that the PDT stuff has.
Yeah.
And the settlement period and that stuff, like that's what they should have gone after. You know, it only makes sense.
Like that affects every retail person, whereas the other shit might affect a small portion of retail that's going to take it that fucking serious to dive in to get those
or even people that are fucking going after short squeeze plays. Like not everybody, and I'm not one of these people. You know, I'm not seeking out short squeezes. To me, that's a risky, like slim chance type of, like once in a while thing. Like you might get in on something at some point, but I'm not like this obsession with fucking short squeezes. I mean, it's tiring. Really, it's fucking tiring. Like not like everything. That's not the.
I was watching one of the investment shows,
not the rule.
And they were talking about short interest used to be a bad thing. Like that, when did that become a positive to look at a stock that had a high short interest?
Right. Well, and I think it depends on the time horizon you're talking about. Like, are you talking of, like, and why, and what are the reasons that a company is being shorted? But I mean, sometimes it's just literally, it could be a hedge type thing, or there actually are like we were talking about earlier, like COVID-19 shutdown.
The actual business problems.
Right. Like either economically across the whole thing, like, hey, everything's shutting down. Well, short sell the fucking shit. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Or like that one that somebody brought up before, that MULN or whatever, that
MULN, yeah.
That EV thing. Like, I mean, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I think that would probably be a good short, good stock to short or buy puts on, maybe, because like it's getting all this attention right now. Retail is engaged in it. I'm a contrarian.
Yeah, over the last week,
like that. I'm a contrarian when it comes to a lot of that stuff. So
it's up 75% or something. So
right. So I mean that. And
it's going to drop.
It's been trading. Yeah, it's been trading for less than $1. Or around a couple bucks or whatever, and it's up 75%. Yeah, that's and they haven't done it. They still, all they did was announce that they've made progress. They don't have a product. They don't have a deal. They're losing money. Yeah, it's a perfect shorting candidate. Like, and why shouldn't you make money when I mean, I see no problem with it, but I'm not going to go after a fucking short squeeze. Like, it doesn't. I don't know. It just like it so happens that I got involved with AMC, like, and like was paying attention to the market and stuff. But like I didn't have a lot of extra money around the GameStop.
Yeah, but so many of these quote unquote short squeeze stocks that are supposed to run never do. You know what I mean? Like, or have already ran and have been smashed back down and are not going to run again. MMAT, that was a big one.
Oh, not
BBIG was one.
Thinking, BBIG, MRIN, that's it. Marin Software.
Yeah, MRIN, yeah.
All these had short squeeze signals too from Vortex. Most of them did. Sundial, SNDL, Clove. Somebody mentioned earlier Clove. That Lou recommended Clove at $16. Like, and it's literally $3 now. Good job.
Shit, what was the Virgin Galactic? That one too early on. Looking at it, knocked off way back down.
Oh yeah. Yeah, space SPCE.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that fucking thing is yeah about yeah.
I mean, you can lose your ass. Like if you don't get on it in that
Right.
initial like before it does its first
Once
run
yeah,
up,
once
you're,
you find out
you're
about it, if you
fucked.
find out about it second, third hand, and it
Yeah,
like you're yeah you've already missed the boat. There's no point in doing it. Like you're
you're
late to the
trying to get
party.
in. Yeah, when you're trying to get in on the dead cap bounce,
Right,
you're
which is
fucked.
pretty much what all of this AMC stuff is after June. Really, it's
Hmm.
all stuff after June is just is people trying FOMO, people trying to get in on it, but it's already done. It's already happened.
And all this retail that keeps saying they're buying shares here and there, the daily volume is so piss poor.
It does
Like
not
I'm not
indicate
convinced
that.
people
Yeah,
are having the money. One having the money to continue to buy,
I don't
but I
think they
think
do.
most people are just bullshitting.
I think they do. I think they do too. Yeah, I don't but like this ARKK Innovation ETF.
Kathy Wood,
She's a piece of work. Like down
dude, she's
60.
she's like that, man. She had one hot year, and now that shit is catching up to her, man.
That shit is down 65% since last February. You know, and
Yeah, there's some of the shit that she's been buying recently. Like she's one of them people that are buy the dips.
mm-hmm.
Like she had like a retail, like kind of like a retail mind. Like
Yeah, I
she
know it's
buys
weird.
dips
Yeah,
like crazy,
and then when she would
and
sell
fucking
stuff,
will let positions go
she would
at a
sell things.
loss and then
Yeah, right.
rebuy.
Yeah, yeah, it's
It's like
crazy.
what the fuck?
Right? Yeah,
And you can
it's
tell
odd.
that she's panicking right now because she fucking
Yeah, dumped it
killed
at the
last
top or
year. You
bottom
know
or
what I mean?
something.
So she
Dumped it
was
at the
like,
bottom. Oh,
yeah. So now she's like trying to like panicking.
right. I know.
Yeah,
Had Tesla, and then I forget exactly the saga with her and Tesla, but I remember that.
that was like the main thing. I think.
Yeah, that was
Like
the main
she
thing.
went.
Yeah,
I think she went real heavy. Like that was like her claim to fame.
right. Which I mean, it's hard to dispute the fact that that thing is a fucking way over. I mean,
And
at
that
certainly
just
at
goes to
1200
show.
it was. You know,
Oh my God. I
I
had a
mean,
buddy. I think it made it up. Didn't it make it up to like 13, 14, something like that?
got up
Or was 12 the
to
top?
12, yeah, 12 something, 12. It's under 1250 looks like, yeah.
Yeah, so I had a buddy that literally bought at the fucking top.
God.
And I was like, dude, I mean, that's fucking high, man. And he put like a
Yeah.
nice little bit of money in it. And I was like, at that time, they still were talking about the Fed going to have to do interest rates and shit like that. And I was like, well, if you wait a little bit, I think, no. If you see it, that fucking seeing green, it going up, up, up. And as soon as he got in, that fucking thing, it started just continued to drop. And he
Right.
literally got in at the top. And every time I see him, man, I just shake my head.
Crazy.
I'm like,
Yeah,
I
because
told
you're
you that.
down. Fuck, you are down. Like, let's see, you got in right at the top. I mean, and you are down like 35 fucking percent right now, or
Yeah.
$440. I mean, God, that's crazy. I mean,
So I told it, and I saw, and it was like I was like from the outside looking in, I saw
hmm?
him doing it, and I was like, I
New.
can see like the rush to wanting to get the FOMO, like wanting to
Right.
like
Yeah. It's
taking a step back and being like, all right, it is high. I can get in this next week if I wanted to. Let me see
right.
what happens. But no, it had to be. I want it now. Boom. It's
Right.
going up right now. I want it in.
I need to be. Yeah. I need to
And
be in. And then yeah. And man.
and this guy doesn't do a lot of investing. You know what I mean? And
Right.
it's like he has been talking about Tesla for a minute too.
Hmm.
And I'm thinking like he's been talking about it for a minute. at no other point the attempt to get in until it started having its like all-time high. And I'm like, that makes no sense. Most people will buy when it reaches like or close to an all-time high. It's like you want to buy it when it's low.
Right, and that's
You know what
that.
I mean?
Right, that's
How much higher do you think the fucking thing's gonna go? Like,
right? Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Tesla is just like it's one of those cult type of things too. You know, like I mean, people. I don't really care.
if you look
I don't
at
really
it,
care either
Tesla-
way on any of these fucking stocks. I just want to make money. I don't give
Yeah,
a fuck
neither do
what
I. I
it
just
is.
want to make
I
money.
just trade that. I don't trade anything. I don't give a fuck. You know, like I've traded oil. I've traded. I wish I could have fucking bought coal last year. I mean, coal's up like 400 fucking percent right now. It's crazy, you know. But yeah, I don't give a fuck what it is. I mean, as long as I can make money. But you know, shit. I mean, I've lost money on everything too. So you know, whatever. That's
most people that
I'm in that you know range. Where it's like I can be profitable more often than I can lose. You know, I lose money. So I'm happy with that. You know, like because I know even the pros, 60% win is like unheard. You know, that's really good. So I'm happy. You know, with what I can do. If I had more money, if I had no restrictions on my account, PDT, you know, it's easy for me to sit here and say, oh yeah, I'd be killing it. Maybe I'd be foolish. You know, I'd lay too much money out, have way too big of drawdowns, and you know, I don't know. But at least you know, with the small account, it forces you to really, you know, make each trade count, or at least try to have a plan on it. Know when to get in and out, not just willy nilly throw shit on. You know, and really
your margin for error is tighter.
Much tighter, yeah, and so in that sense, it's a good thing, but it forces you to, if you're trading options, to you know, really, you know, make sure that you're buying the right strikes first. You know, like because you can get yourself fucked up if you buy, you know, far out of the money or some shit, or too close in expiration.
And it causes a lot of people that do options that have that rule to buy at the end of the day. So that they can try to capitalize off of getting out of it early in
capitalizing on a gap.
So they don't get
right. So they
and so they don't have to have that penalty. And you can get fucked overnight, man. Something like it can go extremely bad, and then you're sitting there that whole next day, fucking chewing fucking glass, waiting for that shit to just ease.
Right, and then you know, like today with the fucking S&P. You know, yeah, it finally went under 420, literally at like 3 minutes before close, you know, and then of course it popped back up, you know, but the rest of the day it was just bleeding out volatility and bleeding out theta, you know, and theta. You know, and the shit was gonna go under 420. It was gonna close at 420. That was probably written in the fucking stars somewhere or whatever. But it took its fucking merry old time getting there, and of course it had to fucking pump up, and oh yeah, we've got to pump everything up, and you know it with these fucking algorithms and shit and HFT, and who knows, you know, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's you know, that ain't gonna do you any good if you have a 420 call put, and it finally hits the fucking strike price at literally at what if 359
at the end of the day.
that does nothing for you, you know, like you know, hopefully you got rid of that thing before, you know, 3 or whatever, which I did.
A lot of some sites like Robinhood at 3 o'clock they'll close your shit.
Oh, that's that. Option. Yeah, that's bullshit.
On the day of expiration.
That's fucking bullshit.
3 p.m. They'll close your shit. Whether you're up, down, they don't give a fuck.
They'll just sell it out. Yeah, they'll sell it out, and then usually what would happen on there is right after 3, the shit would move because you know.
Yeah, and you're fucked.
Tends to move in power hour, and then you get fucked. Yep. Right? Yeah, it's like, dude, you just cost me fucking $100. What the fuck? Like, oh, it's for risk. Certain option positions are highly like. Shut the fuck up. Like, I know how much I can lose on this position. That's what
Right.
That's why I fucking got into it. Don't give me that fucking bullshit about how risky positions and shit. Like, long option positions are the least. I mean, you could lose your premium, but I mean, you're
Right.
not.
You know what? If you're so concerned and feel so bad for me, how about if I lose the money, you give me 30% back
Right.
instead of fucking closing my shit out and
Right.
fucking then taking the profit of fucking me over.
Right.
That's the type of shit
I hate
that the
that
apes
shit.
should.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Or I mean, Webull. I don't trade options on Webull anymore because their shit is so fucking horrible.
Robinhood is just with the options. Robinhood is their platform is just so quick and easy.
Yeah, I don't
mean?
mind. I don't mind trading options on Robinhood, especially if I'm at work. If I'm at work, and like as I work, full time, but I can be on my phone and shit. But like I'm out in the field doing stuff, getting my hands dirty and stuff. But I can get on my phone. I can set alerts and whatever else, and I can get on and do whatever I need to at any time, really. I just might have to take my gloves off, get my phone, whatever. But yeah, if I'm doing that, Robinhood, it's extremely easy, and it's easy to have that open, have trading view open, switch back and forth if I need to, and get in. It's always easy to get in and get out of positions. Like I never had any trouble with that ever. And I never had any trouble. And I always make, I can be. It doesn't matter really what platform I'm using, but I mean, like people are like, oh, you can't make money on Robinhood. Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, you can. You can make money on any platform. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I find Webull to be extremely bad. That's the one I can't stand. Like their prices, their execution prices are horrible. They do not give you good fill prices. Their option chain, unless you subscribe to real-time data, the option chain's delayed, which is fucking ridiculous. Why is the option chain delayed? It's crazy. I mean, I've had accounts where I didn't have I had zero money in the fucking account, and I still got real-time data. Like on Schwab does that, Fidelity does that, I think TD Ameritrade does that. You can get free real-time level 2 data on any of those platforms. And Webull, you have money in your account, they don't give you, you get NASDAQ only. Like, okay, good, and so you can't get all the shit. So that's bad. And then like the fill prices are terrible. But the worst part of it all is at least Robinhood has they'll close the position and liquidate it and put it and give you the cash in your account. Webull just fucking if you don't close the position before expiration, you just lose the whole fucking thing. They don't liquidate it and give you the cash. It just fucking disappears.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I made that mistake a couple times because you can set it to auto exercise, and which is on by default, which is dumb. So they have it set so you auto exercise, and you can turn that off. It's a little toggle thing. You can turn it off. So if you turn it off though, you have to liquidate. You have to close the position before expiration, before 3 or 4 or whatever on expiration. Because if you don't, you're just forfeiting whatever the fuck that value is, which is to me.
Oh, so at 3 o'clock, they not only close the position, they don't even liquidate it. You're fucked at 3 o'clock.
I don't know if it's 3 or 4.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if it's 3 or 4. It might be 3 if you're trading an option that expires the same day, but I think normally you can trade them until 4. But if we're talking about an option that trades that is expiring the same day, like if I was today or whatever, I can't I
think you get till 4 o'clock till fucking.
I thought you had until 4 to close them, but like you said, Robinhood does it. Robinhood closes them at 3.
Robinhood closes it, but they liquidate it. They pay you whatever it is for it.
But Webull, I've had that happen multiple times, and it wasn't much. It was it was like a few dollars. But
still,
they didn't. It's like, where did that fucking money go? Seriously? And I emailed him. I sent him a message and was like, what the fuck here? And they gave me back some response that was barely could barely fucking understand what it was, because I'm sure that they are not, American, are not, like English was not their first language, the way this shit was written. And it didn't make any sense. And it didn't even address the fucking question I asked. They did not even address it. They were like, well, you can exercise the, and I'm like, I'm not talking about exercise the options. I'm talking about literally, this thing had value at the end of the day, and where did that go? Well, I know where it fucking went, right into their fucking pocket. Because their payment for order flow is pretty bad too. Like they take high cuts on everything, and you could buy it. You're always going to lose a little bit. When you buy something, you're always going to lose a little bit. But I mean, really, Robinhood's not really that bad. I mean, a lot of times you can get right in the middle of the spread, which I mean, that's not bad. It's not bad at all, really. So you can get in the middle of the spread, but on Webull, they might put you in somewhere in the middle, but you're pretty much always losing like $5 or something when you it's crazy. You fucking take the position on, and immediately once it shows up in your list of positions, it's like down $5. It's like, what the fuck? The price didn't even change. Like, what the hell?
Right,
how the fuck am I down already? So I realized pretty quick that options are kind of a scam on Webull. And for
the only thing that I mean, like with Robinhood is the UI of the app. All your positions, as soon as you open the app, are right there. So you don't have to go. Like, I use Fidelity too.
Yeah, me
and Fidelity. Too. You gotta go in there and fucking, what I mean? It's a pain in the ass.
It really is.
Whereas
I don't.
Robinhood, you open it up, everything, your options and your positions are right there. You just click,
right
boom,
there. Yeah, I mean, it's too bad that like if Fidelity's shit was like that, that simple, that easy, or whoever. But yeah, I mean, literally all like TD Ameritrade's app, mobile app sucks. Schwab's is the same. It's not really that great. I don't use Interactive Brokers, but I don't really like their shit either. I mean, I have the platform. I just don't use it for anything. E-Trade, they're all like really I mean, and you can do it. And like, I don't know, Tasty. I've tried messing around with Tastyworks, and I don't really like that either. I mean, I've tried pretty much everything. But except for Merrill. I haven't tried Merrill Edge. I haven't tried that one. And I haven't tried like Ally or SoFi or whatever. I haven't tried either of those, but I don't even know if they do options. But I guess they do. But I mean, I like Fidelity, but yeah, it's the Active Trader Pro platform. I mean, I like it for research. I can't trade on it though. It's too buggy. It's too slow. It's laggy.
Yeah.
I never trade on like. I never use it for trading, actually. Like, it just, I don't trust it. I don't know. I'd rather use Robinhood on my phone, to be honest with you, because I know at least then, it's pretty solid. Really, it's not that bad at all. But I mean, I don't care. But like, I know people are like, oh, you see this on the subreddit all the time, AMC stock. People like talking about Robinhood or whatever, and it's like, whoa, why are you using Robinhood? It's like, why is it any of your fucking business what platform I use? It is literally none of your fucking business. Like,
for one, the buy button
matter.
If they understand why the buy button was taken away, Robinhood as a promotion was letting people immediately get access to their funds and start trading immediately. So without your funds clearing, they were allowing you to, okay, go ahead and trade whatever you say you're depositing.
Right.
What happened with the GameStop shit is they just didn't have enough to cover this shit. So would you rather them let the shit go and not be able to pay you the fucking money, and then you have to go through lawsuits and shit because they're going to file bankruptcy and get, you know what I mean?
Right.
Then you're fucked. It's like, yeah, they fucked you, but they were letting you do something that you really shouldn't have had the ability to do.
And
they just didn't think it all the way out.
And they had it in their terms of service that they could do that. Nobody reads it, but legally they had their ass covered. And I mean, this is what I said. If you're running a business, if you run a shop of any kind, and you have all of a sudden have a fucking huge amount of demand on something, and people come in and they buy you out of it, are you going to keep giving? Like, are you going? You can't sell it. You can't sell it anymore. You got to wait. You can't. You cannot. You don't have a product to sell. You can't cover it. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to keep like giving out IOUs or whatever.
Right.
Or you're
would
going to promise people something, and then they're not going to, like, what are you going to do? It's a business at the end of the day. You have a product, you have people who want that product. If you can't make that happen, you can't make it happen. You got to fucking close the shop down for a day and get your shit like back in order.
There is no synthetic shares, because that would have been the perfect time to do synthetic shares.
That's true, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And, but that was early in the thing.
They didn't stop people. They didn't say you can't.
That was even when GameStop had more than 100% short float, too. So, Yeah, it was
like 140 something.
But I mean, that's like that. It's kind of crazy that they don't know. They can't keep track of that. Like, why would a share be able to get shorted 3 times? Really kind of doesn't make sense to me. But it happens so rarely. It really, I don't know. I've never heard of it happening before. Probably has. But I mean, the fucking point is to make money. At the end of the day, the point is to make money. And you could have 2 people, 3 people, 4 people who are dependent on one share to make money. I mean, it's kind of fucked up a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, well, I mean, how is that any different from a bunch of people going in a casino and putting and the roulette? There's one roulette wheel, and there's a bunch of people standing around it, and the fucking wheel spinning, and people are making money based on that one roulette wheel and whatever the number is on there. So it's really not any different. There's one roulette wheel, there's one share. Everybody's just betting, everybody's taking a position on that share, whether it's going to go up or down. It's really not that different to me. Or a craps table, same thing. Like, you got some people there who are playing. One person's rolling. You got other people who are making bets on that. It's not. I mean, that's just the way it is. But
that's the thing. They've all come into this system brand new to it and expect it to go the way they want it to go. It's like, no,
nothing ever.
You got to learn how the game is played. But you don't come to the game and say, we're going to do it this way now, and you make the rules after just like no,
yeah,
the rules are existing.
It's crazy.
Learn to play by them.
Right, and are the rules fair? No, fuck no, they're not. It's not fair.
No, they're never going to be. It's capitalism.
Right. Exactly, that's the point. And it's like you can either play the game or you can, not play, whatever. But
if you're gonna play, learn how to fucking play the way to make money. You know what I mean?
Right. It's not about.
To me, it seems like they're trying to be stubborn and say, I want to do it this way, and this is the way it's gonna work. And it's like, no, you're playing the wrong game. It's not going to work. You can see the shit not working. Well, I'm gonna double down and say, okay. Don't be mad when the shit fucks you then. The man didn't do it. You know what I mean? You're not being held back. You're not being oppressed.
It's like this shit like this Reddit post. This Reddit post here. What's going on here? Biggest holding in IWM is AMC. 2.3 million share buy. 460 million in one transaction. And they show a fucking Webull time and sales image here. And it's like, so they show this here at, just after 4, 2.3 million. And, I looked it up on Fidelity time and sales, and, it's one of those, I forget what it's called. Just like a T, it's got a T next to it on time and sales and Fidelity. And it's like when they report a sale after hours or something like that, it didn't happen. And you can see it's $199.92. It's higher than what the price was at the time. Like, it's not. It didn't actually happen then. They're just reporting it then.
Right. It was done before, but they're just now putting
and
it
I don't
into
know.
the system.
There's a bunch of reasons why there's all everything else in the fucking market. There's a bunch of reasons why they can do this, and it's like no. Nobody came in and bought 2 million shares at 30 cents higher than the fucking market price at 4 o'clock. Like, that's not what happened here. But, you know, like, you have to like, think about that and look into it and read it, look it up. Otherwise, you're just like, oh, geez, you know, price didn't move. What am I looking at? You know, price not moving a bit.
Right.
The U.S. stock market is one big fraud. I'll be happy when AMC squeezes and get out of this shit forever. I mean, how many times have you heard people say that? Like, once this squeezes, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, I wish they would just leave now, honestly. Like, just fucking leave now. Like,
but see, here's the thing. It's for them to leave, it's got to hit an astronomical. They say they're not leaving,
so they'll never leave. Basically, is what you're saying.
Right. Right.
They'll never leave because it ain't gonna happen.
This thing ever got back to close to $50, maybe even 40. Shit, even if it got to 30, you're gonna see people jump out. But if it got near 50, I think the majority of people, given the way the world is right now with how money is, ain't no one diving in that shit, man. If
a month ago, it might have been different. 2 months ago, whatever. But yeah, I mean, shit can get real quick, you know. And so yeah, I mean, that's what they should do. That's what the fuck they should do is. What the heck happened with the market today? Why did everything drop so hard? Well, I mean,
they don't understand shit is selling off.
Like, why? Like, you have to ask this question. They asked this question in the AMC stock subreddit. Like, why in the fuck? Like, is it that it's not that hard? Like, I don't know. That shows that you don't know shit about any of this stuff. You know, not the market, not about macroeconomics, or fucking the world in general. Like, really, you don't know why everything fucking dropped hard. Like, my question is, why did the fucking market rally? Why do we get these fucking dumbass fucking rallies? Like, that's the irrational part to me at this point, is we get these fucking weird relief rallies when equity goes up, oil goes down, or they both fucking go up, which makes the least amount of sense, or whatever. But, like, I mean, I think because the smarter retail investors who are trying to be informed, they realize this, and it's, you know, maybe it's whoever market's attempt to at least, you know, shave off some fucking implied volatility or whatever from their option trades or whatever, because we know it's going to go down. Like, we know this shit. We knew this shit was going to crash. Like, I mean, anybody who's been paying attention knows that we were in for some downside, and probably there's more to come, at least in the next week with that meeting. So, I mean, but when you think you know what's going to happen, that's when you don't know what's going to happen. And that's, you know,
like, this is why, like, they teach music in high school, but they don't teach finance.
Right. Yeah.
And this is what happened when you have
no understanding whatsoever.
Workforce, it has no understanding of the value
supply and demand. Right. All this stuff. Like, I mean, all these people too, they don't think that they don't think that they don't think the price is influenced by buying and selling. They think that it's, you know, I don't know what they think. They think that, like, they don't understand how the order matching works, how the order book works. You know, how you have bids and asks that are matched, and you have all these orders coming from different places at different prices, and, you know, and how it works. Like, they think that it's, you know, just like arbitrary or random. Or, I mean, you could maybe make a case for random, but
same reason why you need to look at it. The same reason why the weed man charges more from time to time, because supply and demand.
Right.
It's every part of society. Because every fucking post you see, it's like, I'm high as shit. Why did this happen?
Right.
Well, the same reason, you know, why your drug man fucking raised the prices on you last week is the same reason. You know what I mean? It all breaks down to the same thing.
Right. Yeah. Right. And there's a lot of reasons why that can happen, but at the end of the day, you know, you want what I've got, and I don't have much of it, and I got a bunch of people who want it. So what are you willing to pay?
What are you willing to pay? Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's all the fuck it is. But it's just complicated because there's so many people, there's so many participants, there's so much shit. Then you have ETFs, and then you have short. There's a lot of ins and outs. It's complicated.
Right.
This system has developed over decades. To be like this, and it had all these different exchanges and then off exchanges, and how they all talk to each other, and it's complicated. It is complicated as fuck.
Yeah, but even if you just understand that basic premise of supply and demand,
that's what you're saying.
That will tell you that.
They don't have that base knowledge. They're wanting to focus on, this dark pools. This short vol. You don't understand the basics. Why are you worried about the fucking back end, fucking wiring in the back room? You don't understand how the whole system works. Don't worry about the fucking wiring. We'll get there, maybe. But you'll realize that fucking wiring in the back, that doesn't matter. It makes no difference to your ability to make money or lose money. Hopefully to make money, but I mean mostly to lose money for these people. But why are you focused on? You're zoomed into one little fucking part that literally makes no difference. I mean,
it's crazy because now everything is they're spoofing. I didn't hear shit about spoofing until I saw that report about the DOJ accusing a certain whatever of spoofing. It was the first time I heard of spoofing. Right. And now every fucking thing you hear is, there they go. This is an example of spoof. What the fuck are you talking about? This was just announced like 2 weeks ago. You mean it's an example that you don't even know what the fuck it is?
Right, and it's the same thing with short ladder attacks. Like this is a textbook short ladder attack. Yeah. Oh, really? Where's the textbook? I'd like to see that in a textbook. There's no textbook that mentions that whatsoever. Like you think because the chart's going down looks symmetrical. That's what you mean. It looks like a fucking ladder. So it's a short ladder attack, but you're saying that it's two hedge funds trading it back and forth? How the fuck do you know that? You don't know that. You can't tell that from the fucking chart. You can't tell that from the time of sales. We don't have access to that data. We literally can't tell. You can't tell who's buying
short ladder attack in their eyes is, say you're hedge fund A, I'm hedge fund B, and the stock is $5. Well, I'm going to sell it to you for $4.99. You buy it from me for $4.99, and you sell it back to me for $4.98. Then I sell it back to you for $4.97. Meanwhile, we're losing the fuck out of money, but it's dropping the price of the stock for what? How does it? I'm losing money. Why not just fucking? You know what I mean? Like I'm fucking money. How does that make any sense?
Right. So it's costing you money to drop the price.
Two different companies that have two different bottom lines and only care about themselves are in cahoots.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes no logical sense. Yeah, it doesn't. Like, I don't know.
And now those conviction, like they're attacking it again. Like I'm telling you, watch that dude's channel out. At a certain point in the day when it starts dropping, I'm like, they're shorting it pretty hard. They're attacking it.
Right.
It's like, it's fun.
Yeah.
What do you think? They go on a conference call? And they're like, all right, do it now, ready?
I think they do.
You mean to tell me they're all on the same page?
Your audio just got real like, sounds like you're in a fishbowl or something, but I can hear what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what they think. That it's like literally like Ken Griffin, like pushes two buttons on his phone and it's like, yeah, go do it. And it's like, then it's automatically like, brrr, it goes down. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me with this shit.
We're waiting for his little bat signal to be like, okay, now guys, let's do it.
Bat signal, that's right.
Who they think is an evil, skeevy person that other people are going to trust him enough to be like, all right, let's do this. We're all going to take losses, guys.
Right.
Real quick. You sell it to me cheap, and I'm going to sell it back to you even cheaper. And then you sell it to him even cheaper. But that's more plausible in their mind than somebody just being like, you know what, fuck this, I'm selling.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I'm tired of sticking in this shithole of a stock. The company sucks. I'm tired of losing money on this. Fuck this. I'm just getting out.
The fucking CEO cashed out $40 million. You know what? Fuck this shit. Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
Bounds that you have to fucking believe and accept to get to that point is what it makes it just mind-boggling.
It's crazy.
Like,
yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And then I saw something yesterday, like I said earlier, Ken Griffin, $2.5 billion last year. So like.
yeah.
I mean,
He's
so
hurting.
you could kid yourselves and say, "Oh, he's shaking in his boots. He's scared. He's running around. He left the country. He fled the country in his private jet." Yeah, that's right. He fled the country in his private jet. That like how
Successful multi-billionaire. I'm pretty sure he just has a passport. He likes
right,
to go different places.
right, or even simpler, Citadel has fucking locations all over the world. They have an office in London. They have an office in Rome. Like they literally have offices all over the fucking world. So why is it that fucking weird that he would be traveling internationally? Well, it isn't. But you just have to. And
I'm telling you that Citadel is going to start to trade and allow trading in crypto and stuff like that.
Oh,
that is a dig at the fucking ape community. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. Oh yeah, look
how they've been harassing them and shit. I'm telling you, that's.
We have an ape. It looks like we have an ape in the YouTube live chat. I just spent 5 minutes listening to a alcoholic psycho rant, so I could tell you our cult leaders explained what's going on in 4 words, and we understand. March is typically bearish. That simple, buddy. So what are you talking about? TMI's little secret.
What am I trying to convert you to? Like, what are they talking? Like, what is he talking about? What am I trying to convince anybody of?
I have no idea.
Keep your fucking shares. I don't care. I'm just.
You could just go. Go back to TMI. Go back to the the misinformed investor.
Buy more. I don't. It's not what you make. What you eat don't
I don't even understand. I don't even understand. So I could tell you our cult leaders explained what's going on in 4 words, and we understand. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say. That's a sentence. March is typically bearish. Is it? Okay. I mean, that's not why shit's. That is. I mean, are you talking about seasonality? Like, March is typically bearish. I mean, look at a seasonality chart. I mean,
what does that have to do with anything, though?
Equity clock is the name of the. I don't know what it has to do with anything. It seems like.
I'm not shitting on dude. Like, explain. You know what I mean? Is he still in there?
I don't know. Maybe I haven't said anything else.
I mean, if you're still in there, explain. I want to hear.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there. That doesn't make sense. Whatever. I'm used to that. I mean, I'm used to people just coming in here and maybe they're just trolling. If they're just trolling,
it could be.
I support that. Fuck it. I troll as many. I troll people on their channels too, but why?
I'm just saying, sit back and think at what you believe in. Like it don't make sense.
Right.
But please explain it to me. If March is typically bearish, that may be, but that ain't the cause of what the fuck's going on.
Talking about here, yeah.
Yeah, and that had no. Fuck it.
See if I can get us. Show us basically
alcohol.
I don't know what the hell that is. I'm just doing alcoholic psycho rant, so I could tell your cult leaders explained what's going on. I mean talk about according to this is just the S&P 500, but I mean according to this, no, March is not bearish according to this chart. You might have a bit of a dip in the middle of the month, but I mean, that's not you have that sometimes anyway. But according to this, March ends higher than it begins. Typically, and this is over a 20-year fucking range, ending in 2021. So
you can't trust those numbers. those numbers can't be trusted, man.
Yeah, no, and it's typical ape nonsense. Like, oh, I'll just claim something. March is typically bearish. That's simple, buddy. Like, go back to fucking Lou. Go back to fucking Lou versus Wall Street, you fucking piece of shit. Seriously.
And that's
go
hilarious
that
the
TMI.
It's funny that the one thing that he used to make his point was completely wrong.
Not even true, and it's so typical. That's
poetic.
what it always is. They literally fucking always do that. They like make some kind of claim, and I'm like, well, you know what? I'm gonna check it because that's the asshole I am. Somebody says something they claims true. I'm gonna fucking look it up, and I always do, and they're always fucking wrong every time. Literally every time. I can't tell you the last time they said anything, any type of fucking catalyst or whatever that was true. Yeah, that's substantially higher. That's about 1% higher. That's about a 1% gain in March. Come on, dude. March is typically bearish. God. You're excited for April. I'm sure you are. They are still there.
Yeah, that's tax time.
I mean, it's still just another 1% or so. But anyway, yeah, that's probably what they mean. You're right. I think like
the only thing that may happen in April, if they get any type of refunds and put their money back into it,
maybe, but they might also have to buy fucking gas and food, and pay off credit cards that they've had to put everything on recently.
You see that, you read that they'd rather go broke and hungry and all this shit other than sell the stock. So.
I saw one earlier today, or I think I put it in the finance chat, but that they would rather eat grass and drink piss than sell their shares. Like, I saw that on Reddit. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. This is just getting like, and you've seen these posts that are like, the floor is prison. Like, I don't care how much I sell my shares for. I want Ken Griffin to go to prison. Like, well, you're in the wrong market for that, buddy. That's not how this shit works. Like, first of all, why would Ken Griffin go to prison? Like, what crime have you shown that's been committed here? Oh, your shitty stock the price is fucking 80% lower than you think it should be, or that it was when you bought in. That's not a crime. Not a crime.
Because it's not fair that they're not successful in life.
It's not fair that you listen to somebody else tell you what to do with your money and you did it.
Right.
And you lost money. Like, welcome to the motherfucking club. Like, you just, congratulations, you're a human being, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's not, you're not special in any way. There's nothing special about losing money in the fucking market. Like, any idiot can do that.
Yeah, look at just the trend over the last how many months?
Yeah, on here. Yeah.
Every catalyst that has been said that is going to spark a bounce, change, trigger the MOAS, every single prediction and catalyst has came and went, and nothing happened. And so, what you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
I mean, look at this monthly chart here. Like, oh, the la-di-da, it's just going along here, and then you have this. This fucking thing shoot up, and then, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen after that? Like, all these fucking red 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 solid red candles, and then it's kind of a doji type thing here, and now you have another fucking solid red candle. I mean, it's not pretty hard. It's not. I don't really like technical analysis. I don't think that it's really all that. But I mean, sometimes you can pretty much see what's going to happen. Like, and barring unless there's something crazy happens, like, we had this move, and now it's just fucking slowly letting the air out of the balloon, and.
It's just everything that they have said it's supposed to happen and do hasn't happened and done. And at a certain point, your answer to why that is can't just be crime. You know what I mean? Like that isn't an excuse. Like, yeah, you're crying, it's unfair and they doing this, but you don't understand the ins and outs, and what you think is crime is just you don't understand the shit. So instead of taking the time to figure it out and learn it, it's easier to just say, no, that's not. We're being cheated.
And then it's easier, instead of actually, having any data or evidence or anything, you get comments like, "We eat crayons and fuck your wives while you're drunk alone in your basement on a Friday night." That's literally what TMI's little secret said. Like, so that's what happens. Like,
good. I mean,
like,
did that make him
that's
feel
good? That didn't make. Does that help you make money? Being a fucking idiot,
right.
Like making comments like that when people are actually trying to help you. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
That's the last fucking thing I'll say here. And I actually do need to get off here because it's getting late. It's 11 o'clock. But like it's easy to get into a fucking like, because this shit, it's just so ridiculous, But I don't even remember the last thing I was gonna say. Shit, I don't even remember. Fuck. Is that,
instead of
yeah. No, yeah, like I we don't have to fucking sit here and talk about this. I didn't have to spend hours making videos, trying to actually do a good job on it and to produce, useful content, whatever. I didn't have to do that shit. I'm not making money off of this. But it does bother me that these motherfuckers like TMI, the misinformed investor, the masked misinformed investor, Shark the Vix, Trey Collins, Wrench Capital, all those guys, Short Squeeze Channel, whoever, Creative Investor, they are all charlatans. And it bothers me that there's no alternative. There's nobody questioning it. There's nobody fact checking it. There's nobody saying, wait a minute, hey, what if it's not right? I'm not even saying, before, I wasn't even saying, hey, this is retarded, you guys are stupid. I was saying, let's look at and see what's happening here. Yeah, of course, the conclusion that any rational person would come to is that this is ridiculous, that you have to be a QAnon believer in order to suspend your disbelief enough to believe this. You have to trust the word of random anonymous people on Reddit, which is like bottom of the barrel, like in terms of trustworthiness. You don't know who these people are. You're trusting their research, which is poorly done anyway. They don't give you, sources. And I'm just trying to say, look, you're acting as if everything is one-sided, and that is the worst. That is could not be further from the truth. There are at least two sides to everything, and things change in the world. They change in life. What's true, what was true last year may not be true now. What was true 2 months ago may not be true now. It may be different, but they're telling you, don't do it research. Trust the DD. The DD's done. Yeah, well, what happened last year was last year. And what happened was something totally different that could not happen now, but you're being led to believe that it is. And
just my last thing is,
yeah, and if you want to believe that, go ahead.
Just my last thing is, just think, everybody that's telling you to hold and don't sell, buy more, everybody that's telling you that has already made money in some form or fashion off of this, whether it be from YouTube views, super chats,
memberships,
options, they've already sold
Patreon,
memberships, Discords, all that shit. So they've already made money. Everybody that's telling you to buy and hold and don't listen to anybody else and just stay the course has already made money. My question is, have you, the person that's buying and holding and talking shit, ask yourself, have you made money? Because all the people that are telling you to do that thing, they've already made money.
Right, and it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter what they say, too, because I don't trust them to tell the truth. But ask yourself and answer to yourself, because that's really what matters. You know if you're lying. And it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to us whether you're telling us the truth or not. Go ahead and say you've made 40 grand. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But you know if you're lying, and you know if you're wrong. And that's the point, is to get you to think about it and make better decisions yourself. we don't give a fuck because we try to be honest about, hey, yeah, I'm on a loss on this or whatever. You heard us talk about that all night. But, yeah, have you made money? Have you made money? And it does. I don't care if it says that you're up $10 until you if you don't take the profit out of your account, that could be gone tomorrow. So, you know, just like if you haven't lost, you know, they say you haven't lost until you sell. Well, yeah, but if you're down 80%, you fucking lost. You know, it doesn't matter if you haven't sold or not. But when it comes to profit, I don't think that you've actually profited until you take the profit, because that shit could be gone. You know how it is.
Right.
The shit could be gone instantly. You could wake up Monday, it could be gone. You know, so if you're telling me that you made 40 grand, it better be in your bank account. You know, that then you've really profited. But on the downside, you know.
And check it, if you're up 40 grand,
why haven't you cashed out?
Yeah, and because you know it's the trend is going down.
And I don't
think like everybody says, this is going to be a aren't they all saying the MOS is going to be a multi-day event?
I guess.
So you're not going to miss anything. So why not
guess.
cash out now? Wait for the stock to go lower to get back in.
I mean,
or if you see it jump, get in and you'll be able to get in and fucking ride the couple day MOS. But why do you need to leave your money in there? Why can't you take a profit? Why can't you take some money out?
Well, because if when they sell their shares, that means a hedge fund can buy them and use them to cover, because they need your shares.
Man, if you think no one has done that, I'm gonna tell you, I had AMC shares in March. I sold them shits on the first run up.
Yes.
So I'm retail. And I sold.
Me
so
too.
It has happened.
Yeah.
We're not the only ones.
Nope.
So if you think we're the only two that have done that,
and
no other retail is selling, they're telling you no retail is selling. I'm just showing you two people have.
Right. And that's anytime anybody says no, nobody's doing this or everybody's doing that, you can be sure that not everybody's doing it. And some people, if they say nobody's doing it, that means some people are. And if they say everybody's doing it, that means not everybody's doing it. Because you don't know. It's not your fucking business. It's my fucking position. It's my account. I'll do what I want with it. And it doesn't, but I'm telling you that this is what I did. So you can't say that nobody is. And not all retail is apes. There's a lot of retail investors that think that the apes are a bunch of fucking, poppycock.
Not only that, with how bad shit is financially out there, I don't give a shit, ape or not. If this thing started to run, do you think all that one for all and all for one shit?
Yeah, no.
That's nice to say.
And
but once real money gets involved, like, do you really actually believe that someone's going to hold for your benefit? Like, come on, it's
right.
It's not a team sport, man.
Not a team sport, and I'm sure that would probably kill a squeeze, because you'd have so many people like, oh my god, it's actually above $20. Holy shit, I gotta sell. Yeah. It would just fucking fizzle out then, and there'd be the shorts would have, like most of the shorts that would quote unquote trap, which it's just so hard to fucking believe.
And if you've been in it for a while, why couldn't you have sold a couple months ago when it was 40 and got in now?
Right. I mean,
everybody knew it was on a downtrend. Even even Train on them are saying it's on a downtrend.
Right. Yeah.
Does not make sense.
Right. And then a lot of people are like, I'll never sell my shares unless they go blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, but that's not the point, though. You're missing the point here. The point, you're not changing any. I don't know. It's like, God, it's so.
There's no liquidity to cash out. The shit could be. If y'all think it's going to $1 million a share, $100,000 a share, $10,000 a share, with how many shares there are, there's not enough liquidity to cash out.
Right.
You know what I mean?
If you don't cash them out now, like, you might not have a chance to. You might
And I'm just saying, best case scenario in your mind, what you're saying, the MOAS happening. You know what I mean? Like, if it did do that, like, there's just no way.
Oh yeah, right.
So you're stuck with something. It's only worth what someone's going to pay you. So get it while you can.
Right. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I mean, you know, this shit gets. You have circuit breaker, you know, halts and shit, limit up and limit down halts that kick in. What, like 10%, or I forget. It's 10%, or I think it's 10%.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's 10%.
You're talking 10% there. You're talking, you know, this shit's gonna go. I mean, no, it's just not. That's not how it works. It doesn't. It's not. You know, and then it's just a simple. It's an oversimplification. Like, you know, it's an oversimplification. It's like, oh, we need the shares to be $1 million. So if I have 20 shares, I can get $20 million. Like, that's not how people get rich. It's not how wealth is built. It's not how.
And none of these AMC YouTubers are going to tell you anything different than the party line.
Because they depend on it.
And it's not going to. They lose content. They lose subscribers. They lose their money stream.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So it's in their best interest to keep dragging yourself. So as much as it goes down, there's always going to be a new fucking carrot to be dangled in front of you. Keep you going.
Yep.
Every fucking catalyst they say is another carrot.
Yeah, and
then that goes and comes in another one.
It ends up being a rotten carrot. It ends up being, you know, fake. But every time they go after it, you know, it's like
and all the while you're losing money.
The only thing that's changing. This is one thing I said before on a video months ago. It was like, you keep sitting here watching this fucking thing, listening to these people, and the only thing that changes is how much money you're losing. You're losing more money. That's the only thing that's changing. You don't feel better. You feel worse. You know something's wrong, but you can't be. You're not listening. You know, the people you're listening to are just trying to reinforce what you already know, which is bullshit. Like, and meanwhile, you see the shit fucking go down. Like, it's like, why? I don't. It's crazy. I mean, you know, like, and I get it. I get it to a certain extent. If you don't know,
I mean,
what you're doing,
people are stuck.
Yeah.
And only, you know, hoping that shit works out because they're so far down. So I get it. You don't want to accept it.
Right.
I get it.
At the very least, like, let this be a lesson, or at least like a warning or some shit, like, that you never, well, I mean, there's many things, but you never listen to other people's advice without verifying it yourself, actually, like, in demanding evidence and scrutinizing that evidence, but more importantly, putting all of your money into one play, one stock. Like, that is really one of the basic things. Like, you don't want to be all in one thing, because if you drop the basket of eggs, you just lost all your eggs. Like, it's a very simple thing.
GameStop ran in January, AMC ran in June, but those are like two unicorns.
Right.
Like, that shit don't happen.
It doesn't
happen. And they're using those events to fucking manipulate y'all into holding. Right. And
that's right.
If you want to ask what they get out of it, content. And keep y'all watching, subscribing, and fucking donating,
and just
you know what I mean?
Engaged. Like, that's what they want. That's what they need. That's their MOAS, is the ape community. That's their cash cow. That's their MOAS. Really, that's the last thing. That's the best way that I could summarize it, is that,
like, you are the product to them.
Yes,
you are the product.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And they got to keep you so that they can make money.
Right, because right. Once, and that's probably why my channel was targeted before, because, you know, and not only by
And when you say targeted, it's not no conspiracy theory shit. It's people that get mad and fucking just hit a report. You know what I'm saying?
That's all it is.
When you say targeted, that's all. That's literally. You're not talking about the secret shadowy entity that It's coming behind. Just saying, people just didn't want to hear the shit.
Right.
And fucking.
No, it's real. It's real. It really happened. Like it really happened. Like my channel got shut down, and it did not get restored. I appealed it and everything. Like TMI and I think Trey, but definitely TMI. Like their channels got deleted, and they fucking bitched about it. And they had their Twitter army bitch about it.
Yeah.
And they got reinstated. They got theirs reinstated because they make money for YouTube. But here I come along saying, wait a minute, what these other people are saying is bullshit. And you should question it, and you should question them. And that impacts not only their bottom line, but YouTube's bottom line. So in that sense, I can understand why, maybe they would do it, but they didn't show any evidence. They didn't give me any examples. They did completely just railroaded me. But that's okay. It's all right. But yeah, I think that's probably why, because money talks. Shit. What else can you say? I get it. But
like I said, in due time, like time's gonna keep going on. And as time goes on, shit, it keeps not happening.
Yeah, right.
Eventually, you gotta look in the mirror and say, "Man, I fucked up."
Exactly. Yeah, and I really wish that my old video I could have. I gotta try to recover them from my hard drive, but I wish I had some of my old videos, because it's literally it's all the shit basically. But I did a much better job researching things and having proof and all that.
And you know what? If Monday I wake up and for some strange fucking reason, some crazy event happened and it actually did Moab, I'm gonna be mad. I'm happy people made money. I don't want to see anybody lose money.
Right. It's not. Yeah.
So it's not like I'm coming at this position because I want to be right and because I don't want you to make money. Yeah. If some crazy thing happened and it was, look it, I'm wrong. You made a lot of money.
Right. The worst that can happen. Yeah. The worst that can happen is.
Look at the shit. It's not,
the worst that can happen is we're wrong and there's a massive short squeeze anyway. And so you didn't lose anything by looking at a counter argument. But if there's no MOAS, if there's no short squeeze, and you refute an argument, you're going to be in a lot worse position than you would be if you at least acknowledged, there's a chance and I should listen to what these guys are saying. And and I don't agree with it, but I respect the opposing view. No, I don't get any of that shit. It's just like, I'm gonna fuck your wife while you're drinking alone in the fucking basement. And
even if
I look forward to watching you fucking lose. I look forward to watching you holding those fucking bags, because more than likely that's what's gonna happen. But I really don't care. I really don't care either way. I just want to be known. Hey, there were people who saw what was going on and they spoke up about it. And goddamn it, I'm one of those people. I see what's going on. I'm speaking up about it. And hey, history will judge. But
and just ask yourself, why does it have to be all or nothing? Why do you have to fucking put everything you have, every extra thing into it? Why can't you catch out a little bit of fucking profits?
Right.
You know what I mean? Why can't you? If it's going to be 10,000 share, 100,000 share, what the fuck do you need hundreds of shares for?
And by that same token, if that's the case, then what is wrong with shorting it? If it's going down and you want to make money and you think it's going to keep going, they even say it's probably going to go down more. Well, then fucking short it. You should short it. It's not going to hurt things. It's not going to hurt shit in the long run, because you know what? Those shares get fucking covered, and they get bought back.
Look what your CEO did, and look what your CEO did. Look what your board did. They took profits.
Right.
Regardless of why you say they did. So You can't be in no better position financially than they are.
I wonder if
so
Adam
why can
Aaron,
they do it and you not?
I wonder if Adam Aaron is shorting AMC. That would be so fucking great if he was. Literally. You know, like if Adam Aaron was shorting AMC, that would be amazing. And I don't know if I would put it past him. Hey man, I got to get off here. It's getting late.
Yeah.
But thanks for jumping in, man. I appreciate it. It's always good to have somebody
no
to bounce shit off of, and I'll catch you in the chat, I'm sure.
All right, boss. You have a good one. Be safe.
You too, man. Yeah, we'll catch you later. So yeah, I'm all right later. So I am going to sign off here. This is Scott. I am signing off as well. Thanks again to buddy there in Baltimore. This is Friday night, so see what happens. Anyway, have a good night. I'll catch you all later.